Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Brothers and sisters, we are back with another live here on Dawah over Dunya. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalam ala Rasulillah. We begin in the name of Allah, the most gracious, most merciful, and peace and salutations be upon his last and final messenger, Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. As always, what are we going to do? Fire up the intro. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. Brothers and sisters, we are live, alhamdulillah. I got my good friend Bashir here, Brother Bashir of the Ahmadiyya Fact Check blog. Akhi Bashir, don't, come on, man. Introduce yourself.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody, brothers and sisters. You got to say it right. You got to say it right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Bashir Ahmed Shah with the Ahmadiyya Fact Check blog, and coming to you from California.
Is there a chance you could turn up your volume a little bit, Akhi, just a little bit?
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. Coming to you guys live from California. Me and the bro Rumsey are gonna take a deep dive into this thing called Ahmadiyya, aka Qadianism, or whatever you want to call it. Yes, sir.
Alhamdulillah. We're gonna give it a minute, inshallah. Right now, there's about 50 people watching. We want to try to get it closer to 100. We won't wait too long, but we want it to fill up a little bit, inshallah, before we get started. Brother Bashir, tell me what's going on, man. What you been up to?
I just did a stream with this Maulvi from Ghana. I think he's from West Africa, but he's working in Samoa. Imam Adu or something like that. I just did that, and he, this is historic. They've never spoke to us, brother. They never allowed us on the streams. They never gave us a minute. So we're happy to engage with them and show them a lot of love and compassion, and we're here to help them. I hope they understand that. We don't have any malice. We just want to bring the facts of the case, and they can choose for themselves. So,
mashallah, interesting. By the way, someone's asking my background blurry. Yeah, guys, I'm just trying to do things here. I usually you guys can usually just see my duvet, but right now I'm trying to a blurry background. Just trying to see what it is. I haven't got a green screen yet. We'll see. Let's see here, Brother Ali. I love you for the sake of Allah, Akhi, as well. Come on, show Brother Bashir some love. Come on, man. Don't be like that. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Great stream with Brother. Yeah, alhamdulillah, that stream with Brandon. I just, for those who don't know, I just got off stream with Brandon like an hour ago. Alhamdulillah, that stream went amazing. We're going from one group of heretics to another. We went from hadith rejectors over to the Qadianis. Just two different flavors of ice cream, you could say. Let's see here. We actually met one who actually believes in a prophet after Muhammad, but it's not MGA. It's another prophet. Believe it or not. Yeah. An Egyptian guy. So that's it was interesting.
Is that recent? Is that recent or like 100 years ago?
Funny enough, it's actually about the same time as MGA. Funny enough.
What was his name? Do you remember his name?
Rashad Khalifa, the guy one of the 19ers. The 19ers, the guys who they reject hadith.
Khalifa was like 50 years ago or like 40.
Yeah. The guy, I think he died in like Arizona or something. The guy who predicted, he knew when the end of the day would happen. So the end of the world would happen, but he didn't know when he himself would die. So that makes sense. Right. I think the guy on the screen said like 2280 or 2280, something like that. 2280. At first, I thought he said 22 AD, like after, like I was like, oh, 2280. Okay. Yeah.
And it's funny you mentioned Rashid Khalifa because Brother Adnan compared Mirza Ghulam Ahmad to Rashid Khalifa.
Well, the same time. I mean, they're obviously not the same. Obviously, Rashid Khalifa, he was just a straight up hadith rejector. MGA, he wasn't a Quran onlyist, but in fact, he was obviously he didn't follow the Quran, but I mean, he was trying to come up with his own spin-off of external and internal understanding of the Quran. But we'll get into that, inshallah. Let's not spoil it yet. Brother Al Neil, wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, akhi. How you doing? Yeah, alhamdulillah, it was an amazing stream. Definitely. We're at 65 people, guys. I want to try to get to what's a good goal? Should we get to 80 people? Nah, we'll see. We'll give it maybe 5-10 more minutes, inshallah. We'll see where we're at. Yeah, I know, man. The background's blurry, man. I get it. Like, we'll leave it as it is for now. In fact, I saw someone just ask a good question right now. Someone's called Aisha's saying hi, Uncle Bashir. All right, there you go. MashaAllah. I've done a number of streams on that topic. That's not the topic we're doing today. Oh, here's an interesting question, Brother Bashir. You want to answer this? How long have you known each other?
It's a good question. I don't exactly remember. It's got to be like 3 years.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting. And funny enough, we cross paths, and we have some interlinking paths as well. We'll explain later as well because I don't want to spoil too much.
Okay.
Interesting, right? You know what I'm saying? It has to do with the guy who taught me Arabic, and I don't want to. Let's not reveal it yet. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, brother. Be that. Why would you say that now? Why would you do that? Brother Ali's showing you some love as well. Love you, Uncle Bashir, for the sake of Allah. Yeah, I think I don't know. I know Al Neo's here. I don't know if Michael Scott is he here. I didn't see him actually. Oh, Sister Halton is definitely here. Yeah, definitely. That you guys know the ground rules. No spamming, no caps, no cursing, all that good stuff. You guys know the drill by now. Audio is correct. Okay, that's good. Alhamdulillah. Guys, everyone, if you're watching this, drop a thumbs up on this video. Let's see if these Qadianis come crawling around. Honestly, guys, we're gonna be opening it up to Qadianis soon enough, inshallah. So get them in here, inshallah. And if you see any of them lurking around in the comments, be sure to let them know. Don't snoop. Don't crawl away too quick. Stick around a little bit. See if we can, come up on the stage and educate us, right? I wouldn't go that far at TVF. I wouldn't go that far. Michael Scott's here. No caps, no spamming, none of that. All right. We're at 70 people watching. I think that's good for now. So I got a list of questions. First question, kind of it's kind of like how do I say this? Like the elephant in the room for me. You know what I'm saying? Kind of like the elephant in the room because brother Bashir, people might not know you. People might not know you here. So here's a question: were you born as a Muslim, or were you born into a different faith?
Well, we're all born Muslim. If you study the Quran and the Hadith, Allah says He creates us all perfect. But I was born in a Qadiani household.
Okay.
And I was born in a city called Rabwa, Pakistan, 1979. Rabwa is a word from the Quran, from chapter 23, verse 50. The Qadianis use this word and this verse to say that this is where Isa alayhi salam died. But the verse is actually about the birth of Isa alayhi salam on a Rabwa, or at a Rabwa, where there's like springs and mountains, and like this kind of, it's a nice place, and Maryam was alone, she wasn't alone, the angels and etc.
Yeah.
But that's where she gave birth to Isa alayhi salam. So they spun it and said, no, this is where he died. This verse is about his death. He died in India. And then in 1947, they moved to Pakistan, and they were given this land for free, brother, a state within a state. So that's where I was born. So Rabwa is leased to the Mirza family separately by the government. It's unprecedented. There's no other group in Pakistan or anywhere else that I can, other than the Vatican, that has their own space where they own everything. And it was given by the government, for pennies on the nickel, and people say that they paid for it, but until you saw it, some people can say they paid for it, but really they just shook hands and made a deal. So yeah, that's sort of where I'm from and where I was born. It's in the Punjab. I'm a Punjabi boy,
All right.
And you know about the Punjabi.
By the way, someone here is saying Qadianis are a sect of Islam. Thoughts?
No.
Well, we'll get into that. We'll get into that, but definitely not. We'll get into that. All right. So yeah, what's up?
Oh, so okay, so yeah, that's where I was born. It was their headquarters up till 1984. In 1984, their headquarters moved to the UK because the Khalifa moved to the UK based on asylum.
Wait a minute, the Ahmadi headquarters, like HQ, is in the UK?
It's in the UK right now.
What? I mean, I guess that makes sense, but snap, really? Okay, so their old headquarters was in Punjab. Where exactly?
In Rabwa.
Okay, interesting.
In Pakistan. Before that, it was in Qadian, India. But they abandoned. Can you imagine Muslims abandoning Mecca because they had to move? But they they left like some people, like 300 people or some amount of people. But now there's like barely a few hundred left. It's mostly a Sikh Punjab town. There's statues of Sikh soldiers in the town. So yeah, Qadian had in India they failed, brother. India is like the most populated country in the world. I think I
One
think
of
they
them, yeah.
I think they
After
surpassed
China, yeah.
China. I think they surpassed China because
Oh, really? Okay.
China's population has been nosediving. If you've been
Okay.
watching, um, because the two-child policy, it ended up working for them.
Yeah, right, right.
India ain't got it, bro. You you just do whatever.
Well,
So
we can't listen. We Muslims are a part of the problem. Let's be honest. We have a lot of kids, so we're part of the problem. We can't play innocent too innocent here. You know what I'm saying?
right. Yeah. Now their headquarters is in Tilford in the
Hmm,
UK, and in fact, their umbrella organization is called AMJI, Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat International, which
interesting.
so in America, the Ahmadiyya Jamaat in America is a separately registered body who gives a third of their money to AMJI every maybe monthly, or I'm sure it's monthly.
So who are these people again? They give their money, a third of their money every year to these people.
So, no. So the Ahmadiyya Jamaat in America gives
Oh,
30%
I
of
see. I see.
they
Okay.
give 30% of their money to their headquarters. The Ahmadiyya Jamaat in Canada gives roughly 30% to the headquarters. In the UK, it's 30%. In Germany, it's probably the same. In other countries, it could vary, but that's the organizational aspect of it.
Okay. And so I guess look, I was going to get to the next question, but someone actually here asked a question, which I'm glad that they asked. They said, "What is Ahmadi? What is an Ahmadi? What is this?"
So an Ahmadi is actually Ahmad is another name of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi
Oh,
wasallam. And if you say you're an Ahmadi, that means you're a Muhammadi. You're like a Muslim, and that seems to be the issue. So there was a guy named Sir Sayyid Ahmad Khan. Have you heard of him, Brother Ramzi?
no.
Sir Sayyid Ahmad Khan wrote the tafsir, wrote a famous. It's all kufr. It's all kufr. But he denied the concept of angels, and the name of his tafsir was Tafsir Ahmadi. So it seems that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad took his name, and in 1901 he registered Ahmadis as a separate sect in a census. So he was already like, brother, Islam says no sects. If they ask for your sect, say sorry. I'm just a Muslim. No one writes. So anyhow, that's how he ended up coining this term Ahmadi. But now there's many types because there's a rogue Ahmadi, a dude who doesn't follow the Khalifa, does his own
Oh,
thing.
we'll get that. We'll get to that,
Yeah.
inshallah. That's like subcategories. But basically, an Ahmadi, would you say? If I could, I mean, like, I don't. Let's give me a second. Because the I so first. I mean, well, the next question I had up here was what led to the rise of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad. First, could you tell us who is Mirza Ghulam Ahmad? Like, where's this? Because I guarantee you, most of these Muslims have never heard of him.
Yeah. So we got to go back 150 years.
Okay,
We got to go back 150 years.
150
And
years where to
British India.
British India. Okay, go on.
British India. The world is different 150 years ago. They don't.
Oh yeah,
They're
yeah.
they're publicly racist, and it's accepted, right? So
Right,
this is 150 years ago, and I'll briefly tell what happened. The Europeans figured out how to sail into the wind, right? I
right.
don't think anyone had figured out before they followed the trade winds. You want to go to America, you got to go to West Africa at this month, and the trade winds will take you right there. If you're not there at the right month, you won't make it across the ocean, and vice versa. So as they made it
Yeah.
over, the Portuguese landed in India, the British were there. So the British,
The
uh,
East India Trading Company, right?
yeah, and that's where the stock market was invented, right there. So
Really?
if you're an accounting major or etc., you want to know who invented the first stock market? I think it was the Dutch in Indonesia because they said, hey, pool your money together. We're gonna take a trip with 10 ships, 20 ships in Armada, and we're gonna go to Indonesia and come back with like 10,000 pounds of sugar and other stuff. And hey, let's not make it a dry run. Let's go take them stuff to sell them, and then we'll bring back the sugar. Because remember, sugar does not grow in Europe, or
Right.
now they got fake sugar.
I get
So,
you. Yeah, yeah.
but like back then, if you wanted sugar, sugar cane only grows at a certain temperature, and those temperatures
Right.
are not readily available in
Tropical.
Europe. Yeah, it's got to be hot enough. So, but conversely, if you want to grow bread, it's got to be colder. So if you're around the equator, you might not be able to grow bread. So in Africa, that's a huge problem. And as you know, bread feeds hella people. You know what I
Right.
mean? But so anyhow, the context is British India. All right, the British are making money off of India. All of a sudden, the Muslim soldiers and the Hindu soldiers rebel against the British and give them the biggest L they ever had since they lost America. Okay, and the reason is they say these new technology guns, we got to bite into a packet of pork and beef to lubricate the cartridges, or it's going to explode in our hands. For us, that's haram. We're not going to bite into pig fat to lube our cartridges. But these guns got better range. Now, I don't remember the range difference, but imagine if a gun's got 100 yards of range and the one you got 50. That's a big difference. He could shoot you from 100 yards away. This is not about being a tough guy anymore, right? It's about range. So the Muslim soldiers, the mutineers, they mutinied and killed a bunch of English people, and the English got scared. The English eventually won. So you know who came to help the British in this time?
Is that a trick question? I'm gonna guess the MGA, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad.
No, because he was soft, but his dad.
Oh, okay. I was close. I was close.
Mirza Ghulam was like 16 years old when this happened.
Okay. Okay.
And
That is
Muslims
right.
are on the bubble. They're the British are like, you guys are the fault. It's your fault this happened. I don't even think they blame the Hindus more than anything. They blame the Muslims more than anything. They're like, these guys are a threat. All they got to do, and they might kick us out.
Sure.
So
We wouldn't want our greatest colony to. Wouldn't want to lose our greatest colony, right?
and back then it was India. Now it's like Saudi, because of the oil and the
Oh no,
oil
no. But India was the crown jewel of the British
crown
Empire.
jewel. And
Like, that's where the money was flowing in from.
yeah, and it's mostly cotton and sugar. Same thing in the Caribbean. The British didn't give up Trinidad and Tobago and all these Caribbean. Grenada. You heard of Grenada? You heard when America invaded? Okay, Grenada's got the most nutmeg in the world. So
Yeah.
they go and colonize these islands and turn them into a business. In Hawaii, the Dole Company ran wild. And basically destroyed their island. So anyhow, the context is British India. Mirza Ghulam Ahmad's father and brother and cousins, his whole family, except him, because his arm was broken. So he couldn't help him, bro. He can't lift the gun. What is he gonna do? He can't lift a pot of tea, a cup of tea. He's got to go with two hands. So even as a young kid, he's got a lot of physical issues and mental issues and etc. So that's the context. His father just did that for them in 1857. His father was previously in the Sikh military, which is pretty rare. So
So Mirza Ghulam Ahmad's dad was a Sikh.
no, but he was in their military,
Oh, okay.
which I don't.
So then how do we go from? So let me get this straight. Mirza Ghulam Ahmad's pops was basically a British collaborator, right?
Before that, he was a Sikh collaborator.
Okay, so first he was okay. Did his dad identify as a Muslim? How about that?
His dad never prayed in his life, and there's a famous story. He never. How do you not pray once a life?
Okay, so basically he was a Muslim by name. Can we just say that?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay, so his dad he comes from a Muslim by name background. Mirza Ghulam Ahmad. His dad was a Muslim by name. First, he was collaborating with the Sikhs of India
of
at
the
time.
Punjab.
Of the Punjab, right? And then was there conflict between the Sikhs and the Muslims?
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know Indian history very well, but anyway.
They killed the 13th century Mujaddid in Kashmir.
Okay, interesting. I had no idea.
Mirza Ghulam Ahmad's dad is there. He's part of the military.
Okay, interesting. So clearly, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad's dad is clearly an enemy of Islam, an enemy of the Muslims. A Muslim by name, but he's a collaborator. First, he's collaborating with multiple enemies of the Muslims, including, at one point, later on in his life, he's collaborating with the British, right? The British, who, I'm Palestinian. We have bad history with the British as well. Trust me, I get it. Now, how do I say this? So then, okay, so we fast forward a bit. So Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, when his dad starts collaborating with the British, he said he was 16 years old. Okay, then what happens? How does he go from being some 16-year-old with a traitor daddy, with a collaborator dad, to being a self-proclaimed, we'll get to it, inshallah, but being who he is today? Like,
Right, right, right.
like, if you could sum it up a bit, like what are like the biggest highlights?
Yeah. So that's 1857. That happens. That gets the Mirza family a pension, and
Oh,
the British government gives them the land of Qadian and 6 other surrounding villages as administrators. They make them the tax collectors.
oh.
See? So if you're a
They
tax
give,
collector,
yeah, you're helping us out. We're gonna give you some incentive.
right, bro? So it was called the British Raj. They did that in India. In
I heard of
fact,
that.
there were separate Muslim kingdoms within British India, like Hyderabad, Deccan, and other Bhopal. There was a queen of Bhopal who was a Muslim
Yeah.
woman who was right. So they got these pockets where they can't control it. So they're like, hey, we'll just pay you to do it, and we'll give you all the perks and
So
etc.
basically, these were like they were like British puppets. British puppets paid off by the British. Living it up. Everyone's living. Basically, they're living it up at the expense of everyone else, being puppets for the British. Okay, interesting. So his dad and I guess his family end up being these British puppets or puppets for the British Empire, right? For the Queen. Okay, and at this point, he's still a teenager, right? He's a teenager. All of a sudden he finds himself in a very powerful family, a very powerful, influential family. Okay, so what next?
Yeah, so the British government gives them a pension, which was
Right?
like 200 rupees for his family. I think it was a total 700 rupees, which in today's money is in like the hundreds of thousands, right?
Really?
So
Wow.
yeah, dude, they were giving them. So not only do you get all these villages and you're the tax collector and we're going to give you a yearly pension because you helped us. And in
Right.
fact, there was a crazy warlord called General Nicholson. If you ever heard of him, he's one of the craziest British warlords. He wrote a letter of recommendation for the Mirza family that they used
Interesting.
that they used to get this pension. So then he says his dad went to court like hundreds of times, many times to try to get more land back. He says he used to own it. Anyhow, so Mirza Ghulam Ahmad goes to get the pension and he runs off. He doesn't come home.
He runs away from home.
How would you call it runaway? He goes to pick up the money and never came home.
So MGA. So let me get this straight. His family are collaborators, and then he stole from his collaborating family.
Yes.
He cheated his cheating family.
He cheated, and nobody knew this during his life. We found out after he died. His sons wrote about it. We were like, "Oh, thanks. We didn't even know that one."
So what? So he runs off with the money and does what? Oh, he lives it up.
What do you spend 100,000 on in like a few weeks? You couldn't buy a Ferrari.
Oh, I see.
What could you spend
man.
so much money on? And
Wow.
then there's a place in the capital city. It's not a capital city. It's a big city called Lahore. There's a red light district that's very famous. So he was in that purview. So where do you think he? Okay,
so now okay. So now he's run away from. He cuts ties with his family, right? I'm guessing.
No. So
Oh.
so then and he's hanging out with his cousin. Remember, he didn't go alone to pick up the money. Bro, you gotta have a
Bodyguard.
no. You gotta have a co-pilot. Not a co-pilot. What's the word, brother?
Partner in crime.
Yeah, partner in crime. No. I'm forgetting the word. But anyways, you gotta have a co-pilot. So
Right.
So the cousin goes with him. The cousin who helped the British in 1857, he was actually a warrior. So he's mad because they didn't cut him in. So the Mirza family had to sue Mirza's dad to get cut into the pension. It's a whole nother story. So he ends up going with Mirza to pick it up. They don't come home. They end up robbing a tea stand. It's a famous story. And then he writes a letter from, we don't know from where. He writes a letter home saying, I'm sorry. His dad says, you can never come home again. Go to Sialkot and go work in a court for the British government. I've already got the job for you. You've been ducking and dodging work since you were a kid. Now you got to get a job. Since you did all that.
So basically, let's see. His family gets rich. He tries to cheat his family, but then his dad's like, "Listen, you're an entitled brat. I got you a job. You're gonna go work. You gotta go work for once. You gotta get off your butt and go do something with your life. All right." And then okay, and
so he goes to a city called Sialkot, which is about 40 miles north, 30 miles north. He never goes to any masjid. No one saw him in any masjid.
Shocker.
Even in Qadian, there's no masjid. He never went to Jummah, but he has debates with Christians. Sialkot is like a Christian. There's a famous colleges, schools, and he comes into contact with Christians, and he starts having these discussions with them. You see? And he figures out what they believe. And he reads the Bible in Urdu. It's like an Urdu translation, right?
Really?
Of the Bible by that time. Actually, I'm not exactly sure when, but he was able to read the Bible. He can't read English, so it's got to be an Urdu translation. So he's there until his mom dies. His dad was so mad. He didn't come home for Eid. He didn't, bro, you can't come home. You cannot come to Qadian. Now, from my culture, when that happens, it's the worst punishment a father could give you. Kicked out, banished from home. So his mom dies, and his dad sends a servant to go pick him up. He goes, yeah, she's sick. And then he says, nah, actually, she's dead. And by the time you get home, the funeral's over. It's all over. So we deduce his dad added that to his punishment. You can't come home until your mom dies. So in our culture, that's him blaming the mom for the son being so spoiled. He's like, it's her fault. I'm punishing both of you.
Oh, I see.
So he comes back. It's now 1868, and his dad and his brother won't let him do anything he wants to do. They got a tight leash on him. They're like, bro, you mess up, we're going upside your head, right? Right. So his dad builds a masjid in Qadian, but right before he dies and gets buried. He's still buried in that. It's called Masjid Aqsa that they built in Qadian. His dad had it built.
Hold on, they built a what?
A Masjid Aqsa in Qadian.
Masjid Aqsa, as in like like I'm Palestinian, bro. Like Masjid al-Aqsa.
Yes.
Like they build a masjid with that same name.
Yes. And then 40 years later, 30 years later, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad said when Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam did the Miraj, this was the Aqsa he came to.
What?
Astaghfirullah.
They think that Isra wal Mi'raj was to some place in Punjab.
Or you know what they'll say metaphorically.
Oh my gosh. Okay. So let me just so right off the bat, this is just, oh my god, I'm gonna be face fucking myself a lot this stream. Okay. so right off the bat, a new city's built. Sorry, remind me who built the city again? Was it MGA himself?
Who built the mosque in Qadian.
Oh, the mosque. Okay, so this mosque built in Qadian, you said?
Yeah.
In Qadian, built by MGA?
MJ's father.
MJ's father. Okay, I'm losing track. So MJ's father, after he's got a son on a tight leash, like about that long, basically builds a new Masjid al-Aqsa, a new Jerusalem. Like funny enough, there's a city here in California, I think, called New Jerusalem, right? He builds basically a new Jerusalem, a new city called Al-Quds, a masjid, called Al-Quds. Okay, and they think Al-Aqsa. Sorry, it's the same thing. Al-Aqsa. And they think Isra wal Mi'raj, the metaphorical Isra wal Mi'raj, was there.
Well, so 30 years later, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad said it once in a book, and it's like, hey, can you guys give us comments? We'll go ask them for answers to these questions they don't answer. They'll wait for a live stream and they say, oh, I'll say it then. Tell us now. Did he mean why did he say the Miraj happened to this Masjid Aqsa in the book Khutbah al-Hamiyah? In this book, why did he say that? What did he actually mean that? And they'll say, no, he meant metaphorically. Oh, no, but he didn't say that. He didn't say metaphorically, right? He just said it the way I'm telling you.
Yeah, man. Look, okay. Anyway, so now
this is the background. This is about now. There's another development happening in British India because the British are scared, right? Okay. There's that huge debate. Rahmatullah Kiranvi, you had the book.
Snapper. Oh, here it is. He wrote the book, the infamous book that inspired Ahmadi. That, for those who don't know, Izhar al-Haq.
Yep. So all this is happening in British India. Sir William Muir. You know about Sir William Muir and his famous work, right?
No.
Brother. So for the people watching, Google Sir William Muir. He wrote so much about versus Islam against us in that same era. So all this is happening around Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, right? So
and he's still a teenager at this time?
Now he's like 30-ish. He's got two kids. Okay.
Yeah. He's a bit older. Right?
Yeah, he's a bit older. There's another development. There's a guy named Sir Syed Ahmad Khan who opens an oligarch college. It still exists to this day. And he teaches there's no the concept of angels is a metaphor. Astaghfirullah. And let me just astaghfirullah to everything I'm about to say, so I don't have to say it over.
So basically, Angel Gabriel doesn't actually exist. None of the angels actually exist, just to be clear.
Per Sir Sayyid Ahmad Khan, yeah.
Wow. Okay.
He says that. He says there's no more prophets. Isa alayhi salam is not coming back. Maryam had a father. It wasn't a fatherless birth. She had a biological father. You name it. He wrote the script for the Quran.
The virgin birth. So angels are fake news. The virgin birth is fake news. Everything in the Quran is fake news.
It's all metaphor.
Wow.
He goes straight, and they used to call him a naturalist. So Mirza Ghulam Ahmad copied his script almost to the letter.
But where did this guy get these ideas from? He just made it up on his own. He's like some radical like freaking like some cult leader somewhere, and then MGA just kind of like.
Bro, he went to the UK and met with the Queen. I don't know if he met with the Queen, but he went to the UK and then he comes back and he founds this ideology. So you fill in the details of what might have happened when he went to the UK, and now he's on this mission. Okay, he also says jihad is dead. He also says there's no Mahdi concept. There's no Messiah coming. Brother, anything in Ahmadiyya, you name it, they took it from him. In fact, in their 5-volume commentary, they quote his tafsir from the 1870s, 1880s, quite indiscriminately. So that's where it begins to come from. But he mixes it with extreme Sufi ideology, right? He says, I'm getting ilham. Someone's talking. Okay, so check this out. In 1876, his dad is dead. You follow me on this? His dad
MGA's dad?
MGA's dad is dead. 1876.
Okay.
He says, I'm going to write a book with 300 arguments for Islam. And this is going to make all these people who against us back off. The Christians and the Hindus. I'm going to do it. So he gets a bunch of money from Muslims. And he publishes the first volume, Brahini Ahmadiyya 1 and 2, but there's nothing in it. It's a fuddy-duddy. It's a dud. It's a book of announcements. He didn't even make any arguments. So he collected all this money, and then nothing comes of it. It's like, what is this worthless book you presented, bro? Right? So then he publishes Brahini Ahmadiyya Volume 3. No, so then his brother dies. Now who's left to control him?
Okay, so his dad's gone, his brother's gone, his mom's already dead. Yeah, that's it.
So then wow. he starts saying he's getting ilham. He says later God killed his dad and God killed his brother to clear the way for him.
Sounds like some really sick like prince trying to take over the throne.
So that's exactly. So he was mad and upset that they kept him in a room and they told him, shut up, don't come out, there's something wrong with you. All these years, now he's like, I'm in.
Finally, he's like, I can do my own thing. I got no string, no chain, nothing chaining me down. Okay, so now he's a bit older. He's got no daddy or no brother like holding him down, like keeping him in check. Okay, so now he's in Qadian at this point.
He's still in Qadian.
He's still in Qadian at the Aqsa, at their right at this new mosque they built. By the way, was this an actual legit mosque? Like, was it like an actual legit mosque? Like they actually like a not a Sunni mosque, but it was a mosque. Like it was like a, you know what I'm saying? Like a mosque you would expect in India, like any other mosque.
Right.
Okay, so it wasn't like because Qadiani wasn't a thing at this point, obviously, right? So it was just a regular mosque. But then later on,
yeah.
But like later on, and I guess they just gave it like that name just for the heck of it. But then later on, it became the site of Isra with Mi'raj, the metaphorical one, apparently.
Apparently.
Okay, this is very interesting. So now he's in Qadian. His parents are dead. His brother's dead. So now what?
He starts saying, "I'm getting ilham," and he writes it in Brahini Ahmadiyya.
What is ilham again? Could you
inspiration?
Okay. Wahi.
Not exactly wahi.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like you could be inspired and say, I woke up today, I'm gonna call my mom. You know what I mean? I'm inspired. There is a difference. Okay. Very subtle.
This is the Qadiani concept, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I was about to say, I've never heard of this before. Okay. So now he's getting this revelation, inspiration, and so when his dad's dead, his mom's dead, his brother's dead, he's by himself in Qadian. Does he have any kind of authority at this point? Any kind of power, or what's the deal here? Because look, if you're going to claim to be a prophet, like what was his deal basically? Like, was he like okay, let's see here, I'm going to rise to power by claiming to be a prophet, or was he already in power claiming to be a prophet? What was that all about?
Yeah, so he wasn't in power. In fact, the British government made his son in charge of Qadian. They didn't even make him in charge. His son, wow. Remember, he had been married to a Muslim woman, and he had 2 sons with her. They make his son in charge. So his son's running Qadian in the day-to-day operations, but he's sort of like a deadbeat.
So he's pretty old by this point, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah, so MG is like 40-ish, but remember, he had his kid when he was like 15, you know, but back then you had kids as a teenagers. Teenagers had kids back then. Not anymore. Now it's even frowned upon.
That's neither here nor there. Like, he was married, whatever. That's not the point. But okay, so now he's lost his mom, he's lost his dad, he's lost his brother. He's in Qadian. His son's made in charge, not him. The British make his son in charge of Qadian.
Yep.
Okay.
And the pension's over.
Oh, I see it. Now he's like he's screwed basically.
He's screwed.
He's basically financially screwed now. Okay. Yep. So now he just starts coming out to everyone. Everyone listen, what did he claim?
He didn't claim anything.
Oh, he didn't claim anything at this point.
He's like, I'm just a Muslim. This is what Adnan Rashid meant. He said it was a good idea. He says, hey, I know how to read and write a little bit. Most people don't. I'm going to write a book with 300 arguments on how Islam is better than every other
MGA
religion.
said this?
Yeah.
Okay.
So he's part of like the Ahli Hadith, like the Salafi of India.
He's a Muslim. He's a Muslim at this point.
He's a Muslim, but he runs with the Salafi. You know what I mean? There's a group of Ahli Hadith in India, in North India. His new wife, so all of a sudden he gets all this money, he gets married again. And now he's got 2 wives.
Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. But I thought he was broke.
He got money for this idea. He says, I'm going to write this book.
Oh, he got donation.
Okay. From Ahli Hadith Muslims.
Investors
who said, hey, this is a good idea. Thank you for doing this for us. We'll give you some money.
So where's that book today?
So I'm gonna get to there. It's online. It's online. But he only covered 1 argument. Remember, he said 300 arguments. He stopped at 1 and didn't finish.
He did less than 1% of the work.
He did less than what he did. What is that? 0.30?
No, bro. When you said, look, it's like I was expecting you to be like, nope, he never wrote the book. When you were like, oh, it's online, I'm like, okay, it's online. He's like, but there's only 1 out of 300. He only fulfilled 1/300th of the promise. I'm like, oh, okay, all right.
And you know the argument that he makes. He says Islam is better because God is still speaking to us. What do you mean speaking to us? So he immediately gets takfired. Immediately. By like Ahli Hadith people. They're like, oh, hold up. He's tripping.
You think Allah's like basically like he makes the claim in his book that Allah still like actually speaks to us, like actually verbally, like still gives revelation, gives inspiration to people. Wow, subhanAllah. No wonder he got takfir. I takfir him right there on the spot to his face.
Immediately. Like they takfir him, but his childhood friend came to his side and said, no, he doesn't mean that. He doesn't mean what you guys are saying. They're like, bro, he quoted, I'm going to give you the verses, 61:9, 9:33, 48:28. Can you pull those up? He says he got revealed these verses of the Quran again. He goes, they're and where it says Muhammad Rasulullah is talking about me.
Wait a minute. The verses that mention Muhammad or are about Muhammad, he claims are about him.
Yeah.
And he believes, okay, back up. He claims that the verses that were already revealed in the Quran were revealed a second time to him, not through an angel because he denies angels, but somehow through some revelation, he gets them in some way, right? And then on top of that, he says that those verses are actually secretly about him.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
SubhanAllah, man.
Yes,
this is too much, man.
Not at the time. So at the time, he just says, oh, I just got revealed these verses. 20 years later, he says, where it says Muhammad Rasulullah, that's me.
Oh, that's 20 years later too.
He does the 20-year. Remember with the insults, Walad al Haram. 20 years later, he says, "Oh, I meant it in a different way." But bro, when you write it, you're not clarifying, and then you're clarifying 15 years later.
Adding a lot of caveats to it.
Yeah, like what are you doing? So, pull up the verse, brother. 48:28.
I'm gonna do that. All right. Okay, 1 second. 48:28. Okay, give me 1 second. Let me. So this is the verse right here, 48:28, which says, "It is He who sent His messenger with guidance and the religion of truth to manifest it over all religion, and sufficient is Allah as witness."
This is a famous verse, right?
Yeah, but he's claimed. But MGA here, our buddy MGA, is trying to fit himself into this verse.
Yep, where it says, what does that say? Rasulu?
Rasuluhu, yeah.
Rasuluhu. Rasulahu.
Arsala Rasuluhu, yeah.
Yeah, so he's saying that's him. So the ulama ain't picking up on it, right? Some Ali Hadith people immediately did a takfir. They're like, dude is tripping. But he also wrote that Isa is going to physically return in this book. But he also says, but I resemble Isa in all of his qualities. And you're saying Isa's going to return, but you resemble him like you're him, bro.
Like I'm his twin. Like I'm a twin.
You're almost claiming to be a twin, but so it's the double speak. When you speak to someone on the street and they're lying about inconsequential things, that's when you're like, bro, what's going on here? So here, pull up another one, 933.
933.
I think it has similar wording.
Hold up 1 second. 9. Okay, let me share my screen again. 933. It is. Oh, I see. It is similar. It is He who has sent His messenger with guidance and the religion of truth to manifest it over all religion, although they who associate others with Allah dislike it. Yeah, it says Rasuluhu, right? Arsala Rasuluhu again.
And it's the same theme that Allah. There's only one person being mentioned here. Okay, all right. And then
so now we've officially gone from MGA, the spoiled brat teenager, to being broke for a short period, but then becoming a scammer, to then becoming a self-proclaimed prophet. Pretty
much, but he's not laying it out. He's just not telling the truth, which is the problem we have with Razi.
Well, no, he's telling us that these verses about Muhammad are actually MGA. No, he's not telling the truth.
Well, so in that book though, he just says he got these revelations. And he's not giving detail. 20 years later, he says, "Oh yeah, I'm the Rasul mentioned. I'm the messenger that's mentioned here, et cetera, et cetera." And that was about the same time where he said the Masjid Aqsa was in the one in Qadian, something like that. So this is all in the same era. And I posted the essay in the chat. So if anyone wants to check it out, there it is. I'll post it again. Okay. Now here we are. So one person defends him, who later regrets it. Have you ever had a friend tell you, "Hey, can you write me a positive review on Yelp?" Even though like
a Google review. I hear, yeah. Give me 5 stars on like an Uber driver. Can you give me 5 stars?
So his friend that he knew as a kid, who's the editor of a magazine, writes a 156-page review that the Qadianis only quote like 2 words from, or like a sentence. I'm like, what's in the rest of it? Show us what he said. So they won't translate it. I'm working on getting that translation. They use that to say, look, someone vouched for him. He said, Badalvi said he knew MGA better than anyone. And he was saying, give him money. He's not claiming prophethood. He said he's not claiming to be Isa. He's just a Sufi. He's just a Sufi. He's like, trust me, guys.
Hold on. So how blatant was he in his claim to? So sorry, hold on. Let me back up a bit. So did he claim he was a prophet first, or did he claim to be Isa first?
He claimed to be Isa first.
Oh, okay. So these verses about what's it called? So like this verse, for example, here, right? where he says that this verse, which is about Muhammad, peace be upon him, being a messenger of God. He says this is talking about him. Now he claims to be Isa, and then he claims to be a prophet using these verses.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
exactly. He claims to be Jesus. So Jesus and then a prophet.
Yes, sir.
I would have honestly, I would have thought the other way around. Maybe I don't know why.
So he tried it, and I'll get to that. So in 18, so just let's just go back. So we're back to 1884. He wrote all these revelations in this book, Rahini Ahmadiyya, which is almost borderline kufr. But he's already got the fear on his head. His buddy protects him. His buddy with the newspaper protects him. His buddy says, "No, guys, trust me." He says, "Trust me, guys." He's not doing it. So all of a sudden, at the end of 1890, he writes a book, Fateh Islam, where he announces that Isa al-Islam is dead. And it's like, oh, all of a sudden you say he's dead. What?
So at this point, okay, so basically, what are the biggest claims that MJ has made about himself? Like, if we could just sum up, like, if there's like three, if we could make like a list of 3 or 4, what were the biggest claims he made, and what are they if you could list them in chronological order?
Okay, so he claimed to be the second coming of Muhammad, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Astaghfirullah. That would be the biggest claim.
Wait, second coming of Muhammad or Jesus?
Muhammad.
Okay, so he basically claimed that he was Muhammad, peace upon him, himself?
Reincarnate into another. He said, I mean,
like Muhammad, peace be upon him, is dead in Medina, obviously, right? May God's peace be upon Muhammad, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Okay. But now his soul, he's claiming that his soul is the reincarnated soul of Muhammad, peace be upon him.
I don't know if he's saying it exactly like that, but he's claiming to be the second coming.
But it sounds like it. That sounds like what it is.
Metaphorically, maybe it's metaphoric.
Okay, I'm really sick of metaphors now. So just to be clear, these guys should be poets. These guys should not be rappers, poets, right? Now. Okay, so the first major claim, after he goes through after his family gets powerful, and then he's a spoiled brat, and then he's forced to work, and then his parents die, and then he scams people for their money, and then all of a sudden he makes a claim. The first, or I don't know if I got this order right, but was this so? At this point, he makes what claim? So after he scammed everyone, he claims what?
He says Jesus is dead.
Okay, and this wasn't the first major claim he made. He made a claim prior to this at some point in his life.
This was the first major claim, and then he started to backdate. He started saying, "No, I claimed to be the Mujaddid 7 years ago." No, you didn't. You're saying
okay. So what's the actual timeline of what MGA said? So before he claims to be Muhammad, he first claims to be Jesus.
Yes.
Okay, and then what does he claim next? At some point, big thing.
He claims to be the second coming of Muhammad.
So first he claims to be Jesus in the second coming,
right?
And then he claims to be a reincarnation of Muhammad, or maybe he doesn't use those words, but he claims to be in some way the second coming of Muhammad, peace be upon him.
Yep.
Whatever that means, because Muslims, we believe all prophets are going to come back, but we don't believe there's some second coming of any prophet other than Jesus, peace be upon him, before the day of judgment. Right? Obviously, all prophets and all human beings will be resurrected on the day of judgment, but Jesus is going to come back before the day of judgment in the end times. So, okay, first he claims to be Jesus during his second coming, and then he claims to be Muhammad, peace be upon him, on some kind of second coming, and then what?
Then he also claims to be the Mahdi in this era.
Okay, then he claims to be the Mahdi. Right? Okay, for those who don't know, the Mahdi is the one who. Basically, he unites the Muslims at the time of Dajjal. And in Islamic eschatology, he's basically I don't know if you can call him a warrior, excuse me, the warrior, but he's the leader who unites the Muslims in the time of Dajjal, when all stuff is going down, right? Okay, so first Jesus in a second coming, and then Muhammad, peace upon him, in a second coming, and then the Mahdi. Anything else?
And then Krishna.
And then what?
And then the second coming of Krishna.
The second coming of the Hindu god.
And there's no such thing. There's no such concept. There's no such and then he fabricates a hadith, and he says, "No, Qala Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam."
Here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. I'll be honest with you, Bashir. At this point, it's not that I don't believe you, like I do, but I have a feeling, there's gonna be some video of me a year from now, a week from now, where the Ahmadis are gonna be like, listen, this guy's making the claim that Mirza MGA claimed to be a Hindu god, or claim like honestly, like this stuff sounds so far fetched. Like honestly, I would laugh at me if I heard all this. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
So let's just review. Rich family, spoiled brat, scams people, and then first things first. He claims to be the second. He claims to be Jesus during a second coming, and then he claims to be, at the same time, simultaneously, Muhammad, peace be upon him, in a second coming, and then he claims to be the Mahdi, and then he claims to be the incarnation of a Hindu god. This is like, bro, Christians believe in the Trinity. This is like a quaternity, like 4 and 1.
Yeah. Well, no, he keeps going. He also claims to be the second coming of Baba Nanak, the Sikh.
Wow.
Then he claims to be the second coming of every single prophet, even Adam al-Islam.
He claimed to be the second. So he's like literally every prophet in one. He's literally every prophet and every false god as well, all incarnated into one soul, one person. Pretty much. I mean, he may not use that word incarnate, but let's be honest, guys. That's what it is. That's what we're describing here. Every prophet of God ever sent to humanity, from Adam all the way to Jesus, peace be upon him. He's all of those prophets, and he's also the Mahdi. He's also the Hindu god Krishna and some Sikh guru, all in one.
All in one. And there's more. There's more.
What do you mean there's more? More? Bro, we're going to be here forever.
Okay. You want to hear the more? Hold on.
I think that's enough for now. You think that's enough for now? I mean, guy, I'm tripping. Are you tripping? Bashir, are you tripping?
I already fell.
I'm tripping here, man. I'm overwhelmed. Honestly, like a part of me wants to hear more, a part of me doesn't. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so he also claimed to be the second coming of Buddha. He also claimed to be the second coming of Confucius. He also claimed to be the second coming of Zoroaster.
Please leave Aristotle alone. Please leave Aristotle alone.
Ahmadi Maulvis in America told the Mormons that they believe in the Mormon prophets. He also claimed to be the second coming of Lord Maitreya. And
okay. Can we just sum it up by saying he claimed to be basically all the prophets of God, the Mahdi, a Hindu god, a Sikh guru, and a bunch of other people, the Buddha, all in one person. He's one person. All like all the prophets. I guess there's 25 prophets in the Quran. I mean, there's many more other prophets. I don't know what they believe about prophets, but let's just say 25 for now. Just those 25 prophets in the Quran, amongst all the other prophets got sent, plus the Mahdi, plus the Hindu god, plus the Sikh guru, plus the Buddha, plus Confucius, plus God knows who. Bro, this guy's like a whole nation in one, like a whole ummah in one.
And then he says he's the Hatam al-Khulafa. It's like Hatam al-Khulafa, and he says he's the only one to be given the title prophet.
Brother Bashir, I need to know, where can we find all this? Where can we find all this, man? Because I'm having trouble believing it. It's not that I don't believe you, but I'm having trouble believing all this, man. This is too much. This is too much, man. Honestly, my mother convinced me of the tooth fairy better than this.
So I posted the link to the website, and I typed it all up.
What is that website exactly?
Ahmadiyya Fact Check blog.
Sounds familiar. What's did you have something to do with it?
Yeah, it's all me. 7 years. Well, actually, it's not all me, because I bumped into people and they've put me on to say, hey, let's do an essay on this. Okay. Yeah, so guys, be sure to go check out, if you guys want to check out all these references, go check out the Ahmadiyya Fact Check blog. I'll be honest, I haven't checked it out myself. I'll have to check it out subhanAllah after this. I have to, man. I'm gonna rewatch this. I'm gonna go. Oh my god, man, this is bad. All right, so now that we've basically done a short biography, like Lord of the Rings freaking story of what's his name, MGA, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad. So now we're gonna try to get to some questions, because I don't want to waste too much more time. I mean that's not a waste of time, but honestly, like that's one of the most bizarre stories I've ever heard. So I feel kind of. Can I give you one last thing?
Oh, another thing. He pretended to be what?
He claimed the verse. I think it's
Wait. President of the United States. No.
Yeah, I think it's Inna Atayna Kal Kawthar. Is it chapter 109, verse 1?
Yeah, I believe so.
He
We
says that
have given you the Kothar.
he says that verse is about him being a prophet.
Wow. Okay, so that verse, for those who don't know, it's the Surah Al-Kawthar, the shortest surah of the Quran. I think it's 3 verses, if I'm not mistaken. What do you call it? Inna a'tainaka al-Kawthar. We have given you, this is speaking to Muhammad, peace be upon him, obviously. Inna a'tainaka al-Kawthar. For those who don't know, the Kawthar is, I forget if it's a river or a spring in Jannah, but anyway, it's something, something very important in Jannah, right? And in fact, actually, the Prophet, peace be upon him, will give water to drink to his followers from Al-Kawthar, from what I remember. But anyway, so that apparently basically everything about Muhammad, peace be upon him, in the Quran is actually just MGA. I mean, look, if MGA is every prophet of God incarnate, then that means everything about every prophet is about him, right? So Jesus being born of a virgin, well, sorry, not a virgin according to them. Jesus being born, that was him. Adam, when Allah created Adam, that was MGA. When Moses opened the sea, that was, oh, I'm sorry, I gotta backtrack. They don't believe all these miracles are legit. They believe they're metaphorical. So when Moses metaphorically split the sea, whatever that means, that was actually MGA.
No, they call that a low tide. All of a sudden, a low tide happened.
Oh my God. Okay. And then freaking, what's it called? And then
there ain't no angels.
Oh yeah. No angels. Okay. But basically every miraculous story in the Quran is metaphorical and it's all MGA.
And hell is not forever.
Oh, there you go. Oh, there's that.
Everyone can go to heaven. It doesn't matter what you believe. You can eventually go to
brothers
heaven.
And sisters. Are you guys taking notes here? Okay,
then look. My dad used to tell me since I was a kid, Adam alayhi salam, astaghfirullah, was not the first Adam. He says that there were Adams before him.
What do you mean? What was the first Adam's name?
Adam, but they said there were thousands of.
Were they monkeys?
Brother, they
were they chimps? Were they like chimps?
Well, they say in 1947 that they wrote a tafsir where they said humans were jinn and we evolved from jinn into humans.
Humans were jinns?
And then we evolved from jinns into human. That's 1947 when one of their very first... Brother, they denied the creation theory. They say Jannah was not in Jannah. Jannah was on earth. When Adam, they say Adam was... Allah says he created Adam in Jannah. This is not.
Can we just save time and say literally everything we believe as Muslims? Literally everything we believe as Muslims, big and small, they deny. They deny that Muhammad is the last prophet, which is obvious now. They deny that all the miracles of the Quran. They deny the angels. They deny hell is forever. They deny Jannah is in Jannah. They deny everything. They deny Isra wal Mi'raj. Everything.
They say that Iblis was insan, was a human.
Stop! I can't take this anymore. We're gonna be here forever, honestly.
Then they said, astaghfirullah, Adam was asexual, and the first human was a woman in Africa who was asexual, and they claim asexual women can just have babies.
Hold on, wait a minute. So the first Adam was actually Eve. So the first Adam was a woman.
And this is their fourth Khalifa. These ideas came later. And to the point where
do they hold to them though? Do they hold to them?
Remember, they don't admit to anything, so they're not going to admit to it. Like
okay, I see what you're saying. I see. Okay.
So, fourth Khalifa, he essentially called Maryam a hermaphrodite. Astaghfirullah. Hermaphroditism.
I'm gonna lose my mind, man. You should have warned me, man. You should have warned me about. Like I got the whole. To be Isa, claiming to be Muhammad, claiming to be every other prophet. The angels don't exist. Hell's not forever. The freaking all the miracles are all fake, metaphorical, fake, whatever you want to call them. I'm sorry, man.
They tell us come to the Quran. We say, brother,
come to the Quran. Come to the Quran.
Are you serious?
By the way, you know something funny? I actually, believe it or not. So I remember on my bookshelf, on my family's bookshelf, like we have a few masahif at home, but there was one bookshelf like where we almost like never touched the books on that shelf, right? There were like some older masahif on that book on that shelf. Okay, one of them, it turned out it was a translation by the Ahmadis. You know that translation of the Quran by the Ahmadis?
By Maulvi Muhammad Ali?
Yeah, maybe. I can look it up.
So look. So sorry to interrupt you. Remember, there were two main groups: the Lahori and the Qadiani.
I think this was from Lahore. I think from
Lahore. So Maulvi Muhammad Ali wrote the English translation he wrote a commentary in 1917. Lahori Ahmadis believe that Isa alayhi salam had a biological father. Astaghfirullah.
So hold on. So just to be clear, there's two like flavors of Ahmadi. So how did that happen? I mean, because I don't want to spend too much time, but if you could like give like a quick summary, like how did that happen?
Yeah. So in 1908, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad died. His confidant Maulvi Nuruddin becomes the Khalifa. There's tension over should we have a Khalifa? What's the point of a Khalifa? The Lahoris are like, y'all act like y'all got a country. What's this having a Khalifa thing? So the Lahori Ahmadis also deny the prophethood of Mirza Ghulam. They say no, he's not a prophet. He's only metaphoric prophet.
So all those kufr statements I just listed right there, they accept all of them minus the whole he's a prophet. He's a prophet of God.
They say all of them were metaphoric, majazi, like the Sufis say.
So what are they? So do they believe? But do they still believe he's like the incarnate of like all other prophets?
Yeah.
But he's not like an actual active prophet in this day.
Right. It's like, what are you guys talking about?
Okay.
He's claiming
basically he's like a reincarnated retirement of all the other prophets, right? He's all the prophets reincarnated, but he's in retirement. He's not an actual prophet anymore.
Right. So here's what happens. Muhammad Ali's Kufri beliefs in his Quran go around the world. They get it in America.
You know something. I remember this copy of the Quran. My dad had bought when I was a toddler, and I remember my dad told me he bought it from a bookstore. I remember asking my parents, like, where did we get this? I remember opening it and reading because I had no idea it was a Ahmadi translation. I had no idea. What's it? What's this? It's a pretty well known one. What's it called? What's by who?
Maulvi Muhammad Ali.
Can we just say Muhammad Ali? I'm just joking.
So it comes to America. The Nation of Islam used it to learn Islam, and look what they invented.
No wonder. That makes okay. That's interesting. Okay.
And no, brother. As you know, I'm an active researcher. I didn't read something 10 years ago and quit. I keep reading. We have FBI reports that connect Elijah Muhammad to the Qadiani Ahmadis in modern, I can't remember, Cleveland or whatever. The FBI said he was an ex-Ahmadi. It's all on my blog. So there you go. Even the Qadianis used Maulvi Muhammad Ali's English commentary because they didn't have one until 1988.
But just to be clear, there's the Lahori Ahmadis. They're in Lahore. Are they in Lahore? Like they're based in Lahore?
In Lahore, yeah.
Okay, and then the other group is what?
The Qadianis.
So when we say Ahmadiyya Qadianis, is that referring to just that half?
Yeah. And they used to be in Qadian, but they moved to Pakistan.
So just to be clear, when we say Qadianis, because typically when I use the word Qadianis, I'm usually referring to all of the Ahmadis, right? It's like becomes synonymous, but technically speaking, the word Qadiani only refers to one half of them, right? The other half is so the word Ahmadi. I mean, look, as much as I don't like using the word Ahmadi is what they're all called, but half of them are called Qadianis. The other half are called Lahoris. So there's Ahmadi Lahoris and Ahmadi Qadianis.
Or I say Qadiani Ahmadis or Lahori Ahmadis. And it's more like 90-10 now. The split, it used to be like 60-40. Now
so the majority is what?
The Qadianis, yeah.
Okay, so I guess like Qadianis.
I'd say 97.
Okay.
98%.
Oh, it's that much. Okay, so I guess saying Qadianis is kind of sufficient, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay, so that's interesting.
Yeah.
So now, but which one is the offshoot of the other?
The Lahoris were the ones who left.
The Lahoris are like an offshoot of this offshoot. Interesting. Okay, like a splinter off the splinter.
Yeah, so the Nation of Islam, in my opinion, is a sect of the Qadianis.
So,
bro, look, if you go to the he froze.
No, I'm serious. Say that one more time. You said someone is a sect of the Qadianis.
The Nation of Islam is a sect of the Qadianis. If you go to their website, right now and find the Quran. It's the one from the Lahori.
Hold on, Nation of. So guys, just to be clear, Nation of Islam are complete kuffar. Like they're just they're another flavor. You have Hadith rejectors. You have Nation of Islam. You have Qadianis. You have Ismailis. You have all these really strange like splinters.
So Google Nation of Islam and then It
Okay.
should be. Hold on, I'll do it too. And find their Quran. It's the one by Muhammad Ali. That's hilarious.
Do they have like an official website? I
Yeah.
see. NOI.
But,
Okay.
but
Okay. Let me. By the way, we don't advise people go to this website. Obviously, you don't. But obviously, we're professionals. No, I'm just joking.
yeah, and it's noi.org.
Is it
And
this?
then you got to find the Quran on their website. Let me see if I can find it.
Oh, they have a donation button. Great. Good to know. This is interesting.
Okay, so I can't find it so quick in the heat of the moment.
It's fine, whatever. But let me see here. Are their headquarters in Chicago? That's yeah. Elevate Islamic. Oh my God, man. This is gross. This is just gross. I'm
Yeah, so I can't find it so quickly, but they basically use the Lahori Ahmadi.
NOI.org home. Could this be it?
Let's see.
But this is it. Wait, hold on. Is it? Hold on. Wait. What about store? I mean, we're
Oh,
shopping.
well, they wouldn't be selling it because it'd be a copyright issue.
Oh, I see. That's a good point. Okay. Anyway,
it's not even theirs. Yeah, I wasn't.
All right. Interesting. What website? Criterion. Wait. Let me try the. Okay. Interesting. But basically the audible could this be it? Well, no, that's Elijah Muhammad. The nation's program, blueprint, final call, digital. They're gonna sue me for this, right? They're gonna sue me for. Soprano. All right, forget it. That's fine.
Yeah, and it's hilarious. You can't go to their website and find the Quran.
That's a good point. You know what? That's a good point. That's even worse. You can't find the Quran on their website. That's funny enough. Wait, question. I don't know if I should ask this. Do the Qadianis have an official? They should. I'm sure they.
Yeah,
they have.
they do.
Okay, yeah, I would have.
The Lahoris, and the Lahori website is www.aaiil.
Yeah, but we don't need to. Come on, man. What's it called? Do they do takfir of each other? Do they like?
Yeah. Well, the Qadianis said anyone who believes that Isa al-Islam had a biological father has left Islam. So that's true.
The Lahoris say that?
The Qadianis said that to the Lahoris because the Lahoris believe that.
So the Lahoris believe that Jesus had a biological father?
Astaghfirullah.
I thought the Qadianis believe that, or no?
No, the Qadianis believe in the hermaphrodite theory.
What is that again? I'm sorry.
That was Astaghfirullah. Maryam was born with multiple sexual organs, and
oh my god, they believe Mary was a trans.
Or look, so I was just on a live with them that they said no, we don't believe it. We believe it's possible. I'm like, brother, that's kufr in itself. That's kufr in it. You already went there. You're not. You're supposed to believe Allah knows best. How Allah did it.
Okay, hold on. 1 second. Ahmadis, you kuffar. You're telling me right now that Mary was a freaking trans.
And then they said, no, look, a lot of shrimp are hermaphrodites. A lot of insects, or I don't remember the insects, some of the fishies can change gender. Not humans. Not a single woman in this world. Only one woman.
Are we going to teach them biology?
Yeah. Humans can't do that. But, bro, in the 90s,
well, I guess nowadays they can, but
yeah, science in the 90s was, Mirza Tahir Ahmed, he even said, he said all these weird things, and now they might want to distance themselves from it. So that's the thing. We don't know what they're distancing themselves from in 2023.
Hold on, man. I'm sorry. Hold on. I can't. I need to.
He's like, I need a snack.
No, man.
No, brother, imagine being born in this and discovering all this and saying, oh my God, what's my next move? I just discovered America,
Why are there raisins in this chocolate bar? Stress eating. I can't take this. This is too much. Sons of Cain. All right. You know what? I'm sorry. We can't. I'm done. No, that's it. We're moving on. We can't anymore. I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm good. All right. Anyway, I feel kind of dumb asking this next question. So, what made you question it? What made you question all this? Should we just skip?
Yeah, let's go next.
Just skip. Next. Okay. What we already we discussed what led to the rise of NGA. We already discussed that. Lahori Ahmadis, we already discussed that. Okay. This is something interesting. This is a little bit of a change of pace. So, what do the Ahmadiyya have anything to do with the state of is not real and also West Africa?
So okay,
I'm just gonna do this for a second, if you guys don't mind. If you guys don't mind, all right? Okay, all right. What do the Ahmadiyya Qadianis, these kuffar upon kuffar upon kuffar, basically, what do they have to do with the state of it? With the state of it is not real?
So
While I try to calm myself down.
so as the Ottoman Empire fell, obviously the Ottoman Empire would not allow Qadianism in. But as the Ottoman Empire fell and Israel became part of Palestine became part of the British Mandate, right? That's 1920, right? All of a sudden in Kababir, we see the rise, and well, they send their Molvi in, and okay, actually, let me go back a little bit. In 1924, now Mirza Ghulam Ahmad's son has taken over as the Khalifa, right? In 1924,
Has MGA himself passed away?
yeah, MGA's passed away. It's now 1924. The Lahoris have split. The second Khalifa says, I'm going to meet the Queen. Okay, from India.
And he's MGA's son is where exactly?
In British India.
Okay, he's still in India. Okay, this all. Okay.
And you know what? I don't remember if he met the Queen. I'm sure he met her on the low. I don't remember off the top of my head, but he says, I'm going to London. I'm going to this great conference of religions. I'm going to open our mosque. We got a mosque.
It's like we're going to Hollywood. It's like that kind of thing, right?
No, bro, they get the first mosque in London.
What? Wait, hold on. You're telling me the first mosque built in London was a Qadiani mosque? What? I mean, alhamdulillah, that's not the case anymore. I mean, alhamdulillah, that's London is, England is like 10% Muslim or 20% Muslim. No, not sorry. I'm sorry. I'm saying that's like 5% Muslim. I'm sorry, but they have a very large Muslim population. Alhamdulillah, the Qadianis are like a speck of dust now. Alhamdulillah. But you're telling me it's 5% of England. It's 20% of Russia, I think, 5% of it, or 10% of Russia. You know what? Forget all these numbers, okay? I'm bad with numbers. I'm bad with statistics. The point is, you forget all these numbers, guys. I take all that back. But there are, I believe, 3 to 4 million Muslims living in the UK right now. Alhamdulillah, the Ahmadiyya Qadianis, most people probably never heard of them. Like they're a tiny speck. But who would have thought that the first mosque in London, a city that has such a huge Muslim population today, is or was at least a Qadiani mosque? Is it still a Qadiani mosque?
Yeah, pull it up.
My God,
Mosque Fazl in London. It's real small, probably like capacities like 50 inside and maybe like 150.
It better be, bro. Even 50 is too big for my taste. For them,
they get the first, and then where'd the money come from? Well, he says the women, Ahmadi women gave it. Ahmadi women don't have jobs.
Hold on, is it called the Faisal Mosque?
That's it.
Really?
They got it to this day. If you were a Muslim in the 1950s and you needed a place to pray in London, it was one of the only places. Muslims didn't come till the 60s. Like in mass immigration was until
so
the 60s.
Those few. I mean, at the time there wasn't that many Muslims in London. The immigration hadn't really kicked up. Nowadays, the last 20, 30 years, immigration's gone through the roof. But at the time, the handful of Muslims that were in the UK, in London, this was their only mosque, an Ahmadi mosque, a Qadiani mosque, and they had no idea.
Some of them did. Most of them, I mean, who's really asking?
Bro, most people nowadays don't know what Qadianis are. You think people at this day and age knew what Qadianis were? Like, we're in the day of the internet, we're in the day of the age of information. And even I know next to nothing about Qadianis, or at least not anymore. Most people, I bet you watch the channel. We had people asking, like, who are these Qadianis? What is this? Imagine this day and age when there's no internet, no nothing. How would they have known, right? So honestly, I'd be shocked if one of them knew. So
they got the only mosque in London, and they've been there for 11 years because the only other mosque in the vicinity is the famous mosque of Woking, Woking. That was the first mosque ever in the UK. Some Orientalists, I don't know why they call them Orientalists, some British guy basically had it built. And guess who controls that? The Lahorians. So there's
Wait,
two
hold on.
mosques.
So this there's the same mosque?
There's another one
Oh,
down the street, about 40 miles away in the Woking. The Lahore Ahmadis have that one. So if you're a Muslim, the only two mosques now they're temple
So not only the first mosque, the first two mosques
in the UK,
in London.
not in London because the Woking's like.
Okay, but in that area, in the greater London area,
I think it might fall outside of that.
Wait, question: are these the first two mosques at all in the entire UK, or just the London area?
In the entire UK.
The first two mosques in the entire UK were Ahmadi mosques.
And in Germany.
And in Germany. Bro, I swear, Bashir, something. Okay, I just need to take a minute and stop. Okay. I'm getting the same feeling. Like when I actually like dusted off, and alhamdulillah, Allah protected us. That I dusted off that copy of the Ahmadi translation of the Quran that was in my house, which was on the shelf for years. Like mind you, by the time I realized it was a Ahmadi, this was like 3-4 years ago. Like I was just starting to get into Dawah. Like I wasn't like too much into it yet. I was getting interested, but anyway, the point is, what's it called? I remember dusting it off, and then like I remember like I don't remember what, like I read like the preface or something. Like I saw some reference to the Ahmadiyya Qadiani movement. And then I looked up the translation, like, oh, snap, this is a freaking Ahmadi translation. Mind you, just earlier, like, the reason why I remember this experience was so much was because I had remember thinking to myself sometime prior to that, like, bro, the Qadianis, okay, sure, they're terrible. They have, I had no idea it was this bad, but I knew they were kufar. I was aware of their kufar, like, to an extent. So I was like, okay, but I mean, there's such a tiny sect, they're such a tiny group, there's no way they're going to actually have an impact on my life. Couple days, I forget how long later, couple weeks later, sometime not too long later, I'm like, what? One of their books has been in my house for years and I had no idea?
They've infiltrated you.
And bro, that was nothing. Bro, listen, that's nothing compared to what you just told me now. Oh, the first two mosques, a country where the Muslim population is booming. It's going, I mean, pun intended. No pun intended, right? Booming, get it? Booming. But someone's going to clip that, I guarantee it. But where the Muslim population in the UK is crazy. Like it's in fact, I think actually, like, I mean, mind you guys, Christians have become a minority in the UK. In the previous census, they're like less than 50%, excuse me. Less than 50%. They're in the 40s right now in the percentage. Muslims have gained a lot of ground over the last 20, 30 years in the UK. There's a huge Muslim population. Like it's in fact, actually, fun fact, a huge chunk of Dawah Over Dunya's viewership is in the UK. A huge chunk. In fact, actually, London, from what I know, is the city with the highest concentration of viewership of Dawah Over Dunya. Funny enough. So anyway, my point is that the Muslim population is huge in the UK, right? I was just on stream with a lot of brothers from the UK. To think that the first two mosques, not one, two mosques in the UK were Ahmadi mosques, I'm lost for words. Like honestly, at this point, I can't believe how much I seriously took I mean, look, this group, alhamdulillah, is still very small, alhamdulillah. But still, small groups can still be dangerous, and they are dangerous. That's by the way, that's an adorable cat you have. That's an adorable.
And by the way, they're collecting about per my estimates, about 100 million a year.
What?
Worldwide.
100 million a year worldwide. Dang. You see what I'm saying? These people, and look, and by the way, Brother Al Neo, I think, mentioned it earlier. What's it called? I remember seeing this a few years ago. I don't know where it was, in which state, but they were working on some efforts of converting churches to quote unquote mosques. I remember years ago reading about it or watching videos about it on YouTube. But then I remember because look, they're non-Muslims reporting this, okay? So they don't give a damn. They don't see a difference, right? They don't know the difference. So they're like, Sheikh or Imam, this person from the Ahmadiyya Muslim community. I'm like, wait a minute. Wait, the what? And then I find, lo and behold, guys, guys, this is going on a lot of places. Bashir, you just said in Germany, even the first mosque or a couple mosques, whatever, was an Ahmadi mosque there, right? From what in fact, actually, even for example, how do I say this? Even like here on my college, at my university, actually, somebody had asked a question during like a Q&A session would we ever accept Ahmadis in the community? We were like, hell no, get out of here, absolutely not, right? Like, the Shia, it's like, okay, it's a bit complicated there, but the Qadianis, bro, no controversy there. Like, we're all like, get them out of here, absolutely not. So anyway, I just want to point out, like although these groups, and I have a similar situation, I have similar experience with the Sufis, right? I have a similar situation with Ismailis. Like, each of these small sects that even Nation of Islam, even to an extent, I've had experiences where, like, I would think to myself, like, there's no way I'm gonna have to deal with that. There's no way I'm gonna have to face that. These are small groups, small fringe groups. I don't got to worry about them. I mean, to an extent, that is true. I mean, in the greater context of Islam, these people are nothing, and these people are getting smaller and smaller and smaller. Alhamdulillah, by the grace of Allah. I mean, it sucks that they exist in the first place, but alhamdulillah, they're not gaining any real ground in Islam. But at the same time, threats to the ummah do need to be recognized and given the, not respect, but I mean, they do need to be recognized and not taken for granted. Right? We do need to be aware of this. We do. In fact, actually, a good buddy of mine, a good friend of mine, Ali, he's here. He's actually the first subscriber of this channel. May Allah bless him. Wow. He was telling us, he comes on the channel all the time with Brother Neil and Brother Fawad and Brother Wissam and Khudr, all these brothers. May Allah bless them all. They come on the stream all the time, and we talk to Christians and atheists. He was telling me this, I think, just last week, Brother Ali. One of the first mosques he went to, or I forget what when it was exactly, but he remembers an experience where he accidentally walked into an Ahmadi mosque, right? And he lives on the East Coast, right? I don't know if this was on the East Coast, but anyway, he was telling me this experience where when he was telling us, not just me, this was on stream, all of us, he was telling us his experience of when he accidentally walked into an Ahmadi mosque, and that was funny, honestly, not gonna lie, but still though, like, so and guys, like, this is no joke. This is no joke. These people, although they shouldn't be overhyped, they should not be how do I say this? Underestimated either. These people are a threat. Bashir here was one of them, right? Bashir, your family's, I'm guessing your family's still Ahmadi?
Like half.
Okay, whatever. But nevertheless, they still do exist, right? And I know where I don't know exactly where you live, but I mean, I know the area you live in, right? And you know what I'm saying? And I grew up fairly close to where you reside, right? So what's it called? That's scary. That's honestly scary. Like that's almost like, wow, I would have never thought they were this close. Oh, hell, I don't know how much closer can you get? So anyway, back to that, I just wanted to make that point. These people, because I honestly, at one point, I wouldn't have really considered doing a stream on Ahmadis. But I was like, I mean, Ahmadis, man. Like, I mean, come on, man. It's like, I mean, yeah, sure, but nevertheless, but as we've seen, as we've established, as we've kind of demonstrated here, these things should not go unnoticed. They should not be thrown under the bus. They should not, because every wildfire starts starts with one match, with one small spark, right? Now you could put out the spark, you could stomp on it, you could dump some water on it, and that's it. Or you could shove it under the rug, or worse, you can throw some dry straw over it, and then what happens? It turns into the wildfire. Now, alhamdulillah, that hasn't happened yet, but streams like this and educating ourselves like this is how we can stop. Now, I say this thing has gotten past a spark. Now it's like a flame. It is a flame. It is, and people are still falling victim to it. People are still getting burned by this flame, but alhamdulillah, it's still small enough, and inshallah, it stays small enough, and will get smaller and smaller, so that it can be controlled. It can be dealt with. But if we are not educated, if not enough people are aware of this group and are educated on this group, then it can potentially become something big, which obviously we don't want. Obviously, we don't want guys, for God's sake, all the prophets incarnated into Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, angels don't exist, miracles don't exist, no belief in Islam exists, pretty much. So anyway, with that being said, let's go on to a couple now. So
no, we were talking about Ahmadi in Israel.
Yeah, we were, right. I had to make that point. Okay, so now, what do those two things have in common? Like, that sounds like, honestly, it sounds like the most random thing ever. Like, what? Ahmadiyya, the state of Israel, like, what?
Yeah, so in 1924, he's off to see the wizard, right? He's off to see the queen. So where do you go? You got to go through Egypt. You got to go through the Red Sea and through the Suez Canal, right? That's why I've always told everyone, Israel is a political issue. Whoever controls the Suez Canal controls business in the world. right now. It's one of the three major choke points. So they're doing what they got to do to make their business run. So anyhow, they stop in Haifa or in Egypt. The Khalifa gets out.
They stop where again?
You know what? Off the top of my head, I can't remember. It was either Egypt or Haifa.
Okay, because for those who don't know, everyone knows where Egypt is, but Haifa, for those who don't know, is a coastal city in Palestine. In fact, it's one of Palestine's two biggest ports. In fact, actually might even I think it is Palestine's historic. It's the biggest port city in Palestine. In fact, actually, fun fact, when Zionists were coming to Palestine, Haifa was like one of the biggest like places where they showed up, where they landed, right? Because it's one of the biggest. It's in the north of Palestine, right? For those who don't know, I don't want to get too much off topic, but I have videos in Palestine. One of the videos I did was in Jaffa, which is a very similar city to Haifa. It's just down the coast. It's older than Haifa, but nevertheless, it's actually the oldest seaport in the world. But nevertheless, it's basically it's a very ancient, well-known city in Palestine. It's one of the places Palestinians were expelled from, one of many, right? But anyway, it's when you said Haifa, like my ears perked up a bit, like, oh wow, that's one of our cities. That's a very well-known. It's a very symbolic city in Palestine. It's one of the biggest, I guess you could say, tourist attractions in the state of Israel or Palestine, right? So why the hell did he stop in Haifa?
He wants to go to Damascus. He wants to go to the gate of Lud and say he fulfilled the prophecy that the Messiah would kill the Dajjal at the gate.
Now what you're describing now is Muslim eschatology, Islamic eschatology, right? Now I don't know too much about that, but basically it describes where. So from what I know, what's it called? Okay, so from what I know from Muslim eschatology, doesn't the Dajjal he gets killed in Jerusalem? From what I know, at least I think. But I know there's some stuff with the Mahdi and what Jesus do in Syria. I think Syria is a part of Muslim eschatology. The stuff that goes down in Jerusalem and in Palestine, and also in Syria as well. I think there's a mosque in Syria where something goes down. I forget exactly where. But anyway, so MGA, he shows up. The son of MGA. Ibn MGA. The son of MGA. He shows up. He's on his way to meet. He's on his way to the UK. So he's on his. Yeah.
So remember, he can't enter French colonies. He doesn't have a visa.
He's British, right? Oh, he's a British subject,
British
right?
citizen. He can only go into British area. Anywhere else, they're gonna be like, right? So remember, the French didn't make friends with Ahmadiyya. So the Ahmadiyya movement, it didn't get to France. They didn't build a temple in France until like 30 years ago. The French don't like them. The French don't like anyone.
They have no political ties to them. It's like whatever.
The British do. See, so that's how you tell it's the British and not the French. And the British vouched for him in America. They vouched for him to the Dutch, and they also went to Indonesia, Suriname. Okay.
The British and French are enemies, and the Ahmadis are allied with the British, so obviously they're enemies with the French as well.
Right. There you go. So in 1924, he stops in Haifa, and he seems to meet this person from the O'Day family. You know what? I don't exactly remember because I'm doing this off of memory. I don't have all the facts in front of me. But he stops in Haifa. He goes to Damascus. Then he leaves. I think he went to Italy or he went to the UK, and then he comes back through the same way. I don't know if he stopped in again, but he goes back. Okay, it's over. A year later, he sends a Maulvi to Syria, to Damascus. He gets kicked out of Damascus because the French own Damascus and Syria, and they're like, tell your dude he's got to go.
I see. So he illegally enters French colonies.
They didn't specify, and again, I don't have it in front of me, but somehow he gains access to Syria.
Okay, so he gets special access to French territory, French colonies, which are, for those who don't know, Syria at the time, Syria and Damascus were colonies of France. Palestine was a colony of the British. British mandated Palestine, right?
He almost gets stabbed. He flees. He goes back to Haifa, and he meets someone from the O'Day family.
Is it a Palestinian family?
It's a Palestinian family from Kaba Bir. You ever heard of Kaba Bir? It's up on the mount.
Is it in Palestine?
Yeah, bro. If you're in Haifa, right on the mount is this.
Yeah, no, that's if it's that specific. Usually, people who are local to the area know the geography that specific. Like Haifa, they tend to refer to. So in Palestine, just for fun fact, Palestine, there's like districts. There's a district of Jerusalem, Ramallah, Gaza, Haifa, Jaffa, Tabariya, Nablus, Naqab. So basically, it's kind of like, I mean, I guess it's kind of like what we would describe as like a county, kind of a little bit, right? So it's not. So I mean, there's a main city, like there is a main city of Haifa, like a metropolis of Haifa, but the general area of the district is also called Haifa, right? So people generally from the people who will know the geography of the district of Haifa will usually be people from Haifa. Yeah. So okay, yeah. So go on.
Yeah. So his Molvi gets kicked out of Syria. He meets the O'Day family. He goes to their village in Kababir.
Which
They
is in
break
Haifa, basically the Haifa area.
in the Haifa area, and then he thinks Mirza Ghulam Ahmad's a Mahdi. So he joins, and a lot of his family join.
So a Palestinian family, a disgrace to our people. One family, not like a. This isn't like a huge group. This is one family, right?
One family here.
So one disgrace to humanity, one disgrace to the Palestinian people, one family, one disgraceful family joins the Ahmed. It basically converts to what's his son's name? Mirza Ghulam Ahmed's son. What's his name?
Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmud Ahmad.
Oh, so he take his dad's name. Okay, mini. Can I call him a mini MGA?
He called himself the Zilli MGA, or the reflection of MGA.
Okay, so MGA Junior. Okay,
MGA
so Junior, he goes to Haifa. He stops in Haifa, goes to Damascus, tries to fulfill prophecy, comes back to Haifa, converts a Palestinian family who are,
No, he didn't convert him. He might have met him, and then
they converted to
yeah.
his.
But they only thought that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad claimed to be the Mahdi.
Oh, so they don't even know everything about him.
No, how could they? Right.
How
could they? I mean, it's 1928, bro.
They haven't heard all of the stuff he said, right?
No, how would you, right?
No,
now,
so does that mean his son didn't teach them all the things his pops was telling?
Why would they?
Why wouldn't obviously his son believed he was a prophet. I mean, as dumb as it is, his son, I'm sure daddy raised his son to think he was a prophet, or at least at one point when his dad was claiming prophethood, his son, what do you call it? I'm sure came to believe at some point, but his son was in Haifa and didn't teach them all the things his dad had told him.
His Murabbi, who was in Haifa, and that's what they did in West Africa. Even in West Africa, Muslims got tricked. That's why in Pakistan, these guys are banned from even doing Dawah, because they're like, you're.
Oh, they better be, bro. They better be.
They were tricking innocent Muslims who aren't well read, and no, we're not going to allow you to victimize Muslims who are otherwise undereducated and don't know what your beliefs are. So This family converts, brother.
But the thing I'm caught on is, so MGA's son was it intentional? Does he intentionally or unintentionally not teach people, or does he intentionally or unintentionally hide the claims, or at least some of the claims that his dad made?
Intentionally.
Is it because he knows how dumb they are, or is it because of what's the deal?
Bro, my dad used to tell me, don't tell them about Jesus in India until they convert.
I can see that. I mean, look, if I'm thinking of becoming an Ahmadi and I hear Jesus was in India, I'm gonna be like, huh? You know what I'm saying? That's, I don't know if I don't know, man. This is weird. Okay, so anyway, some disgrace to the Palestinian people, some family becomes Ahmadi. Okay. And
accidentally,
right? Okay, they accidentally becomes Ahmadi, and then this family, and I did some research from what I know, is still in existence to this day in the city of Haifa. By the way, for those who don't know, the city of Haifa in northern Palestine, unfortunately, is kind of like how do I say this? Like a safe haven for cults and for for radical offshoots and freaking splinters. So, for example, for those who've heard of the Baha'is, the Baha'i religion, they're all of their leaders are buried in Haifa. In fact, if you look at Haifa, there's a huge it's quite beautiful. It's actually quite nice, actually. This really nice dome building at the top of the mountain in Haifa, overlooking the rest. This beautiful architecture, overlooking the rest of the city. That's a temple for the Baha'i. And that's, I think, if I'm not mistaken, that's where the members of the Baha'i, their leaders, are buried.
And these guys are down the street.
Also, the Druze. The Druze are like some group. I don't know if they call themselves Muslims or not. They believe in the Prophet Muhammad. They believe in like 5 prophets: Muhammad, peace be upon him, John the Baptist, Jesus, Moses and I think Abraham. I might have gotten it wrong, but anyway, they're like a small group. I don't know if they accept only the Quran or only the Bible or maybe both. I have no idea. But there's some strange fringe group. So you have Baha'is in Haifa. You have Druze, and by the way, Druze serve in the Israeli military. For those who don't know, they serve with the Israelis in the Israeli military. Okay, so we Palestinians don't see them as allies in any way, shape, or form. And then you have, and then so not only is northern Palestine under the state of Israel like a hot spot for a lot. I mean, obviously, most of the non-Israelis are Muslim, alhamdulillah, most of them, right? But the Druze, they do have a presence there. The Baha'i, I don't know how big their community is there, but their community is there. Their founders are buried there, right? In that big temple, in that big monument in Haifa. And then to add insult to injury, there's a freaking Ahmadi community there as well. It's tiny. It's tiny from what I know. I did some research. It seems tiny, but it is there. It is there. Obviously, there's mosques in Haifa. There's a lot of Muslims. For those, just fun fact, majority of northern Palestine, or not like a huge chunk of it is Palestinian. Like other parts of is not real are much more Jewish, but northern Palestine, especially Nazareth and Haifa and Akka, these places are actually, I don't know if they're majority Palestinian, but they are like a huge chunk of the population are Palestinian. It's not like some small minority. It's like a huge chunk of the population, right? A huge fraction is Arab/Palestinian. And these are the Palestinians who weren't expelled. Just for fun fact, I mean, this is off topic, but about when the Nakba happened in 1948, 750,000 Palestinians were expelled. Roughly 150,000 remained. They weren't expelled in the ethnic cleansing. They still live in a bad situation today, but that's different discussion. There's laws that discriminate
these
against.
These guys are doing great.
But that's the thing. The Druze and what do you call it? The Druze. Now, the Druze aren't treated as good as Jews usually, but they're treated better than Palestinians because they serve in the military, right? And so anyway, the bottom line is northern Palestine. Unfortunately, it doesn't surprise me that he was able to create an Ahmadi community there, a small one, because northern Palestine is known. Again, most non-Jews there are Muslim, like 90%, 95%. But these small fringe groups do exist, and it is just the place to pluck a freaking Ahmadi community there. So now that Ahmadi community is still there. It's still protected by the Israelis. Not surprised. It's what do you call it? It's still there. It's still there. Because it's the only Muslim. Look, they love the state of Israel because you really think the Ahmadis would be able to build a mosque in Jordan or Syria or Turkey or Egypt? Hell no. Definitely not Saudi Arabia, Iraq, any other Muslim country. Absolutely not. So where's the only place which government in the Middle East would definitely just not care? The state of Israel. So
and this is the Qadiani headquarters in the entire Middle East.
Yeah, I mean, bro, it's probably the only Ahmadi community. Maybe not the only one, but it's the only public like registered community, like Ahmadi community in the Middle East. Do you think the Ahmadis in Egypt are going to be all proud? Absolutely not. The Ahmadis in Jordan or Syria or even Lebanon. Even Lebanon is like a third Sunni, a third Shia, and a third Christian. Even there, I don't know of any Ahmadis there. Even there.
Yeah, they're not really in Lebanon. But hey, I posted an essay in the private chat. Can you pull that up? I'm just going to read. So we're at 1928 now in the British mandate because the British are in control. Obviously, if the Palestinians were in control, I put it in the private chat because I have a photo.
We're still not in control.
Yeah, we're still not in control. So scroll down to 1928. So look, I wrote their whole history, but scroll down. That's their current. That's their setup. You see the minarets?
Oh my God! So if you're ever visiting Palestine, which I mean, look, I might go to Palestine one of these days. Not this summer, but I might go to Palestine. If we ever stop by Haifa, we got to know where not to pray. Definitely.
Or you got to go there and say hi. At least it'll be fun. Scroll down. Look.
Hell no.
I've tracked every Molvi that they've had in the country. That was a lot of work. Look, here's one of them.
So what are these exactly?
These are guys that they sent as Molvis. So look, they can't send their Molvis from Pakistan. They got to send them from India because the Israeli government won't give any Pakistanis a visa.
Okay, so these are all Ahmadi like missionaries that they were sent to Palestine.
From India, yeah. Because
So,
India
question:
has
how successful were they?
not at all. I'm about to show you. So scroll down.
They better not be. We Palestinians, we come on, man. We're not.
Yeah. Keep scrolling. And Mirza Ghulam Ahmad said that Israel will never come back into existence, and he was wrong. But okay, so look, 1924. Look, see how I listed the Khalifa comes through, right? That's 1924, right? Then scroll down. In 1926, well, what does the Khalifa says? Okay, that's not really relevant. But he talked about Israel. 1928, a civil war erupts in Syria, and the French government make the Molvi leave, right? So then he shows up in Kababir, right? And then he converts a guy. Look, here's a photo from the.
Now, what are these? What are these people?
Read the bottom. Can you see the fine print? They said these are Ahmadis in
Damascus. Okay, this is. I'm reading this. It's very hard to read. I'm reading it on my screen. It says Damascus Ahmadis with our missionary Malvi Jalal Din Shams.
Yeah.
In the center. I don't know if it's this guy. But anyway, who has been transferred to Haifa, Palestine. Notice it's Palestine in parentheses. The gentleman on his left is now the Amir of the Syrian Ahmadis.
They even started a chapter in Syria. They had like 2 members.
Well, thank God. Look, Syria is run by a freaking what are they called? Bashar al-Assad, the family that runs the Syrian dictatorship is run by the Alawis. They're Alawis. They're a group of Shia who believe alcohol is halal. They're another radical offshoot. But anyway, but yeah, okay. But anyway, so the Ahmadis they try their luck in Palestine. They get one family, which is still there apparently. They try their luck in Syria, no luck. What's next?
1931, they build a temple. Keep going down. Right there it is.
Where's this? Wait, hold on. The Ahmadiyya quote unquote mosque at I can't read that car near Haifa. Oh, this is what we were talking about.
This was the old one that they demolished, and then they built that big one that I showed you earlier. But this was the first one, 1931. Okay, and then as you see, brother, look, I got extraneous notes from their sources. Here's another photo, 1932.
I can't really read. Members of the Ahmadiyya community at Kabir, a small village in the famous Mount in Haifa. It's hard to read this, but anyway, this is their community in Haifa.
Yep, and they keep scrolling.
So is this like one family, or is it like one kind of cahoot?
It's one family, and then they say there's like others who are there. Now they say only half that family. Now it's only like 20-25% of that family are still. Everyone else is left. In fact, I'm going to get to that. So keep scrolling.
You better be Muslim.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's Muslim. He lives in the UK. I'm trying to get a hold of him and get an interview.
Oh, actually, okay. Alhamdulillah, it's good.
So keep scrolling. So look, then they send another Molvi. Okay. Then we get to keep scrolling. Then we get to 1934. Okay, it's the same. The photo shows up. Look, they're showing the world. Look where we're at. Look what we've done. Right.
Yeah.
Right. So keep scrolling, brother. This took a lot of time. 1935. Look, I got
all this effort, but obviously the Ahmadis are still not really a thing in Palestine. There's that one family in Haifa, which is bad, but I mean it's one family. Let's be real. It's not. It's most. I swear to God, most Palestinians have never heard of Ahmadis.
Never heard of them. Yeah.
I'll bet you the only Palestinian you'll ever meet who knows what Ahmadi is probably lives in Haifa down the street from these people.
Down the street, yeah. So right. Keep scrolling. Let's. I'm just trying to. Okay, so then look, here's a photo of their Molvi. You can keep going.
So this is the Moli of the Ahmadis in Haifa.
Yep. They got an Indian guy, bro. Bro, they got an Indian guy telling them what the Quran means.
Yeah, I just spilled my water. It's okay. We're good. Luckily, my water was almost empty. All right. It's got to be sure it doesn't. All right. No, but I almost lost it. Like, come here.
Like, come on. You're letting this guy tell you what Islam
is. Right. I mean, it's bad enough we let European colonialists colonize us. Now we're letting freaking
Indians tell us what.
No, look, I don't mind Indians if they're Muslim.
Right.
I don't mind an Indian imam. I mean, that might be a bit interesting. Like, why is there an Indian imam in Palestine? Hey, I'll take it. An Indian imam on the Quran or Sunnah in Palestine, I'll take it. But freaking out.
They at least got to know Arabic.
Oh, obviously, yeah. You're speaking to Arabs. So, what's it called? Okay, so what now?
So then 1941, I got some. Okay, keep going. 47, just to show the amount of work I've done year for year. keep going. It's
Oh
gonna
my!
start.
Look, hold on. Look what Zohra said.
He looks like Ruszy.
Look, no, look, no, Zohra, don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. Zohra, don't spoil it yet. Okay, come on, sister. Don't just give us a minute, man. Take it easy. Someone's calling me a goof. I don't care, man. Bro, I'm a goof. Bro, we're dealing with people who believe that freaking angels don't exist and that all miracles in the Quran are metaphors. Okay, I have every right to goof.
Yeah,
all right.
And then they tried to clean up the angel thing and say, no one. Later on, they're like, okay, I think we'll sort of accept it.
But guys, for those who don't know who Razi is, not Ramzi. Now, don't confuse my name. Razi, Razi, Razi. You guys, yeah, exactly. Linkuddin, yeah. That's his name. You'll find out who that is in a minute. You guys will find out. Don't worry.
So look, in 1947, the Khalifa ordered them to stay. He said, "Do not move to Palestine."
Which the Khalifa, their Khalifa, right?
Their Khalifa in India ordered them to stay.
Okay.
And I think half of the family stayed of the O'Day family. So that happens in 1947, 1948.
Right. I'm just laughing at this comment. Okay. Let's see here.
So
now,
cool. Then look in Sharif O'Day. Okay, so we'll get to him in 1948. The war breaks out.
Yeah,
okay,
our ethnic cleansing is underway. Oh, sorry, it starts and finishes pretty much.
Right.
Sorry, it doesn't start and finish. It's still going on to this day. But that was the big first step of our ethnic cleansing.
Right. And then keep scrolling. Let's see.
Right.
Out here in 1950, that they had 80 members.
80 members. After all that, they have only 80 members.
80 members, and then click on that, the local history of Kaba beer. Look, I think that's a research dissertation that I found. Bro, look, I based this essay on I got like academic sources, so feel free to check that out.
University of Haifa? No way.
Yeah, bro. Listen, bro.
I'm
a gangster. Look, I tell people I'm a gangster and an academic. It's all right.
MashaAllah. But many people don't know. What do you do for a living? If you don't mind us asking.
Yeah, I teach accounting at a California community college.
There you go. MashaAllah. They call you professor, right?
Yeah. I have a doctorate in education. I have an
MBA. No offense, man, but I can't call you professor. Don't take that the wrong way. I just like, hey, professor. I can't. I'm sorry. Like I'm a college kid.
I don't ask people to call me that. And then my undergraduate's aeronautical engineering. I was in the Air Force. That's what I was into, designing aircraft. And then there's like a new 787. So anyhow, click back on that and hit back. Let's scroll through this. Hit the back button because I think we're okay. So I got that. There were only 170 eligible voters in the municipal election, 1950. Okay, so keep scrolling. Detailed work, brother. Detailed historical work. Okay, we can pass that. That's just what the Khalifa said about Israel. He made a comment, and I just archived it.
Was it a positive comment?
No, probably.
Okay. I mean, they finally got something right. They finally got something right.
Did you know the Qadiani lawyer, the famous Qadiani lawyer Zafullah Khan, commented on Palestine and Israel? It's a long story. Okay, so we can cover that later. But so look, in 1958, Ray Register. If you ever heard of Ray Register, he wrote a thesis on Qadianis in 1970. Feel free to read his thesis. It's a thesis in 1970 explaining life in Kaba Bir. He was a Christian pastor, a Baptist, and all the.
He wrote a thesis about Muslim. He wrote a thesis about Qadianis in Haifa.
Yeah, because they invited him because all of a sudden there's hella Christians in Kaba Bir. Hella Christians, probably maybe 20, 40, 60, 80. So he goes there to be their preacher.
Okay.
Pull it up.
I don't know much about the Christian. I mean, I do know there is a Christian community in Haifa in northern Palestine as well. It's not that big, but I don't know if honestly I have no idea like how original they are or for missionaries, because there are a lot of the Christians in Palestine are original Christians, like descendants from centuries ago, right? Yeah, you find them in Jerusalem, you find them in Jericho, you find them in even in Jaffa as well, the city I visited. You can actually see an old church there. What do you call it? It's alongside the mosque, actually, believe it or not. So
yes. So let's pull it up. Click on his.
This one.
Yep. This is a thesis I found from 1970. Now, the problem is the scans are upside down because I did this like 7, 8 years ago. But he lived there amongst them.
Oh, is it here or I gotta
No,
scroll down?
scroll up, scroll up, scroll up. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Right there. See, beginning to 23 is the first one, and let's and then you might have to rotate it because it's upside down. I gotta fix that.
That's okay.
Then look, you see by Ray Register Jr. He was a Baptist preacher. Historical document, brother. Like I had to go out of my way to find this.
So, and then, by the way, just to emphasize something, how long has the Ahmadiyya fact check blog been a thing? Like, how long has it been around?
Just like 6 years.
Okay, because you said, did you say this was 8 years ago or what?
Yeah, because I found this before the blog and I just had it.
Oh, I see.
You know,
Okay.
once I got the blog.
But honestly, like, if you don't mind, sorry, did you want to read something here?
No.
I just wanted to just take a minute, just to take a moment, guys. Look at like honestly. So what? This is just like a timeline of the Ahmadiyya Qadiani movement, and this is just in Palestine, is it? In is not real. All of this, guys. I want everyone to just appreciate this. Like, look how big, how much information is on this blog. All of this, like, look at this. I can't. All of this. Each of these is links you can click on with information. All of this. And this is all just for the history of Ahmadiyyas in Palestine. All of this. Look at this. It's still going. Oh, flipping hell. This is from recent. Ugh.
Yeah. So we're going to get there. We're going to get there.
Oh, I spoiled it. No, I'm just saying that. Guys, be sure to check out the Ahmadiyya fact check blog because there is a butt ton of information here, subhanAllah. Definitely a treasure trove of Ahmadiyya expose.
So then we get to, okay, so that's 58. Then we go to 64. Okay, boom. I just said here's another reference that I saw. Then 1970, Ray Register publishes his thesis, right? Keep scrolling. Register tells the world he tells the world he has never heard of any Christian or Jew who converted to Ahmadiyyat in Israel. look.
I mean, honestly, I can't blame him.
Okay, so then 1972, I even had to have a video. Okay, there's a reference. I'll click on that. 600 Ahmadis are in Israel by 1972. There was a huge misconception. I had to clear it. Pakistani Muslims. Click on that hyperlink. 600 Ahmadis.
This one.
They said 600 Ahmadis are serving in the Israeli military. That was incorrect. Oh, it's a video. Go back. I forgot the name of the book. It should be here. But it said that there were 600 Ahmadis serving in the Israeli military. Oh, it's right there. Scroll down. So a Jewish professor, IT Naomi, said that there's 600. Look, he worded it incorrect. And the Ahmadi sect, 600 people from Pakistan. They're not from Pakistan. You know, and he said they can serve in the army. You know, they misunderstood this and we're telling people that they are serving. No, they can. They're Israeli citizens. I think any Israeli citizen can serve, right? No?
I believe so, yeah.
So
what I know, for Jewish Israelis, it's required. For Palestinians, for obvious reasons, I don't think it's required of them. But now here's the thing. Some people might say, well, that's nice of the Israelis. Well, one, why the hell would you want to join the military of your occupiers? That makes no sense. It's like, I mean, like, hey, British, that'd be like the British saying to the Indians, hey, you don't have to join our military. But then, what's it called? But then on top, but the thing is, though, Palestinians in the state of Israel, like, there's a lot of discrimination they faced. One of which is because they don't serve in the military. It's a lot harder for them to find jobs, to get into university. There's a lot of obstacles in their way to be successful in life. And by the way, that's just the tip of the iceberg. That's actually one of the less harsh realities of Palestinians living in the state of Israel. But anyway, back to that point. So,
this study comes out. People misunderstand it. I've corrected them, but keep scrolling.
Yeah.
1979. There's what they rebuild it. They rebuild their temple. In the late 70s, there isn't a date on it. That's the weirdest thing to me. I could not find the exact date where they rebuilt that temple and made it with 4. Brother, who gets permission to build 4 huge minarets that can be seen miles away? They got it.
Yeah, by the Israelis.
They got it. You know how hard that is? Okay, now comes the story of Hassan bin Mahmoud.
Bro, for those who don't know, a Palestinian getting a building permit in the state of Israel is like winning the lottery. Literally. It's like there's, mind you, they don't want Palestinians to expand. So there's like, you'd have to either be rich or have some other crazy connection to if you're Palestinian or not Jewish, sorry, to get a building permit. It's crazy. Let's go
These
on.
guys not only get a building, they get a building permit for 4 minarets. Four minarets that are at least 100 feet tall. To me, it
bro,
looks
you'd be lucky to get a permit for a house, for a small house, let alone a mosque with a supposed mosque, but with four freaking minarets. This is insane.
Not gonna happen. Okay, so now enter Hassan bin Mahmoud O'Day. He grew up in Kababir. They make him a Maulvi. They grandfather him in. He didn't graduate from the school, but they grandfather him in. He moves to London. Scroll down. In 1986, he moves to London. 3 years later, he famously quits Ahmadiyya. His dad is the Emir of the Israel Jamaat.
Oh, man.
And his son quits, and his brother quits, and then his other brother quits. There's a mass exodus of the O'Day family, but their dad doesn't quit. What the heck's going on, bro? Why would their dad not quit? So then scroll down, keep scrolling. So boom, that happens. Okay, then keep going. Look, he met look, scroll up in 1986. Hold on, I missed that point. In 1986, the Ahmadi Maulvi met who? He met
Qadi Ahmadi Maulvi named is working as the only.
Go to the next paragraph.
Going head of the mission Israel called
the
president of Israel.
They're meeting them
along with Muhammad. Wow. Oh.
And then look, President Chiam Herzog.
Yeah, the Jerusalem Israel gave up. Wait, hold on. Going as an Indian Muslim sect locally based in Haifa introduces his to President Chaim Herzog yesterday. Oh my God! At Beit. Wow, dude, crazy.
And they're claiming 1,200 people in 1986, and they're meeting. They're like, "Hey, our old missionary is going back to India. Here's the new one. Hey guys, here's our new guy. We wanted to meet you." Thank you. Okay, keep scrolling. So then in 1988, here's what happens in 1988. Okay, let's keep going. 1997, they held a Jalsa. In 1998, the Khalifa calls Arab Israeli women of Kababir un-Islamic, having boyfriends. He says all the Ahmadi women of this little village, they all got boyfriends.
I mean, I'm guessing. I mean, look, in Islam, you're not allowed to you're not allowed to accuse others of zina without proof. But I mean, so basically, he was just saying all the women in this village are all the Arabic word for prostitutes, basically.
Basically, they got boyfriends. They're doing all that, and he says he doesn't blame the men for also having Christian wives and Jewish wives because he's like all the women are bad anyways. So he berates Israel, right? So keep scrolling. He's like, there's something wrong with this whole Jamaat, bro. That's your headquarters in the Middle East, bro. You just said all the women are bad, bro.
This would be like someone saying all the women in Mecca were all astaghfirullah. We're all. I'm not gonna say anything, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I got to go back and add more to this, but okay. So now enters in 2008 Sharif O'Day. Keep scrolling down. Keep going. Yep. So that's what their mosque looks like. Let's not play that for copyright.
Oh, man, that's disgusting, man.
Look, Qadianis and Jews come together at the Ahmadiyya convention in Israel. He meets Shireen Perez or something. There's a famous video of him meeting Shireen Perez, and then keep scrolling down, and I got all the way up to 2021. Here's the ones that met the Khalifa. Look at the last names. These are all the people from the O'Day family.
O'Day, oh yeah.
Right, so keep scrolling down.
These are all from the same family. O'Day.
Yeah. Yep. So so look, they hold their 26th annual convention, and take a look at the photos. Scroll down.
Gross.
Yes, sir. Look at the crowd, bro.
No.
Who you see in the crowd, bro?
I see rabbis. I see all sorts of people.
All sorts of. So that they got love. You know.
Yeah. Who the hell is this? I'm just kidding.
They got governmental support around the world, and they're bringing in about 100 million a year.
Who the hell is this guy? I'm sure.
Then look. So now here's the current Emir. Can you look in the private chat? Just so everybody knows who this guy is. Pull that one up. Sharif O'Day. So all of a sudden he enters. He's an O'Day. Pull up. Yeah, can you pull that up? And then scroll down. Let's see what we got here. He's the head of the Ahmadiyya community in Israel. He was appointed. Keep
Is he
scrolling.
still?
Yeah, he's been going for 20 years. The same guy, because he's helping them run their business. So keep scrolling, and they're not making any money off of this in Israel, but it's an investment for them. You know what I mean?
Right. It's like a potential like
Yeah.
one day it'll pay off.
One day they're hoping they're
Yeah, never gonna happen.
Never gonna happen. Scroll down. Keep going. So look. This is him now. Now they take him around the world to do lectures.
What?
Yes, he goes to Jelsas in Canada. He goes around the world.
Virginia?
Oh, he was in Virginia, bro.
Oh my god. When was
See
this?
that?
Was this year?
I don't. Is there a day? Yeah, there's no year on that one.
Okay, it's fine. But this is recent though. It has to be recent.
Oh, what year is it under?
It says by 2023 here.
Yeah, so maybe it's 2023. Keep scrolling.
So this is this year? Dang.
Yeah, he's going all around the world. He's their main guy. Then keep going.
So let me just get this straight. There's a freaking Palestinian, well, quote unquote Palestinian. We just own him completely. There's a Palestinian Ahmadi missionary going around the world on tour.
Yeah, he's not a missionary though. He's just a regular person.
Whatever. He's a freaking speaker. He's a proponent of the Ahmadi community.
Right. And he can vote for the next Khalifa. He's in the executive committee to vote for the next Khalifa. Keep scrolling down. Let's see what else we got here. Because I thought I had photos of him meeting with the Sharif O'Day. He voted for the current Khalifa. Oh, here it is. In 2009, look at the Rotary in Haifa. He was me. Okay, I don't really remember the. Okay, so keep going. Look, I got it every year. Hani Tahir is a famous one that left. He left Qadianism like 3, 4, 5, 6 years ago.
For Islam?
For Islam, yes, sir.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. There's others. Ikrama is another one.
Are there a lot of members of the O'Day family? For those who don't remember, the O'Day family is this one family that became or kind of became Ahmadis in Haifa in Palestine. This one, just the one family. You said are most of them Muslim now, or half of them, or what?
Yeah, it's not totally confirmed because I can't go there and do a census.
Right, but a good chunk of them now have come back to Islam.
Yeah.
Okay, definitely not all Qadianis.
Yeah, definitely not all. So, okay, keep scrolling down. Oh, Sharif O'Day, he led the prayer at the UAE embassy in Israel. We were up in arms. Why is he leading the prayer?
Wait a minute. When the UAE, hold on. So this is okay. Hold on, 1 second. This is recent. I remember this. Hold on. Leads the prayers at the U.S. embassy in it. Oh my God! For those who don't remember, this is an embassy that opened just a couple years ago in Jerusalem, in the city of Jerusalem, the United States. Most countries, for those who don't know, most countries, what's it called? They don't have their embassies for the state of Israel in Jerusalem because they know internationally Jerusalem is recognized as occupied territory, illegally occupied territory. But the U.S. obviously doesn't give a damn. They love the state of Israel, and so like one or two other countries, maybe I think Australia maybe it did it the same. I don't know. A couple other countries, they moved their embassies from I think Tel Aviv somewhere to Jerusalem as like an act of friendship for the Israelis. And now, I would have never seen this coming. Sharif O'Day, the leader of the Ahmadis in Palestine, you're saying he led the prayer, quote unquote, prayer at the embassy.
Scroll down. Look.
Yo,
we were up in arms, bro. What happened here? How did this happen? Why was this guy allowed to lead the prayer? So he said in an interview he forcibly led it.
Oh, get out! Forcibly led it.
That's what he said in like an interview like later.
Has he forcibly been the Khalifa of the Ahmadis in Palestine for decades? Oh my God, man! Messianic freaking what the? Flipping! I'm done. No.
So there it is.
Is that it? Pretty much. Yeah, that is it. I'm gonna leave a reply. WTF? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. Yo, that honestly, I never thought so much you can get such a long history lesson from one freaking tiny sect. Oh, sorry, one like tiny enclave of Ahmadiyas in Palestine. Absolutely insane. Absolutely something I'm gonna have to watch out for. Wow, next time I go to Palestine, subhanallah. Okay. Okay, we pretty much. So let me see here. We've covered Ahmadis, what they believe about prophets. They believe was the Ghulam Ahmad is there all those prophets incarnated in one. Let's see. We've talked about Ahmadiyya in the state of is not real. What is this? What's this? Who's Qasim Rashid and Amjad Khan?
So Qasim Rashid is a politician, and he's trying to get into Congress or Senate for the Qadianis.
In which state?
He tried in Virginia and lost. Now he's in Chicago. So I'm monitoring the issue, but he's running as a Democrat. He lost 2 elections already in Virginia. Good. But they're infiltrating. Okay, this is what they do.
Okay, so they're aspiring Ahmadi politicians in the U.S.
Yeah, and then Amjad Khan is their Harvard lawyer.
Oh, okay, that's interesting.
Yeah. So they're trying to make moves with their politicians, and which leads me to so where are we going next? Because I want to talk about their asylum business.
Yeah. But you want to talk about that, or you want to talk about the Panama Papers?
Yeah. So I'll talk about both of them. So they don't have a leg to stand on. They're losing members. They come up with the asylum and the persecution angle.
Okay.
They got about 30,000 Qadianis in Germany right now. Strongest foothold outside of Pakistan. In the UK,
even stronger than the UK.
Stronger than the UK.
Really? Okay. Interesting.
Funny,
so their headquarters is currently in the UK, but their largest group, their largest concentration is in Germany.
It's in Germany after Pakistan, obviously.
Yeah, obviously, yeah, sure.
Yeah, and all their stats from West Africa are lies. So in West Africa, they turn a business into creating a school. If you create a school, the government will give you funding if you pass an inspection. Okay, because they don't, for us, it's property tax. School is free. Everyone just goes to school. In Africa and India, it's not like that. Schools are not normally free. There are government schools, but they're low standard. In West Africa, that's the business they're running. In Pakistan, they're running the asylum business, where they're claiming persecution, and they're like, send us. They don't want to go to India, right? You just go back to India, bro. There's no persecution in India. They can call themselves Muslims. They can say they do whatever. There's no restrictions on them in India. They don't want to go to India. They're like, I want to go to Germany, UK, Canada, Australia, or anywhere in the West. I think Norway's been taking their refugees. Sweden's been taking their refugees. And it's all a scam. So that's the angle they've been working since 1984. So remember, their minarets get adjusted. Their mihrab gets adjusted in Pakistan. But that's a new ruling that came out like maybe 10, 15 years ago. And they just overturned it yesterday and said all the old minarets can stay, but they can't make new ones. So that's the end game, is what they're doing. The reason they're deep in Germany is because of this. If someone helps you get out of Pakistan and you were broke and now you're in the West making money, sending it home, building a house and doing, you're gonna have loyalty. That's what they got. And in West Africa, it's sort of the opposite. West Africa, they're doing what the Christian missionaries do. They created these schools where they teach English, and they're making money off it. So
I guess that's the way to try to shove it down people's throats too.
Right, because if you're teaching English and you teach Mirza Ghulam Ahmad as part of the curriculum, they're still learning English. Just read a Mirza Ghulam Ahmad book. You took English. They had us reading what they got us reading, the red rot, what I mean, what in English,
the cat in the hat, the cat in the hat, like Dr. Seuss stuff.
Imagine if it's Mirza Ghulam Ahmad in the hat. That's how they teach English. So they're slowly brainwashing you.
Yeah.
To know who Mirza Ghulam Ahmad is, yada yada yada.
The three little Mirza Ghulam Ahmads and the wolf, the big bad wolf.
And brother, in some countries in Nigeria, I think they claim 500,000 to like 1 million. It's like, bro, you're lying. You're absolutely lying.
1 million, bro. I'll be damned if it's I'll be damned if it's 10,000.
Yeah. So that's what they're doing. And the French colonies let them in after the 1970s, after the
Right.
British vouched for them. So they're in
Okay.
like Mali, Chad. They got like one Molavi, one temple. And remember, the Indonesians, the
Just to be clear,
Dutch.
well, what can you define the word Molavi? What is that exactly? Is that like their scholar?
A Molavi is like a imam, sheikh.
Okay, okay. So okay, Molavi. Okay, that's cool. All
Yeah,
right.
you can all say mullah. So okay, back to where we were. Where were we?
So you were describing the asylum business and stuff like that. Now, and that if, are you done? If you're done with that,
Yeah.
the next thing is the Panama Papers.
Okay, so now Pakistan isn't under the AMJI umbrella. There's an AMJI umbrella.
What is that?
USA. It's a charity that manages all the Ahmadiyya in their own country. So
Okay, right. Okay,
it's like a master charity which everyone else reports to.
right. Okay,
So the 30% money that they get from the USA Jamaat that goes to AMJI. Then they wash it, send it wherever they want to send it. UK,
Right.
same thing. Germany, same thing. I don't know from Africa what the percentages are because it's not published. The only two countries where they publish the balance sheet is Canada and the UK. So I can deduce from those balance sheets, and extrapolate, and etc. So Pakistan is not under the AMJI. In Pakistan, they operate like a business.
Right.
They own hospitals. They own the entire city of Rabwa. They own businesses like Shazan. Have you ever drank Shazan? It's like a mango juice, very famous mango
I
juice.
know the term Shazam, but I don't know Shazam.
Yeah, Shazan is one of their businesses that they have a front person running, but really it's for the Ahmadiyya movement. Um, so yeah, now the money that they collect from Pakistan, they can do with it whatever
Okay.
they want. So they've been storing it overseas, in Panama, in Switzerland, you name it. Now they can't do that with the money from the UK, Germany, or they can't do it as easily, right?
Why
Because
not? Wait.
there's
I
like
don't know.
international accounting standards,
Oh, okay. Okay. Right. Okay.
right? But from Pakistan, those don't really apply. Those don't really
Yeah.
apply. In the UK, there's an auditor, so they got to keep their nose clean. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And
Like
make
money
sure
reminds me of like, I mean, I don't know much about like I'll be honest, I don't know much about like finance stuff. Like sounds like money laundering kind of.
it totally is. Bernie Madoff. You ever heard of Bernie Madoff Ponzi
No.
scheme? Yeah, it's a Ponzi scheme. It's a Ponzi scheme. So, but bro, Bernie Madoff, the biggest fraud in like the history of the world. He came up with a dummy company and had people investing in it that doesn't even exist. And he took people for hundreds of millions. And he went to jail. There's even a movie on it called The Wizard of Lies with was it Lee? No, Robert? Maybe, okay, I don't remember. But I show it in every business class because in accounting there's a huge thing on fraud.
Right. Definitely.
So I show all the biggest frauds. It's the thing.
It's like do some anti-Ahmadiyya Dawah, right? No.
Yes.
All right.
So the Panama Papers is a situation where in Pakistan, the money doesn't flow to AMJI. So they're like, well, we'll just flow it into some overseas tax havens. Who's going to stop us? You can't really stop them. They're not a nonprofit in Pakistan. And
Right.
they're not under any accounting standards in Pakistan for a nonprofit. So
Interesting. Okay. So that was the Ahmadiyya side business. We'll explain some Rashid and Amjad Khan are those two aspiring politicians. The Panama Papers. Okay, here's something interesting. Do Ahmadis believe in new prophets, or is MGA the last?
yeah, here's the thing. Remember, everything they say is a lie. Everything. They say that their Khilafat is to the Day of Judgment. So how could there be another prophet? It's contradictory.
So, or could you say that one more time? Because I think that's important. Say that one more time.
They say that their Khilafat is until the Day of Judgment.
They're khulafas till the Day of Judgment, but they still believe in more prophets.
It's a contradiction.
So okay, so just to be clear for everyone, okay, so obviously the leader of the Muslim Ummah would be the Prophet of God. When the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ was around, there was no question of, okay, well, who's going to be the Khalifa? It's like, well, obviously the Prophet of God's he's in charge, no, for obvious reasons, right? He's He's what do you call it? He's Khair al-Makhluq, the greatest of all creation. He is Allah's representative. He's Allah's ambassador, you could say, his agent on earth. So who on earth other than him would we have as our leader? So now you're telling me now that they believe in new prophets as well as, and aside from the prophet. Let's say today, who's their current prophet today? Do they have one today?
No. Anyone who claims prophethood gets kicked out.
But I thought you said they believe in new prophets.
That's the quagmire. Is we keep telling them, y'all are playing with us. Stop saying you believe in.
Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. So they believe in. So question: is this something that most Ahmadis would admit, or is this something like this is like something they try to shove under the rug?
They're gonna shove under the rug.
Okay, so what they'll present themselves as is, well, no more prophets. MGA was the last. If you claim prophethood today, because look, obviously, if you're in any Muslim setting, I mean, they're not Muslims, obviously, but any setting where they identify as Muslims, if you claim prophethood, they're gonna be like, "Go get out of here. We don't believe in any more prophets." I mean, although the Ahmadiyas they claim a prophet after Muhammad, peace be upon him, MGA, obviously. So what you're saying is they'll come off as saying, or the lay Ahmadis, they'll come off as saying, well, no, MGA was it. We don't believe it anymore. If you claim prophethood today, or if you're another person who claims prophethood, you're a fraud. Get out of here. But in reality, is this like in their texts, or is it in some of their books, or in their sources, where we could find that they actually still do believe in they believe prophethood has continued or can continue simultaneous to khulafa. So I said, yeah, go ahead.
Let me explain. So they'll tell you anyone can be a prophet. They'll quote 469 of the Quran. They'll quote 735 of the Quran.
Anyone can be a prophet.
Anyone. They said all you got to do is read Surah Fatiha. It says guide us on the right path.
Bro, I swear this is like that meme. You know that meme where it's like, hey, I could do whatever I want. I could be a clothing hanger, and they put a clothing hanger. Like it's you could literally do anything you want. You could be a prophet.
That's what they said. That's in theory. That's what Mirza Ghulam Ahmad said. He said anyone.
But what's the criteria? What's the criteria? What's the how do I sign up?
Sure.
I'm not trying to sign up.
If God calls you a prophet, you're a prophet.
I mean, okay,
that's the criteria. That's the criteria. So look,
anyone could say that.
So look, they said anyone could be a prophet, but then Mirza Ghulam Ahmad called himself the Khatam al-Khulafa. It's like, what is the last Khalifa? Well, he means Khalifa as in like the leader or something, right? Okay, he's the last Khalifa, and then he says, I'm the only one to be called a Nabi in the entire ulama after Muhammad. No one else will ever get this title. Well, then you don't believe in other prophets. No, we do. But you're saying one thing, in practice you don't.
So they say he's the last. So what's the difference between what they say and what they practice? What's the distinction?
They say anyone can be a prophet. Prophethood is continued, right?
Okay.
But
what do they do?
In practice, they believe MGA to be the only one prophet that was alleged to come, supposed to come, and they're like, there's no other prophet to be prophesied.
And anyone who claims prophethood today,
we're kicking you out. They're like, the only one who can claim to be a prophet is the Khalifa himself.
Okay, so just to be clear, MGA says I'm the last MGA says I'm the last prophet.
He said I'm the Khatam al-Khulafa. It's like, what does that mean, bro?
Okay. So MGA, but does he? But so just sorry, I'm so sorry. It's getting a bit confusing. So MGA doesn't deny. Does he claim he's the last prophet?
He claims Khatam al-Khulafa.
So just the last caliph, not the last prophet.
Not exactly. He didn't have time. Maybe he died early.
Okay, but he never got around to it. All right.
He never got around.
That was next on his kufr list. So basically MGA, he doesn't get around to claiming to be the last Nabi. He claims to be the last caliph.
And the only one in the Ummah who got the title prophet.
What do you mean only one in the Ummah? Like only one in history?
Only one after like Muhammad.
Okay. So I mean that's bad, obviously. So he's the only if he's the only one who can get the title of Nabi, doesn't that mean he's the last prophet?
That's exactly our point. Like, bro,
but I thought you said he doesn't get around to claiming to be the last prophet.
Yeah, he doesn't. But indirectly, this is what the guy is saying.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
So
This is too
look,
confusing, man. This is too
yeah,
much.
brother, it's real confusing. Even with the angels. So remember, in 1891, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, he basically denied the concept of angels. Never saw Gabriel. He
How do
claimed to get
you debate people? Because I can't. It seems like they can't make up their minds. How do you debate against these people?
brother. So imagine talking to someone who contradicts himself in every sentence and doesn't care.
It's impossible. What are you gonna? You can't do nothing.
Can't do nothing. And they got the nerve to say, let's go to the Quran. What? Y'all don't y'all
Like
disagree?
I almost just want to ask. Okay, hold on. So I'm sorry. This is gonna sound like I feel really dumb for asking this again. So sorry. Do they still believe prophets can come
On the books, yeah.
on the books? So on the books, prophets can still come. Do they believe khulafat can come?
Only those who are elected as their next Khalifa.
Okay, fine. But fine. We'll leave the khulafat to the side for a second. So in the books, prophets can still come, but in practice, if you claim prophethood, off with the head.
Off with the head, bro. They will not allow it. They won't even allow people to say that they're
so the answer to the question, brothers and sisters, do MGA followers, aka Ahmadis, Qadianis, do they believe in new prophets? On the books, yes. In practice, if you claim prophethood, they'll kick you out. And by the way, where can we find this? Where do we read that they still believe in prophethood?
Oh, so the fact that it's in their Quranic translations under 469, 735. So remember the verse 469 says you can be a part of the Nabiyeen, the Siddiqeen, the Salihin. I'm sure you remember the verse, but that's in Jannah.
Yeah.
That's not on earth.
No,
that's in Jannah. And then chapter 7, verse 35 is, "O sons of Adam, if we send messengers to you, accept them," or something. I'm not saying it properly, but that's before we were told Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is the last prophet. Chapter 7, and the Baha'is used both of those same verses. And remember, for the Baha'is, the Kitab-i-Aqdas was published from India in the same year MGA claimed to be the Messiah. I think you're muted.
I am muted. SubhanAllah. I was like, this is. I'm tripping, man. I think I'm tripping. Honestly.
So he's got a little bit of Baha'i in him too. You see what I mean?
Bro, it's like, is it? Am I the only one who thinks it's weird that the Nation of Islam and the Ahmadiyya and the Baha'i and all these freaking, I mean, hell, MGA claimed to be you said MGA claimed to be the Buddha as well. The Buddha and all of these, it's like a web kind of all tying to MGA. MGA is like the how do I say this? Like the Holy Grail. This is weird, man. Okay, so I think we've gone through, but last question, final question. I'll be honest, I didn't take these questions in order. I kind of went I kind of used them whichever one was relevant. Last question is, and we mentioned this Hurazi figure earlier. Who's this Hurazi guy? Is this I don't know if you remember earlier in the stream we mentioned his name. Who the hell is this?
Yeah, so Razi is in his late 20s. He's an asylum case.
What does that mean? What does that mean again?
He was in Pakistan. His family was in Pakistan. They claimed to be persecuted. They moved to Germany. Razi was born in Germany. They weren't able to get citizenship in Germany. It wasn't working out. They went to Canada. They got asylum there and citizenship there. He grew up there. He gets paid. We think it's because they pay his rent, his water, his gas, electricity. Whatever. Those bills are the most expensive, your rent and your food. They pay all that, and then he gets walk around money, probably $400 to $600 a month. And he's a YouTuber. And we're all most imams lead the prayer. This guy doesn't lead prayer. He makes YouTube videos.
Does he identify as an imam?
He just graduated from their school.
Oh, okay.
So I mean, to us, he's a YouTuber.
He's a rookie imam. Rookie Ahmadi imam. Okay, so question. But now, why are we talking about him though? Why is he why is he relevant to all this? Okay, he's is this just some random Qadiani who just lives in Canada? Because look, there's Qadianis. I'm sure somewhere here in California, I can find a Qadiani just living his life, whatever. Okay. Why does he? What's so special about Uzi, if anything?
Razi is an example of what's wrong with the Qadianis. He's a perfect example.
How so?
He's so brainwashed. You know, he accuses people of blasphemy. He's accused every Muslim he's come across of blasphemy. He's accused them of leaving Islam, just the worst things. And every Qadiani is like that. Not, I say the majority of the hardcore ones. You're like, my brother's like that.
Okay.
My dad is like that.
But now here's another question. But who is he though? Like, who is this guy? Like, I mean, like, okay, he's an Ahmadi. He gets paid by the Ahmadis. But like, why is he of all Ahmadis? Because I'm sure there's a lot of Ahmadis who are just as brainwashed as him. I'm sure there are, right? So why is he? What like, where did he come from? Like, what I mean, we know where he came from. But I mean, like, why is he on our minds?
Oh, just because he broke his promise to brother Yemeni, and we're in a constant beef with him.
Bro, come on, man. Those brother Yemeni. I'm just kidding. No, we what do you call it? We're gonna talk about that on Sunday, inshallah. But let's not get too deep into that. But bottom line is, the thing I'm trying to hint at is, this guy, is he just some random guy on YouTube, or he is, but I mean, is he? Okay, I'm just gonna say it straight. He's their number one apologist, correct? Is that not true? That's what I was trying to hint at, right? Like, ask, but I knew the answer. This guy, the reason why he's on our mind, the reason why we're even mentioning his name. Look, the guy's a nobody, but to the Ahmadis, he's everything. He's a lot. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, to us, obviously, he's nobody. He's just another YouTuber with I don't know how many subscribers. I don't give a damn. But even if you have whatever, what's it called? But he is now. Let me ask you this: is he the greatest Ahmadi apologist worldwide, or just in Canada, or just in the West, or what's that all about?
I'd probably say out of all the Qadianis, he's their main guy, and that's sad to say, but
you're telling me Razi is this 20-something-year-old, probably not that old, not that much old. I'm only 21. He's not that much older than me. This guy is like this is like the Zakir Naik of the Ahmadiyya movement.
Yes, sir.
Let me repeat that. This freaking 20-something. Now, here's the thing. It's not really his age. It's not the issue. But like, this kid, this guy, you know, who I've seen on stream a couple of times here and there, right? This guy is their number one apologist, like the most well-known apologist. Like, every Ahmadi who knows apologetics, who is into apologetics, knows this guy, right? Like I said, like, this is like every Muslim who knows Dawah or is interested in Dawah has heard of Zakir Naik, has heard of Ahmadi Dad. Everyone, come on, everyone's heard those names before, thrown around sometime. This is their equivalent of, this is their, I mean, I don't want to insult Ahmadi Dad by you know what I'm saying? But they would refer to him, they would see him, the average Ahmadi would see him as their Ahmadi Dad.
Pretty much.
Absolutely sad. Absolutely sad. And if you guys want to know what makes that ultimately super, 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 uber, duper, schmooper sad, stick around till Sunday, inshallah, because we will be doing a stream with Brother Yemeni. Brother Bashir, you're invited as well, but I mean, you might not be able to come. It's cool. But what's it called? Brother Yemeni, I'm going to be having Yemeni on stream. We're going to be discussing something quite funny. Brother Bashir kind of hinted at it a little bit. He kind of gave it away a little bit, but we're not going to explicitly talk about it here. What do you call it? But let's just say the biggest Qadiani apologist is the biggest Qadiani coward. How so? You'll find out. You guys are going to have to wait till Sunday to find out. But anyway, Bashir, I think we've gone through all the questions. So I think this is my favorite part of the stream always. To the non-Muslim audience, or I guess to the wannabe Muslim audience, you know what I'm saying? By wannabe Muslim, you guys get what I'm saying. We're going to open it up to the Qadianis to see. I don't know how long we're going to last here. I don't know how long this is going to go. Bashir, you got stuff to do? I have no idea.
No, nothing new. Friday,
all right,
hold on. When is Salat coming up, brother? Hold on.
Is it Maghrib time? It is Maghrib time.
9 minutes. 9 minutes. But hey, really quick, before we do that, in the private chat, I found the Nation of Islam's Quran. You got to pull it up. It's the last.
Oh, okay. Oh, snap. Okay, I'm gonna.
I didn't find it. My brother Umar Holland sent it to me.
I see. Okay, so what we're gonna do is, so let me. Oh, this is the exact one. Okay, hold on 1 second. This is the okay. So for those, let me just be clear. What I'm about to show. This is the Ahmadiyya Qadiani, as well as the Nation of Islam Quran.
No, Ahmadiyya Lahori.
Okay, so this is the Ahmadiyya Lahori translation of the Quran, which the Nation of Islam also uses. Okay, let me just show this. And by the way, guys, this is the copy of the Quran, unfortunately, or this translation of the Quran that was collecting dust. That was on my shelf somewhere for like 5, 6, 7. I have no idea how many years. I was young. Look at this. So be sure if you ever see this, do not buy it and do not get it.
Scroll up to the top so they can see the URL. Look, why is the Nation of Islam selling a Quran by Al-Lahori for 25
Yeah,
bucks?
you know, that is I'll take 20. No, I'm just joking. Come on, man. So, guys, this is literally it. This is, look at this, Maulana Muhammad Ali. This commentary is by the Ahmadi, the Lahori Ahmadis. Okay, this is by the Ahmadi movement. Be careful. And here's the thing, guys. I've seen this on Amazon. Like, I've literally, like, when I went and typed, just like I forget why I did this. I went and typed, like, Quran translation. This is like one of the first 10 options I got. So this isn't like some like, oh, like, people do buy this by mistake. In fact, I had a relative. This was years ago. I just remember this now. Wallahi, Allah is my witness. I have members of my family who aren't as religious. Okay, I don't want to get into that. But the point is, this family, some distant relatives of mine, they're not that religious, but they had a copy of the Quran, like kind of like on display somewhere, like on a nightstand somewhere. It was collecting dust, but it was one of these, and I was just like, Subhanallah. Subhanallah. I mean, thank God they don't read it. I mean, like, they should read the real Quran, not this. But anyway, this is no joke. So, and the fact that the Nation of Islam, a splinter of Islam, a splinter of the. So let me get this straight. You have Islam, the Ahmadis are a splinter. Oh, sorry, let me rephrase. You have Islam, the Qadianis are a splinter, the Lahori Ahmadis are another splinter, and the Nation of Islam uses, which is another splinter, uses their Quran.
I can't make this up, guys. I cannot.
Anyway, look, how about this? We're about to miss Maghrib, so how about this? Me and Bashir, we're going to go pray our Maghrib, all right? We'll be back, guys, in like 5 minutes, okay? 5 minutes. So please don't go anywhere, all right? We will be back in 5 minutes, all right? Because we can't miss Salah. If you haven't prayed your Salah, if you're a Muslim, a real Muslim, and you haven't prayed your Salah, go pray your Salah right now. If you're a Qadiani, if you're a Kafir, don't worry. You can take your Shahada later, and then you can join us in Salah later on, all right? Be right back. 5 minutes, people. 5 minutes. I'm going to leave a comment. Hold on the stage. Hold on. Praying Maghrib. 5 minutes. Hold on 1 second. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. 5 minutes, inshallah. We got back like literally like seconds of each other. We got the cat, bro. Listen, we are huge fans of cats here at Dawah Overton. Hold on, look at the cat. What's the cat's name?
Huckleberry.
Huckleberry. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna zoom in on this. Look at this. Huckleberry. Say meow.
Yeah.
Say meow. He's fat. Or is it a she?
He. And he's so fat. He's the boss kitty, bro. This is boss.
MashaAllah. He's furry.
He bullies the other 3 kitties in the house.
There's 3 other kitties. MashaAllah.
And he is the boss. He don't care what the story is.
Is he an ex-Ahmadi as well?
He's also an ex. No, he's 100% Muslim, brother. This one.
MashaAllah. Tabarakallah. From Ramadi to not Uncle Barry, Huckleberry. Huckleberry. Look at that. Treats. You almost ate the camera. Oh, subhanAllah, mashallah. All right, Brother Bashir, I think it's time that we introduce the StreamYard link to the private, to the live chat, so that all the Ahmadis and now here's the thing. Muslims, we will if we don't get any Ahmadis right away, I'll give you guys the opportunity, inshallah, to ask questions. Look at this. Look at those treats, man. Nom 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 nom. I'm gonna what's it called? We're gonna be late, but first, for now, we're gonna be giving priority to the Qadianis. All right. So Muslims, for now, do me a favor, do your brother Ramzi a favor, and stay out of the StreamYard link just for now. You guys will have the opportunity later on, inshallah, if we have time to maybe come up and ask questions. But for now, right now, while Huckleberry is having his snack, then while he's doing that, we're gonna get some Qadianis on the stream, inshallah, bi'idhnillah. Well, let me see here. Sister Haltam, could you let me know, do we have any Qadianis, like any self-proclaimed Qadianis in the live chat? You could just let me know. Sorry, let me actually pin the link. Let me pin the link. Okay. And by the way, guys, while we're waiting, I want everyone to go and subscribe to the Ahmadiyya Fact Check blog YouTube channel. Okay, brother Bashir, it's not just a blog, it's also a YouTube channel, Ahmadiyya Fact Check blog. Definitely go and check it out. It's a very good channel. I've seen some of the brothers' content. May Allah bless them. So telling our Ahmadiyya Qadianis, let's wait a few minutes before we get Muslims on. Let's wait a few minutes. First, let me whatchamacallit? Let me pin the link. Sorry, I might need to repost it actually because I think I lost it. Oh man, I'm getting messages. Alhamdulillah. We'll give it a few minutes, inshallah, before. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. Oh, come on, Huckleberry. Chew. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. I'm having fun here. All right. Bro, no wonder that cat's fat. You keep feeding him. Subhanallah. Let me go ahead and pin this link. Also, guys, if you haven't dropped a like on the video, be sure to drop a like right now. All right. I want every single one of you guys to drop a like on this video for Huckleberry. You know, Sister Ahmadi, brother. I don't know if you watch the streams, Brother Bashir, but Sister Ahmadi, Brother Neil Castro, his cat, she by now would have completely caused a ruckus and she would have just fled. Well, she just had she's a mom now though, so I mean she can't afford to do that as much. All right. Sorry, let me go back and share this link. Sorry, post. I already posted it. Pin the link. All right. Like I said, guys, everyone drop a like on the video. Come on, drop a like, everyone. What are you guys waiting for? Drop a like, share this live with, especially if you have Qadiani friends, I'm going to ignore that just for a moment because you shouldn't have those as friends. But if you do have Qadiani friends, I'm going to ignore that just for the time being until the end of the stream, and then I'll come after you and I'll ridicule you. But until then, it's fine. Share the stream with them and let's get them in here, inshallah. The link is pinned. Now we wait, inshallah. We're going to wait a few minutes. And if we don't get anyone within the next little while, then we'll bring Muslims on because I think the Muslims will have some interesting questions for you, Bashir. Let's see. And of course, Huckleberry as well. Ashraf, I'm sorry. You're going to have to go back and rewatch the stream because we have been answering that question for the past freaking 2 hours and 41 minutes. But In a nutshell, they're a kafir sect. They're a group of kuffar who claim to be Muslims, who believe in a prophet after Muhammad. Nothing more, nothing less. This cat is really up. What is this cat up to, man? What is this cat up to? What's your problem? Oh, man. All right. MashaAllah. No problem, MashaAllah. No problem. Don't worry about it. Let's see here. Let's see here. Yeah, but thank you, Brother Al-Neil, for posting the link to Brother Bashir's channel. But be sure to subscribe to the Ahmadiyya Fact Check Blog YouTube channel. How often do you post there, Akhi? I know you're a busy guy, but how often do you post there? You're muted.
On the YouTube channel, it depends on if there's something that I need to talk about. You know, like for a while it was sort of slow, but now it's picked up, so I've been on it more.
You do like I saw it from what I know. You do like a lot of like live updates, like, oh, this just happened yesterday. This just happened. It's kind of like I see, like, we interrupt this program for an important a news update on the Ahmadiyya Qadiani Kufr group.
Totally. So I'm a journalist. I tell all these guys, stop hating on me. I'm a journalist. I do it for free. You know, the amount of time that I've spent on these essays. You know, there's no, I did it all for free. You know, Ruzzy gets paid. All these guys are it's just their livelihood. So,
yeah, this guy Qadiani Kryptonite. Honestly, this brother Bashir and also brother Yemeni from the Yemenite front. Muhammad Abdul Razak. He'll be on stream on Sunday, inshallah. Brother Yemeni, all the way from the UK. I'm getting messages, man. These people won't leave me alone. Let's see here. Oh, by the way, fun. I remember I briefly mentioned this earlier, Bashir. So, funny enough, isn't it true that you took your shahada with the imam that taught me Arabic as a kid?
That's true. Abu Bakr.
Yeah, his name's Abu Bakr. He's an imam that we both know. And what do you call it? He taught me. Guys, funny enough, I was like 8 years old. He was like my age when he taught me Arabic. When he was one of the biggest people in my life who taught me Arabic, how to read Arabic. And some years later, Brother Bashir, if you remind me asking, how long have you been Muslim? How long since you came back to Islam?
Like 6 years.
6 years, mashallah. Okay, so that's actually, I mean, that's been a minute, but it's not as long as I thought, honestly. So okay, okay. I mean, I've been in college. I mean, I'm in my 4th year of college. Okay, so that's not super long.
So I met Abu Bakr at DVC, and I was at the time I wasn't the faculty advisor for the MSA. I wasn't, but I was, and he asked me, hey, he had a stall at DVC, and I was like, Assalamu alaikum. He's like, are you Muslim? I was like, yeah, I'm a new convert. He's like, oh, you already said the Shahada. I was like, well, yeah. I mean, I said it. He's like, no, you got to say it in like with witnesses and etc.
Oh, I see.
I was like, okay, when can I? He was like, oh, just come to the masjid. I was like, oh, I needed to go there anyway. So,
right, mashallah, that's amazing, man. Bear with me 1 second.
Yeah, but no. What was crazy is half the young kids I had been playing basketball with for over 10 years. They already half of them knew me.
Wow, mashallah. And you were an Ahmadi that whole time?
That whole time, they didn't know. And then I teach at the local community colleges. So there's students. I got students who are young people at the masjid, at the Brentwood Masjid, which I go to Antioch too, but mostly Brentwood. That's where I made community and etc. But so yeah, all these guys know me, man. And then look, last Ramadan, I think was it last Ramadan, the one before that. These kids come up to me and be like, "Oh my God, you're the guy with the YouTube account. You used to be at Qadiani." I was like, "Oh no!"
Mashallah. Hey, trust me, I know that exact feeling. Trust me. I know. I've had to deal with that since I moved to this community.
Yeah.
Like literally the first weekend, my first Jumu'ah in this community, because my masjid is actually like literally a 10-minute walk from where I'm sitting. Actually, is a huge blessing. It's just close to the university. And what's it called? Like my first Jumu'ah here that I prayed, I didn't know nobody, but 4 or 5 people out of nowhere knew me. And I'm just like, oh, subhanAllah.
SubhanAllah, that's the beauty of being a Muslim, brother.
No, I mean like from my content. Obviously, as a Muslim, like I mean like from my content, they'd be like, "Oh, hey, Assalamu alaikum," and I'm like, "Walaikum assalam." Like I'm like, are these people just like really friendly, or do they like what's going on? He's like, "Hey, I've seen you before." I'm like, "Okay, yeah, now I know." Yeah. Subhanallah. You know what's funny, guys? We have no Qadianis backstage. We have no Qadianis backstage, guys. What's the deal? What's the deal? Last time we had a stream about the Qadianis with Brother Yemeni here, they were going crazy in the live chat. Crazy. So I don't know what the deal is, guys. Any Ahmadis here? If you guys want to come up and ask any questions, contend with anything that's been said, maybe ask questions about Islam, maybe real Islam. Yeah, we'd be more than happy. But yeah, unfortunately, I mean, look, someone's saying maybe no Ahmadis are watching. Well, look, there's 111 people watching, which is good, which is decent. Anything above 100, I mean, alhamdulillah, I'm not picky. I'm not like nitpicky, but I typically like to have at least 100 people watching. That's decent, right? If it's up to 100 people, that's excellent. 200 is rare, but that's phenomenal. But anything above 100 is good in my for like by our standards. We don't have any Qadianis who are clicking the live chat. Feel free at any moment. Any Qadianis can feel free to come up, but we do have, so I guess at this point we can welcome Muslims. If any Muslims want to come up and ask questions, if they want to give their comments, I don't want to like. Here's the thing: we don't want you guys. I mean, it's not. I don't want to say I don't want you guys up here for too long, but basically the thing is we want to keep it open for Qadianis if they eventually come along. And then look, if they don't come along, then of course we'll bring on every Muslim who comes up backstage. I mean, up until a certain point, but right now, what do you call it? I'll go. I see a brother. Like I said. Muslim or non-Muslim, Muslim or Qadiani, or Muslim or fake Muslim, whatever you want to call yourself, you have to be above the age of 18. Okay, you got to be above the age of 18, and when you come backstage, you're gonna have to turn your camera on for a couple of seconds, and then you can turn it off then, like Brother Bashir just turned his off, and then I'll bring you on the stage. That's fine. Thank you for the demonstration, Bashir. Now, what's it called? What's it called? That was totally planned. Now, but if you don't have a camera, if you can't turn your camera on, I can't get you on stage. If you're below 18, don't even bother. Okay, I'm telling you guys right now. You don't have to show your face to everyone on the stream, just to me backstage. No one else will see you, and then you can turn it off. I'll bring you on. I see Halal Linkuddin backstage. Akhi, could you turn your camera on for a couple of seconds? Wait, are you above the age of 18? I think you are. Yeah, you definitely are, right? Okay. You can turn your camera off if you like. Unless you want to leave it on, whichever you like. Leave it on? All right, cool. Brother Halal Linkuddin. Assalamu alaikum, akhi.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How are you, Ramazi?
Alhamdulillah, akhi. What's going on?
Alhamdulillah. I've had this question that today was concerning me, because today, like, I've been like praying with like guys today. So like I've been to the okay. So today I have been to like an event, like a Muslim event. And subhanAllah, there are like Muslim guys like want to pray too, and I also like joined them. And we made wudu, and everybody was like waiting to like one that's like becoming imam to like when it says the iqam and all that. So I think the picture is clear, or should I explain it clearer too?
But what's your question, akhi? That's what.
Okay. So my question is like, do you like wait for like somebody, for like anybody to like say like would you like to become an imam, or do you like race to like the imam spot?
Could you say it a bit slower, akhi? So do you wait for what?
Okay. So do you like wait for like somebody else to be like standing in the imam like position, or do you like race rush to it?
Okay, so this is for when you're praying Jama'ah?
Yes.
Okay. From what I know, if you're at a large gathering, typically there will be an imam already kind of appointed, or already kind of like typically there's a large group of people. Usually there's an imam already amongst them. So, I mean, I would just say generally, how do I say this? Wait for the imam. Okay. Now, I mean, okay, if they can't decide upon an imam, then someone can volunteer, whatever the case may be. But that's not really an issue. I wouldn't stress too much about that.
Okay, like, okay. So
do you have any? Do you have any questions relating to the Ahmadiyya Qadianis?
No.
Okay, it's fine. We want to leave the stage open for people who have questions about the topic, if you don't mind. Barakallah feek.
Okay, sure.
Alhamdulillah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, calm down. No big deal. Don't worry, you're good, man. Just
Okay, okay.
take it easy, man. Have some water. Have some water. Have a chocolate bar. Have a chocolate bar.
Thank you. One of my favorite Milka.
Alhamdulillah.
شكرا أخي. How was the favorite today?
I'll catch you later, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah.
إن شاء الله.
Alhamdulillah. Syria, Sunni, or yeah, it is a Sunni majority country. Yeah, it's run by a Shia dictator. That's the funny thing. It's run by a Shia dictator, right? Well, he's a Alawi. Alawis are a group of Shia. They're like the Qadianis of Shiism, kind of. They believe alcohol is halal. They have all sorts of strange beliefs. I mean, as if Shiism isn't strange enough, but they take it to a whole new level. Let me see here. Yeah, Alawites. Yeah, exactly, Sister Halton. Brother Bashir, you good, by the way? But you're cool. You can leave your camera off, by the way. You're cool. I don't want to. Yeah, you're cool. I see someone backstage in Khusro. Khusro, could you turn your camera on for a couple seconds? Yoo-hoo, Khusro. Okay, he hasn't. What's it called? He hasn't turned his camera on. Someone asked. Hold on, I saw a question. Hold on, I saw a question. I want to try to highlight. You'll get used to it. You get used to it when it's on a stream. It's not that big a deal. Yeah, I'm trying to find. I'm doing good. We're doing good, alhamdulillah. Zakvan, we're doing good, alhamdulillah. We're blessed, alhamdulillah. Bear with me 1 second. I thought I saw a comment. I swear. Here it is. Beautiful. Okay. Isn't dividing in sect haram? Yeah, we agree. Dividing into sects is something you shouldn't do. We're calling out. This is a small sect of. It's not a sect of Islam, but this is a small sect that identifies with Islam. We're calling them out, right? We're exposing them. Yeah. So that's so we would agree. That's why we're calling out this group, because they are creating a separate sect away from Islam. I see Brother Ali backstage with Ali. I mentioned you earlier, Ali, in the stream. Could you turn your camera on just for a couple seconds? Cool. All right. Brother Ali, assalamu alaikum. What's going on?
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How you guys doing?
Pretty good. Bashir, Ali, you want to tell Bashir the funny? Remember, I mentioned to him briefly the story about you and the Ahmadi Masjid.
Oh, really? Oh,
briefly,
man.
Briefly.
Okay. Brother Bashir, I believe we've met one time earlier, like a couple weeks ago when you're on the stream. Assalamu alaikum. It's good to see you again.
Wa alaikum salam, Aki.
But yeah, this actually took place around 2 years ago, and this was around the time where I knew next to nothing about Ahmadiyas, literally nothing. So I live in the East Coast. I was gonna go visit my uncle who lives in a different state, still in the East Coast. And while I was there, since it was Friday, I decided to go. I had to go pray my Jummah prayer. I did not know any masjids around, so me being me, I said, you know what? Let me just look on Google and just search up mosques near me. And the closest one near to me was this. It didn't even say Ahmadiyya Masjid. I did not even hear that word Ahmadiyya. It just said, I forgot what the name was. It just said mosque, something mosque. I forgot what it was. And I went over there, and the first thing that I noticed is two people stopping me, asking me who I am. And at this time, I'm thinking this is weird. I'm saying, does it matter? Because first of all, I like my personal space. Second of all, I don't know you guys. And even as I'm saying Assalamu alaikum, they didn't give me salams back. And they just said, who are you, brother? I said, I'm just a Muslim. Assalamu alaikum. I'm just trying to, pray my Jummah. I'm not really from here. So I walk in, and even during the khutbah service, I'm noticing something weird going on. But all this time, since at that time, my well, I still regard myself as a bit of a novice when it comes to, there's always more that I can learn. But at that time, I knew even less than I do now. So everything that was taking place, I just chalked it up to, well, I guess maybe it's something that I'm not knowledgeable about. So even though it seemed pretty weird to me, I still just
Like, some strange
went along
vibes.
with it.
It's like, okay, maybe I'm tripping. Maybe it's just me.
Exactly. Who am I to say something? Because obviously I know like it's not a Shia masjid. Like maybe like I not even know it was even worse than that. But from the khutbah service to even the prayer was just different. I'm saying, who the heck? I was like, is this a Sahaba I've never heard of? Who the heck is this guy? they, they were mentioning talking. I forgot what the name of
It's like
the.
a lost sunnah that's been revived.
Seriously, I'm saying, okay, well, I really don't know anything then. And even during the prayer, it was during the prayer that's when I realized something happened. Something's something's because they don't. It's not the same prayer. It's like even during the Friday prayer, it's not the same. And so after I finished, I went home. As I was going to my car, I noticed something in the back of the car next to me. It says, "I love Ahmadiyya," and I said, "Ahmadiyya, Ahmadiyya. What's that?" So I went home, waited for my uncle to come back, and I asked him. I said, "Hey, bro, because my uncle and I are kind of close in age range. So even though he's my uncle, we're kind of like we have a brother relationship, even though he is my uncle." So I said, "Hey, dude, hey, bro, you ever heard of Ahmadiyya?" He just looked at me and said, "Yeah, what about them?" It's like, "Who are they?" And then he told me what they were, and I said, "Oh crap, I think I went to Ahmadiyya Masjid." He just looked at me. He just looked at me and laughed.
So like rookie mistake.
Yeah. And then he told me some background information about them, more for me to learn. And then he said, "Yeah, dude." He kind of clowned me. He kind of clowned me for it. So big time. He said, "Dude, repent." so, yeah.
Like you say your shahada.
So that was my experience with that. And that's actually the first time I learned about Ahmadiyyas. And ever since then, I've been trying to give as much information about them whenever they come up because it opened my eyes to a lot of deviant sects within claiming to be Islam. Because I'm well aware of the Nation of Islam, how they claim to be Muslim, etc., etc.
Yeah.
But it seems like there was more than I thought, even at that time. So.
Yeah, definitely. SubhanAllah, it's I was just mentioning this. By the way, the reason why I mentioned that topic the reason why I mentioned that story in the first place earlier was because basically what happened. Okay, so I took these people for granted for the longest time. I took Ahmadiyya Qadianis, I took Sufis, I took Ismailis, I took Nation of Islam. I took all these people kind of for granted at one point. Like, well, okay, they're all these small, tiny groups. Like, who cares? Whatever, right? They're these tiny. Like, I'm never going to run into them. I'm never going to have it. I'm not going to be affected by them. But then I mentioned this. That turned out there was an Ahmadi translation of the Quran in my house for years, and we never even noticed. Luckily, it was like tucked away somewhere, like collecting dust. But when I uncovered it and I realized what it was, oh man, I was like, wow, huge wake up call.
Actually, no joke. I was looking. There was a friend of mine who was. This was about a couple months ago. There was a friend of mine who was asking me for a Quran. So me being me, I just say, you know what? Let me try to buy a Quran for this person. So I looked on Amazon, and I see all these different translations of the Quran in English, and one of them.
Mistake.
Yep, one of alhamdulillah, I didn't buy it. Thank God I didn't buy it. But that's when I realized, because for me, I like to do the research on who translated it. Like Abdullah Yusuf Ali, I searched, okay, who is he? How do I know him? Like, okay, cool. And then one of them, I searched him up and I said, Ahmadiyya. I remember, really, they have their own. Oh my God. So it's you don't even notice it. So if you are a non-Muslim or even just a Muslim who may not be as informed as I was, it could be easy for you to not spot things. It's literally hiding in plain sight, and that's actually one of the things that troubles me the most is the fact that even for me, even when I was there at my uncle's place, all I did was search up mosques near me, so it blends in. So let's say the worst example
something
is
tells me they
someone trying to learn about Islam.
Something tells me they intentionally left Qadiani or Ahmadi out of the mosque name.
Hey, And the funny thing is, now what's going on in the back of my head is a non-Muslim tr- sincerely trying to learn about Islam, and they're going to an Ahmadiyya mosque, or someone
No, Adi, we
making
spoke
the same mistake
earlier.
I am.
What we learned today was the first 2 mosques in the UK were Ahmadi mosques.
Wait, seriously?
That's what we learned today.
Oh,
The first
wow.
2 mosques in the UK in London or close to London were Ahmadi mosques. The first 2. I mean, alhamdulillah, we all know the UK has some of the, one of the biggest Muslim communities in Europe, alongside France, maybe. Also, there's a lot of Muslims in Europe, right? And UK and France and Russia. Like 20% of Russia, or 10% of Russia is freaking 10% of Russia is Muslim. I think 5% of the UK, but there's a lot of Muslims in Europe. It's growing rapidly. I'm just surprised. And also, by the way, he also said the first 2 mosques in Germany as well. You're muted, Bashir.
Yeah, actually, I double checked that. The first mosque in Germany was a Lahori Ahmadi mosque. The Qadianis tried; they got kicked out of Germany in 1924, but they came back in like the 30s and the 40s, and they ended up getting a mosque going, or a temple going. But yeah, the Lahori Ahmadi still, look it up now. Oldest mosque in Germany. Google it.
By the way, what do you call it? I love it when I see people who are like really loud in the live chat because they know they can't come on the stage. They know they're too young to come on stage. We got King PTFS. I'm spreading the message of what Ahmadis believe and what you guys don't see. Check their websites and their view on Islam. What views do you think that what views do you think we're missing, that we're misrepresenting? What?
Yeah. Hey, brother Rumsey.
Yeah.
Can you pull up Google real quick? I'm gonna show. So remember, their strategy was, let's go put our Qurans everywhere and make everyone read it on
You know
accident.
something funny? Imam Abu Bakr told me that they did that at his masjid.
Yeah, he said he found some Ahmadiyya. Yeah, he told me.
Yeah.
And I'm like, bro, they went to every library that they could find. It's part of their job description as a sheikh. Go put our Qurans in their libraries. You know, they're on Google app. Like, I can't remember the reference, but they said something about their Quran on Google Play is like the top Quran on Google or something. I just looked it up. I can't find it. But I'm gonna show you something else. Pull up Google real quick. Let me show you something. Let me show you something that they did. Pull up Google and ask Google, how do I become a Muslim?
No way.
Pull it up.
No way.
So say you're just some person trying to convert to Islam, and you Google, how do I become a Muslim?
Yeah.
Pull it up and show us.
The first link. Should I click the first link?
No. We'll pull it up on the screen. It's like the 7th. It used to be the first hit. It used to be the first hit. Now it's like the 7th. But I got to show you.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. Let me hold on a second. How do I become Muslim?
Become a Muslim. They even created a website. Become a Muslim.
Let me here. Let me share my screen.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so keep going. Oh, right. Become a Muslim online. Click on down one. So you say, hey, I want to become a Muslim. Click on it. How do I become a Muslim? And you're like,
oh my God, this is their website. I know this. I've seen this before. Oh my God.
Scroll to the bottom. You're like, bro, okay, does it say anything about the Qadianis here? No.
No.
Oh, look at the very small print at the very bottom. This site is provided by who?
This site is provided by the Ahmadiyya Muslim community. Guys, I'm sorry, guys. I quit. Guys. I give up. This is bad. Oh my God, man. Absolute snake.
Click on, I want to join a free 4-week course to learn Islam. And I've contacted them and just to see who it is, who's over there. Yeah, brother.
So honestly, it was always obvious that they're doing this on purpose. And it's I believe, one of the biggest examples I would say is Nabil Qureshi, when he, because even in his book, I'm not even gonna try to promote his book. Whatever. No, I'm not gonna do that. But even in his books, he literally always says, "Oh, I'm an ex-Muslim. I'm an ex-Muslim." Not
Yeah.
once has he ever mentioned in any of his talks, debates, books that he was a Qadiani. Not once did he mention that. Literally, because he's literally trying to just, oh, I'm Muslim, trying to give off the vibe that he's a Orthodox or Sunni Muslim. Not once did he clarify, oh, I was Ahmadiyya. Not once did he do that.
Yeah, and so okay, brother Rumsey, check it out. The guy here, Khalid Khan, he used to be stationed here in California. Now he's in Guam. So did he start this website? Look, look at his Gmail. It's .sf because he was living in the Bay Area. Look, does that say Rumsey? That does not say Rumsey Assad.sf at Gmail.
Oh snap! That's my personal email. That's no big deal. That's my personal email.
Oh, that's because
that's autofill. Autofill. Bro, you thought, oh my god, bro! This guy thought. Oh my god, this guy. No, that's my personal email.
I'm like, what is going on? Is this guy's name?
Obviously, none of you guys will ever have access to. But this guy. This guy's like, wait, am I tripping? Am I tripping? Rumsey, you undercover agent. No, my God, subhanAllah.
Yeah, so this is what they're doing, and they're pretending to be Muslim. So, brother, in Pakistan, it's not up to me, but they're not allowed to pretend to be Muslim just to protect people.
So they're what? Sorry, well, I'm confused.
They're not allowed to pretend to be a Muslim.
Well, good. People should know who they are.
Because they hide it, brother. My dad converted because he didn't know Islam. He had never read the Quran. They offered him a business and a wife. His uncle, who was an Ahmadi, his mom's brother, and then he converted. He had no idea what Islam was. So to protect people, the country of Pakistan has passed these laws.
I mean, I'm unemployed and I'm single, bro. Give me a job and a business. A business and a wife, bro. I'm chilling.
Chilling, bro. And so my brother got the same package from my dad. He was like, I'm gonna give you everything. So it's all financial, bro. I even have cousins who joined because they were given free stuff and et cetera, et cetera. So, but they proliferate come on, who's gonna believe in this nonsense?
By the way, we got some people backstage. I think these people are all Muslims. Are there any of you Qadianis? I don't think any. I know one. I see Osman. He's Muslim. Salahuddin, I'm guessing, might be Muslim. I'm guessing. Egg, I don't know. I can't tell what you are. But you guys backstage, could you guys clarify for me what you guys are? I mean, Osman, I know you're Muslim, but Egg and Salahuddin, could you guys clarify whether you guys are Muslims or whether you're okay, they're all Muslims, looks like. Salahuddin, are you Muslim? I'm guessing you are.
Hey, but no, you see, you got to be careful because if you ask a Qadiani, he'll say yeah.
I know, but okay. How about this? Or any of you Qadiani? How about that?
No, they.
Hold on. Salahuddin here says he's an ex-Qadiani. Or he's an ex-Ahmadi.
Bring him on. I need to talk to him.
Salahuddin, sorry, would you mind? I'm sorry. This is a policy. Can you turn your camera on just for a couple seconds and then turn it off? Perfect. That's good. You can turn it off now if you like. Or you want to leave it on? You can leave it on if you like, but you can turn it off. Feel free to turn it off. Okay, perfect. That's cool.
And his name sounds
familiar. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam. How are you guys?
Pretty good, man. So tell us about yourself. Tell us what's your background.
Yeah, I just I think a few months ago I converted to Islam, and I pretty much started researching Islam because Brother Bashir knows as well, because when you are in Ahmadi, you are not allowed to research other Islamic literature, You are very restricted to only study the Ahmadiyya literature.
Interesting. So you said you've been Muslim for a few months now?
Yes.
MashaAllah. How long were you at Ahmadi?
I was born, actually.
Wow.
Yeah.
Subhanallah.
Yeah.
How long was your journey to Islam? How long was how long did that last?
What do you mean? You mean
Like
the
how long were you looking into Islam, like real Islam?
actually I don't think it usually happens with ex-Ahmadis, who realize that Islam is the right way. But usually they're reading the books of the Mirza Ghulam Ahmad and they realize that Ahmadi is not the truth. And for me, it was the basis was actually I had, the last Ramadan, I had actually a dream how during what's it called, Laylatul Qadr, and actually at the moment I didn't have even doubt about the Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, the founder.
Yeah.
I actually thought he was a prophet, Nauzubillah. But I prayed to Allah for I know all my life prayer for me was just it's the obligation you have to pray, but I never prayed with the heart. And I at last Ramadan I prayed, and I actually cried during the sujood, and I asked Allah for guidance. And I think the same night or the next night, I in the during my sleep, I actually had a dream. Um, the Yeah, Allah showed me the truth about Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, that he's not the right. He's not the prophet. So after that, I started researching. To confirm the truth, I started researching Islam and comparison with Ahmadiyya, and so I realized what I was missing. The whole world open for me. So that's the difference.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
SubhanAllah. Um. Oh, so wait, hold on. Uh.
I have a question. Where you from? Are you from the USA?
Uh,
Are you in the US?
No, I'm from Europe.
Okay. Are you able to tell the country?
No, not yet,
Oh,
because my family and so are still Ahmadi, and
yeah, yeah.
how is with the Amumi.
Sorry, one second, one second. Is calling you to talk. Calling you now to talk with him. He won't bite. If I remember who that is,
Re-
I think
Reason answers, resin answers. Who's that? Did they mean Amdi answers? Is that Ruzzy?
no. I think that's from what I remember. I think that's a Christian YouTube channel. I'm not sure how that's relevant to the stream. If it's who I remember, it is somebody who routinely platforms David Wood, the book eater, the Quran page eater, and other well-known haters of Islam, then obviously I wouldn't go to that platform. I'd rather kiss a toilet seat. But anyway, sorry. What does that have to do with this stream? Like that's some completely out of nowhere. Name is yeah. I don't know that. I don't know who that is. Maybe I do. Maybe if I saw the face, I'd know. But I don't know. Anyway, it does sound familiar though. I'm not gonna lie. Anyway, yeah. Sorry about that. Salah, what were you saying?
No,
Yeah, actually,
I was trying to talk to him. So
That's a
you're
great.
Muslim now. Is that true?
sorry again.
Are you Muslim now?
Yeah, Alhamdulillah, I'm Muslim.
Alhamdulillah,
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah. Where'd you say your Shahada? Or you said your Shahada at a masjid, maybe?
No, just at home, just on my own, just.
Okay, well, that's the first step.
Yeah,
That's
alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah.
the first
Uh,
positive step.
Akhi, do you have a Muslim community, an actual Muslim community around you?
Actually, I haven't engaged with Muslims that I am only my two colleagues. I've engaged with them. One was Iraqi and other was also Pakistani. And I told them, yeah, they are the only two that know I am a recent convert. And yeah, besides that, I do regularly go to masjid. It's yeah, nearby, and but I haven't took really indulged with them, as a community. So I do go to Juma and sometimes the regular prayers.
Okay, okay,
Yeah.
interesting. Akhi, if you ever need help learning about Islam, if you ever need help like connecting with Muslims around you, feel free to email me.
Yeah.
Akhi, in fact, actually, I can connect you to Ayura's new Muslim course if you'd like, if that'll make things easier for you. Would you like that? I can give you the link
Oh
to that.
yeah, I will. Yeah, I also did my own research, and we are also. I'm in the same Discord group with Bashir Saab, and
Alhamdulillah.
they also help me with questions and so.
Yeah, yeah.
But
No,
uh,
the new Muslim training I think is good. What do you call it? It's I put it in the private chat. Do you see the private chat?
okay,
New
I
Muslim
will check it out. Yeah.
newmuslim.ir.org. That can be very beneficial. It's for people who just took their shahada. Alhamdulillah.
Okay,
It should be
mashallah.
that since you come from a Qadiani background, it might be
Yeah.
a little bit easier for you than other people. But
Mm-hmm.
still, I mean, obviously, from what I learned today, Qadianis are so far off truth.
Yeah.
Subhanallah. That honestly, I think it would benefit you a lot, inshallah.
Yeah. I honestly can say the basis, for Islam is
Yeah,
the learning is the same, but the twist, the difference is the teachings of the Quran, and they also reject, Sahih Hadith, Bukhari, Muslim. Yeah, they read the books, but they sometimes outrightly ignore the Sahih Hadith, and they also use
yeah,
some, the fabricated Hadith as the primary source, the holy, uh, most holy, the most, yeah, the turnaround, um, the people who desire, chase their desires, they
yeah, yeah. Yeah. Allah
reject
says,
it.
woe to those who take their desires as gods. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I have actually a question. I'm trying to convert my family as well and do dawah to
Mm.
them for them as well. And this is a really is there a good way to answer this question? Because
I think that's a good question for Bashir because he's an ex-Ahmadi as well. I think that'd be a good question for him.
oh,
What do you, Bashir? What do you think? Could you ask your question, Salahuddin?
yeah, the in Ahmadi community, they don't know much about the Hadith science. My question is actually, is it, yeah, in Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala promises to safeguard the Quran. And yeah, Ahmadi usually say, yeah, but Allah ta'ala didn't promise to protect the Hadith. So how do we answer that?
Okay, I didn't really understand the question. Brother Ramsey, can you summarize it?
I'd be honest, I didn't quite understand it as much. So, could
Yeah,
you maybe simplify it a
yeah,
little bit?
yeah, no worry. Yes, I can repeat. In Quran, I don't know actually which ayah, but Allah Ta'ala says, I will safeguard the Quran,
Okay.
and uh, but Ahmadis usually say, yeah, but he didn't say to safeguard a hadith. So, the founder can,
Okay. Okay.
yeah,
So basically, you're saying basically Ahmadis deny the hadith we use. Okay. And
yeah,
you're asking like what? How can we address that?
yeah, basically, yeah. Yeah, they say even the Sahih hadith is not guaranteed to be the truth because Allah didn't promise to protect it.
Okay, so a couple things. So first of all, that's not entirely true. So Allah in the Quran tells us, Allah said into the Quran and the hikmah. And the hikmah,
Yeah.
and Muslims, we understand the hikmah to be the sunnah of the Prophet
Mm.
Sallallahu. And we believe that is also protected by Allah Azza wa Jalla. From what I know, that is also, from what I know, Allah correct me if I'm wrong, but from what I know, this is also something that is protected from Allah, sorry, by Allah Azza wa Jalla.
Mhm.
It's protected using the same system as the Quran, the same methodology. So I would want to know like how they believe the Quran is traced. This is more like a question for hadith rejectors, to be honest, just in
Mhm.
general, hadith rejectors. But anyway, I would want to know. Okay, well, how do they believe the Quran is preserved? Do they have isnad? Actually, no. Maybe I can ask Brother Bashir. Do the Ahmadis believe in like isnad?
No, they believe whatever hadith Mirza Ghulam Ahmad says is true is true.
That's okay. That's it. Okay. So
That's it.
basically, Okay, so do they have a method? I mean, okay, if they then in that case they don't have a way to confirm the reliability of the Quran at that point, because if they reject isnad is how we trace the Quran back to Muhammad, peace be upon him, and of course how we trace other hadith back to the Prophet, right? So if they reject hadith for that reason, they would have to reject the Quran for the same reason, unless they can give some better methodology other than, well, MGA told us so.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they say. MGA told him so. And Razi said that MGA had a revelation that the saying about the black prophet that Muhammad said, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, astaghfirullah, it's not true. Muhammad never, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, never said there'd be a black prophet in India. But Razi says MGA had a dream that this is true. So since MGA had a dream, then this hadith has to be true. And give me a sec. Someone's at my door. Hold up.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
They found him.
Yeah. But I've what I've noticed is that they don't have any muhaddith or something like that.
Well, okay, it doesn't sound like they need any. It doesn't sound like they need any because it seems like it's just more is all they need.
Yeah, and Brother Ramsey, I just posted an essay in the back chat. Can you pull that up just to drill? I just posted it just now actually.
I'm gonna display it.
Yeah, and it's in Ahmadiyya, Islam equals the revelations of MGA. Of MGA, then the Quran. So he said it.
Okay.
All right, so y'all see the title. Now let's go to the quote. Keep scrolling down a little bit. Right after the okay, right there, 1902. Oh, scroll 1902. He says, and is that it's in Urdu. He says the basis for our claim is not hadith but Quran, and that wahi which comes to us. Yes, in support we also quote those hadiths which are according to the Quran and do not contradict my wahi. He says, but as for the rest of the hadiths, he throws them away like waste paper. Brother,
okay, so
these are hadiths of the Prophet, brother, sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Basically, MGA he confirms a handful of a hadith and just tosses the rest.
And he said he was Hanafi. He said whatever the Hanafi rulings are, we'll take them. So like the brother Ali said, he went to the masjid and everything was different. Well, the Ahmadis are Hanafi. So in West Africa, it was different because in West Africa, what's the dominant madhab? It's Maliki.
Or is it
Maliki? Maliki don't pray; they pray to the side, hands to the side.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Same thing in Palestine. They said Ahmadis were distinct because they followed the Hanafi madhab in Palestine, and the rest of them sort of didn't. Or actually, I don't remember that, but in West Africa for sure.
I think is it a split between Hanafis and Shafi'is in Palestine? I'm actually not sure, to be honest. From what I know, it's I'm actually not sure. I've been to Palestine many times, but I don't know much about the difference between Hanafis and Shafi'is, so I wouldn't be able to tell you, to be honest.
Yeah, so that's the big difference in the salat. So in West Africa, it was a huge issue because they were like, we all pray with our hands to the side. These guys are playing Hanafi, so they're different. There were no Hanafi Muslims in West Africa. West Africa was Maliki territory. And then, for example, East Africa was Shafi territory. Same thing with Indonesia, and the Mughal Empire in India was Hanafi, and the Ottomans were Hanafi. So
yeah. So I think I answered the question. What do you think, Sahih? Did I answer the question?
Yeah. I was actually thinking there is also you can add like something. Allah Ta'ala says in Quran that follow the Prophet. So and by that virtue, if Allah Ta'ala commands something, He wouldn't corrupt it. Like Hadith. He would protect that command of His. So.
Yeah. Well, like we said, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, he basically just took. He just confirmed a handful of things and rejected everything else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, at this point, there's no need for sorry, not tafsir. There's no need for isnad, guys. Mind you, guys, that's the main way we trace the Quran back to Muhammad, peace be upon him. This is like similar to the conversation I just had right now with hadith rejectors just a few hours ago on Muslim Cowboy YouTube channel.
Yeah, I watched that stream. Yeah,
they reject isnad. Well, that's the primary. So they reject isnad,
and
they reject, which means obviously they reject hadith. Which means they also reject Quran because Quran and Hadith both rely on isnad. You
Yeah.
trace it back to the Prophet. So if you reject Isnad, you're rejecting everything in Islam. Everything.
Mhm.
Except for the, I don't know, handful of a hadith that MGA might have, I don't know, expressed support for.
Yeah, they
Okay.
have their own. There was some hadith fabricated after Azam, but
Akhi,
they have also their own fabricated hadith that no one can find it in history.
Allah knows best. Look, by the way,
Yeah.
guys, I see someone else backstage named Zevius.
Oh, let him in. That's the guy who compared the death of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad to the death of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Wait, is he Qadiani?
Yeah.
Oh,
If
that's
that's
gonna be
him,
interesting.
and,
Salahuddin Akhi, do you have any last words you want to say Akhi, before we get this guy on?
and he could
No,
stay.
I'm good. Thank you very much, and Jazakallah khairan.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
All right, hey, Zevius, could you turn your camera on just for a couple seconds?
And
apology.
mind you,
You can turn it off before we bring you up. It's okay. You have to turn it on for a couple seconds.
Zevius, aka Zaryab, he lives down the street from me, like maybe 5 miles away, and they won't invite me to their temple to talk. So remember that.
Interesting. Wait, I didn't even know there was one of those in that area. Really?
Yeah, in Bay Point. In Bay Point, there's like a temple in Bay Point, and there's one in Milpitas. Yeah, so this guy's an asylum case. He comes to America. My brother gives his dad a job. He's unqualified to do it. You know what I mean? So,
yeah. Look. How about this, Zevius? I'm not here from mobile. I would, but I'm on a PC. Okay. Well, Zevius, what you're gonna have to do is you're gonna have to join with a mobile device or join with something else and confirm your identity through that device. And then if you'd like to remain on your current PC, that's fine. That's totally cool. But right now, I do need to, be able to see your face. Okay, yeah, no problem, Zevius. You can join and leave. Yeah, no problem. Just take your time. So I think Servant of Allah is a Muslim. Servant of Allah, you're backstage. I'm guessing you're Muslim. Samir Wasim, I don't know if you're Qadiani or not, if you're Muslim or not. Is there no? Egg. That's a good question. Is there a StreamYard app? No, there's not. There should be actually. That's a good point. Yeah, I don't know why there isn't a StreamYard app. It's one of my biggest pet peeves with StreamYard. It would make life so much easier. Yeah. I see Zevius is back. Zevius, could you do the thing? Turn your camera on for a couple seconds. Sorry. So Bashir, you said you know this guy?
Oh yeah. Well, I've never met him, but
not in person, but I mean you know of him.
Yeah.
Okay, Zevius, that's cool. That's cool. You can turn it off now if you like. Okay, I'll go ahead and bring you on. Wait, I'm guessing you want to bring on with this device, maybe. Zevius. Oh, okay. He's gonna come back with his other device. That's fine.
Yeah. So remember, that's his latest trick, and he's part of the True Islam Discord team, regularly spreading lies about Islam.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I was watching this chat. I was just scrolling through it, and I saw Salahuddin guy on here, and he was lying about many of the things that you were talking about. So I just wanted to come here and clarify.
Okay.
And I have a question from you. You know Arabic, right? By the way,
my Arabic isn't strong. I never claimed to be a strong Arabic speaker.
Can you say that again? Sorry.
My Arabic is not my strongest language. It's broken.
All right. Okay. I mean, still better than mine. So I'll ask a question, after, if that's fine.
You can try, but if I can't answer, I'll tell
Well,
you.
no, we're willing to answer your question. And what was your comment about Salahuddin? What did you say he lied about?
I'm talking to Rumzi right now. I'm not going to talk to you.
Oh, so
yeah, I'm here to talk to Rumzi directly.
Zevius, Zelvis. Sorry, Zevius. Zevius, I'm obviously not the expert on Qadianis, or I don't claim to be knowledgeable in Qadianis.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I'm not questioning you on Ahmadiyya, anything.
So what are you here for?
Yes. So let me speak. So the reason I'm not going to talk to him.
So you're not here to talk about the topic.
I am. But I'm not going to ask you the question about Ahmadiyya, right? But I was going to come here to clarify a few of the lies that Salahuddin was mentioning. So I wanted.
Okay, how about this? I'm not Salahuddin. Okay,
yes.
I'm not Salahuddin. Okay, so how about this? You want to hash it out with him somewhere else? Okay, that's fine. How about this?
No. So he lied about the Ahmadiyya. So it's my duty to come and correct because there's 100 people watching right now.
Okay. What do you want
That
to
is the thing. So first
Okay,
of all,
but Bashir, I will allow Bashir to answer if he'd like.
he can answer, yeah, but I'm going to talk to you, address you, if that's fine.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, but the
Yeah,
thing
take
is,
that, Bashir. Take that.
the thing is, he mentioned that we do not believe in isnat, we reject sahih hadith, sahih sita, which is completely false. I have the writings of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad alayhi salam right now on my page, where he confronts the the hadith ranking, and he's refuting these Hindus, and then he's mentioning what are the hadith ranking in order, right? And he says that Sahih Bukhari is on the top, but then after that is Sahih Muslim, and then on the third rank is Tirmidhi, Ibn Majah, Muwatta, Nasai, Abu Dawud, Daraqutni, and this reference is Ruhani Khazain, volume 10, page 86, 87. It's in Urdu, you cannot read it, but you have to trust my word. I can send you the source right now backstage. But that's the one of the lies, right? Second lie was
Okay, hold on
that
one second. One at a time.
Yeah. Stop it right there. Yeah. So he's saying that Ahmadis accept all Sahih Hadith. Is that what he's saying, Brother Ramsey? That's
I
what he's saying.
mentioned Salahuddin said we reject ahadith, right? And I am mentioning is that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad alayhi salam himself has explained that he accepts a sitta. But
So he accept. So do you believe in all of Sahih Bukhari?
what do you mean by all Sahih Bukhari? Like every single hadith in there?
Well, case in point, Brother Ramsey.
Is that how you guys do it? No one accepts the whole book as is. There are certain ahadiths where you have to make.
Sahih Bukhari is a book of hadith of all.
So you believe 100% of Sahih Bukhari is Sahih, and you accept it word for word.
All the books of all the ahadith in Bukhari.
100%.
As far as I'm aware, there are a couple. What do you call it? There's a couple of instances where There's a couple of instances where he intentionally doesn't quote something authentic, but generally, yes, all of his hadith are authentic.
Yeah, that's our stance. That's our stance.
It's not.
Okay, so then
No. Stop right there. That's not true. That's not true. Because they accept fabricated hadith. And Brother Ramsey,
He's asking if I accept Sahih Bukhari, and I mentioned that there's no. Do you believe there's fabrications in Sahih Bukhari?
Just one second.
Brother Zevius, hold on. So in the back chat, I quoted a hadith, a Sahih hadith from Bukhari about chapter 4, verse 159. Okay, can you pull that up on the screen? And the last part got cut off. Money will be.
What's the reference?
Sahih Bukhari. Here. Let me, and you can pull it up straight from the source. Here.
Yeah, just give me the link. Yeah, put the link. Yeah.
We accept that hadith.
No, you don't.
You don't have to open.
There's a Imam Ahmad called Abu Huraira stupid. Astaghfirullah. He pull it up. I just posted Book of the Prophets, Book 60, Hadith 118, Volume 4, Book 55. Hadith 657. We're going to pull it up on the screen.
I've answered that 100 times.
This is a Sahih Hadith, and I don't.
I'm not here to debate. Okay, if you want to debate, you can.
But hold on, Zevius, hold on. You made a point, and now Bashir's trying to respond to the point, and now you're saying, "Well, I'm not here to debate." Okay, well, what are you? You're basically you're not. You're just here to talk. That's it. You're not here. You're here to talk.
No, I'm here to clarify.
No, so
why didn't
call him
you can open the hadith, right? But I'm here to clarify, right? You can say whatever you want after me. This is not a debate. If you want to debate, then I'm ready to debate anytime after, right? The issue is
okay. Hold on.
Okay, the issue is Ramzi, let me finish, and then you can.
Zevius, I'm sorry. I have to stop you. Okay. You came in here, said someone lied. Okay, great. You're free to try to correct someone and try to disagree. That's cool. Nothing wrong with that. But then you can't disagree. But then if we disagree, or if Bashir disagrees, or someone disagrees, you go, listen, I'm not here to talk about it. I'm not here to debate.
Okay, go ahead.
We can do that too. We can do that too. We could just say you're a kafir and that's it. We're not here to talk. We're not here to debate.
You can do that.
Okay, but
you're free to do it.
Well, then what are we here for then?
I'm here to clarify the lies that Salahuddin was making. Right?
Okay, and if you're not going, and if then Bashir is in full right to disagree with you and express disagreement, you can't.
He can do it.
Now, okay. Yeah. Well, now if you don't want to engage, you want to just put your hands up and go, yeah, you're right, or I don't want to talk about it. Okay, fine. We're still gonna. That doesn't mean now we're not gonna address it.
Yeah, go ahead. I can give you the reference if you want. I have it.
Yeah. Okay. Brother Ramsey, pull up the.
Okay, here. Is this about the one that's abrogated?
No. The Book of Prophets, books.
Oh no, it's okay. Which hadith? There's a long list of hadiths. Which hadith number is it?
657.
657.
And I'm gonna give you the background. Zaryab knows that I know about this. He knows that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad. Here, I even found it here.
Are
He knows Mirza Ghulam Ahmad
you sure it
called.
says 657? Because I don't think this goes through 657.
I just posted the link in the back chat. Just click on that; it'll come right up.
Perfect. Okay, beautiful. Beautiful. Here we go. Okay.
So let me give you the background. Mirza Ghulam Ahmad called Abu Huraira a gubby because of this hadith. Can you tell us what a gubby is? Well, we'll ask. Okay, so do you see this hadith? Do you see Abu Huraira said, "By him in whose hands my soul is, surely Jesus, the son of Mary, will soon descend among you," etc., etc. Then he says at the bottom, Abu Huraira added, "If you wish, you can recite the verse," and that's chapter 4, verse 159. So Mirza Ghulam Ahmad has a problem because Abu Huraira said that the return of Isa, the physical return of Isa, is connected to this verse, chapter 4, verse 159. What does Mirza Ghulam Ahmad say? He calls him stupid. So, Zaria, you have some explaining to do, sir. This is a Sahih hadith. Mirza Ghulam Ahmad didn't even accept it.
He did accept it. That's why he claimed to be Ibn Maryam from this hadith itself. It says
not true. Well, why did he call Abu Huraira a gubby?
Let me finish. You have spoken. Let me speak. You have spoken.
Wait, all the hadith of Abu Huraira are rejected. Is that what you're saying?
No.
He says Mirza Ghulam Ahmad calls him a gubby. Did he not? Do we need to pull up the quote, or are you going to admit to it?
Rumzi, the premise is that Salahuddin said that we reject Sahih
Okay,
I said they do not.
1 second.
Let me
Okay,
finish.
okay, no. Okay, I hear you. So now, do you accept all Sahih hadiths, or do you accept some? Because if you only accept some, that defeats the whole purpose.
So you do know the hadith science. It's just not that you accept all the Sahih hadiths, right? It's not as simple as that.
Zevius. Okay.
There are exceptions to this rule, right? If you ask me,
Zevius, 1 second. Do you have a criteria? Hold on 1 second, Zev. Hold on. There is not a single hadith scholar out there Sunni hadith or Muslim, hadith scholar that will say that Abu Huraira is not a source of information, is not a source of hadith. Do you believe he is a source of hadith?
Yes, exactly. We believe that he was blessed. Yes, we believe. That's why we accept all the hadiths by Abu Huraira. Like there is no disagreement on it. No scholar has made an allegation on Ahmadis from your side that say that Ahmadis reject the ahadiths from Abu Huraira. That's like a complete lie. But you don't let me finish. I was speaking something and then you stopped me. The premise was that I'm here to say that we accept Sahih Sitta. Salahuddin said we do not. I explained that we do.
Just to be clear,
and then this hadith was pulled up.
But here's the problem though. For my clarification.
Yes.
Is according to you, is Abu Huraira stupid? Is he a source of information?
Nope. Mirza Ghulam Ahmad alayhi salam used the word ghabi on him, but it was in regards to his jihad. And ghabi means simple-minded in Arabic and Urdu. And this book is...
Okay, so first of all, a ghabi is someone who's stupid. Okay?
No, in Arabic or Urdu? In Arabic or Urdu? Which one? Because the book is in Urdu. The book is in Urdu, so it's not in Arabic. The one he's quoting.
No, there's no word ghabi in Urdu. There's no word ghabi in Urdu. It's Arabic, bro.
Let me speak first, okay? There is. I can open your dictionaries, but whatever. The premise is different, right? The premise is he brought up this hadith to prove that we reject this hadith. We do not. So the whole discussion after that, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad alayhi salam wrote this about Abu Huraira or whatever, is just like useless. Because the point I am making is we accept Sahih Sitta. Salahuddin, the other guy who was here, I do not even know he was Ahmadi in the first place, because we do not say what he claimed. He said that we're not supposed to go read the non-Ahmadi literature. I'm here on your stream.
Are there any hadith? Are there any hadith that you accept that say Muhammad is the last messenger?
Yes, La Nabi Abadi. We accept all of them.
Yeah, Brother Ramzi.
But let me finish. But Ramzi, can I say a few things before?
Wait a minute. Wait. Okay, bro. Hold on. Okay, bro. You spoke. Now, can I speak now? Okay.
Yeah. But you and me right now, please, if that's fine. Because I have to answer two people then.
I'm not an expert. Hold on. So I'm not an expert on Qadian on your religion. Excuse me, just 1 second. Just 1 second. Are there so do you believe Muhammad was the last and final messenger?
Yes.
But was Mirza Ghulam Ahmad not do you believe
he's a prophet? He's a prophet, just like scholars explained that Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is the last prophet. Similarly, Isa alayhi salam can come after. So they explained La Nabiya Badi means.
Wait a minute. 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 Hold the phone, buddy. Hold the phone. Is Muhammad the last prophet and the last messenger?
We do not believe there's a difference between prophet and a messenger. A prophet is a messenger, and every messenger is a prophet.
That's fine. That's
Yes.
fine. That makes
So
that
we
makes my
believe
life easier. That makes my life
Muhammad
easier.
sallallahu alaihi wasallam
That's
is
fine.
the last law-bearing prophet who brought the last Sharia. But
Okay,
he's
so
not
he's the last prophet of God. So he's the last prophet sent by God, correct?
Last prophet who will bring the last Sharia, but not
That's
the
not what I
last
asked
prophet
you.
at
That's
all.
not what I asked you. Not what I asked you. Answer the question I asked you. Is he the last prophet sent by God?
In what sense?
Dakhal Allah. Is God gonna send any prophets after Muhammad?
As per you, Isa alayhi salam is going to be sent. So how do you answer that?
Is God going to send any new prophets? Isa is not a new prophet.
But you
All
never
the
asked me new
okay,
prophet.
okay,
But
Zelius,
did you ask me new prophet?
Okay, Zevius,
You-
are all
you-
prophets?
wait.
Zevius, stop. Are all prophets going to come back
You
to
keep
life?
telling me to stop,
That-
but you
that-
never let me finish.
Zevius, are all prophets? Because every time I ask you a question, you divert. Are all the prophets going to come back?
Say again.
Are all the you keep saying, well, oh yeah, Muhammad is the last prophet, but we could still get new prophets because Isa is going to come back.
No,
All
I never
the
said new
prophets are gonna
prophet or
come back.
old prophet. I never even mentioned that. Neither did you. You added the word new
So
prophet
Mirza
after
Ghulam
that.
Ahmad is not a new prophet.
He doesn't claim to be one. In his book, Ek Galti Ka Izala, you can open it.
He's not a prophet.
He claims
He's
to
a
be the
prophet,
second
but he
coming.
never claims to be a
Claims to
prophet,
be
a
the
new
second
prophet.
coming of
Oh my God! You just said he's okay. Is he a
Rumzi,
prophet or not? Is he a
Rumzi, I'm
prophet?
gonna. If you let me finish, I can explain
Zevius,
you
you're
the whole thing. You
contradicting
cannot
yourself.
just go around and say yes or
I'm
no
sorry,
to a question.
I'm sorry. You're contradicting yourself. Is
You're asking me a
Mirza Ghulam Ahmad-
question.
is-
You're asking me a question like, have you stopped hitting your mother? And if I say yes, it's
Sorry?
the same thing. If
Sorry?
I say no, it's the same thing. You cannot answer the
Zevius?
question yes or no.
Zevius, please do me a favor. Is Muhammad, peace be upon him, the last prophet ever to be sent to humanity?
Nope.
Okay,
He's
who's
the
the last
last.
prophet?
He's the
So-
last law-bearing prophet sent to humanity. That's
What does that
we
mean?
believe.
What does that mean?
It means the last prophet to bring a Sharia.
Okay, so can there be how many prophets in the future can there be?
There can be as many as God wills.
Okay, so Muhammad is not the last prophet. So if we find a
He's the
prophet,
last law-bearing prophet. Yeah, he's not the
okay,
last.
so if we find a hadith that say he's the last prophet, period, what then?
Your scholars say it means the last law-bearing prophet.
Zevius, just answer my question. I didn't ask you about my scholars. If we find you a hadith where it says that he's the
I
last
know.
prophet,
La
period,
Nabiya Badi. I know that. You don't have
I'm
to
not
debate
asking-
me on this.
Okay, Zevius,
Yes.
please, if I ask you how old you are, don't tell me about the weather and about what color pants you're wearing. Just answer the question. How about that? Just make our lives easier.
I did.
If we find a hadith where the prophet said where it says that the prophet Muhammad peace be upon him is the last prophet, period, what then?
Then Isa alayhi salam cannot come back.
All the prophets are gonna come back. That doesn't mean they're new prophets. He's the last prophet to be sent to humanity. Are you that much of a jahid?
Which prophet is going to come back? You said all the prophets, right? Where are they going to come?
Are all human beings gonna come back to life?
Yes, on the day of judgment. But
Right.
before the day of judgment, is any prophet going to come? After Muhammad's son.
wait a minute. Hold on. Jesus is gonna come back, correct?
As per you, is he going to come back? So he's going to be the last prophet to die on the earth. To be,
Jesus, he's not
he's
the
going to be the last prophet
he's
to
not the
die on
last
the earth.
prophet
Yes
to be
or no?
sent. He's not the last prophet to be sent to
But
humanity.
is he the last prophet to die on the earth?
To die on the earth, not to be
Yes.
sent.
Okay, good. Is he going to be the last prophet?
Is
to
he
do
the
his
last
mission on
prophet
the
to be
earth?
sent? Is he the last
Is he
prophet
gonna
to be sent?
No, is he going to
Is he the last prophet to be sent?
Yes. Is he going to be or yes or no?
No, he's not. He's already been sent.
But he's going to be sent again. So is he going to be the last prophet to be sent
Oh
after
my God,
Moses?
prophets don't get sent 2-3 times. He's already been sent. He still exists. He's still alive. He's
Yeah.
gonna die, but
He was
he's not a
sent.
new prophet.
He went
He's-
up to the heaven as
he's
per
still
you.
a prophet. Is he still a prophet, or is his prophethood stopped?
Yes, he's still a prophet, but he's going to
Oh,
be
he's
sent
still a
back
prophet.
again.
So therefore, he's still a prophet. There
Do
you
you believe
go.
Isa alayhi salam has died?
Beautiful.
By the way,
Okay, that's not the only kufr you have. It wouldn't surprise me.
that's
Anyway,
kufr. That's kufr. Wait. That's kufr.
Yes.
To believe Isa alayhi salam has died is kufr.
To contradict Allah is kufr. Yes.
No. To believe Isa alayhi salam has died is kufr. Say it once more.
Yeah.
Yes.
Imam Malik has done
Brother
kufr.
Ramzi, can you let me speak for 2 minutes? Can you let me
Yeah,
speak?
go ahead. Go ahead.
No, one second. One second. Let me finish.
Dario, mute
One
yourself.
second.
Dario, mute
Rumzi,
yourself.
Imam Malik.
Dario,
I'm gonna mute this guy.
Dario, you got to mute yourself. Okay, so here's what he's trying
You
to say.
cannot mute me like this, Rumzi.
But it's Dario, just listen. He's trying to
Just-
say.
Rumzi, you're
did.
muting
He's
me.
trying to
Just
say.
did.
He's trying
Is
to
that
say,
how you treat guests?
So,
When they don't shut up,
Xavius,
yes.
brother,
No,
calm
talking to
down,
you.
man. He's trying to have a conversation with
No,
you, man.
I'm talking
Relax.
to Rumzi right
It's
now,
okay.
right?
That's
Stop
okay.
talking. Keep
Give me
Dario.
1 second with Rumzi and that's it.
Dario,
He can-
relax. I was just
There.
going to talk.
You can
So
speak,
look,
you can
Here's
speak.
what he's trying to do. So, Ahmadis tell the world, look, Imam Malik said that Isa alayhi salam died. He said he died for like an hour. Okay, it's not the same what you're saying. Ibn Abbas said he died in the future. So he's twisting all these sources and etc. But wait, stop all that. Can you pull up my essay in the back chat for Abu Huraira? Pull that up. It's right there. We're gonna catch him lying. He tried to say Mirza Ghulam Ahmad didn't discredit Abu Huraira. That's a lie. Pull that up. And in the meantime, I'll continue to explain. Okay, so what's coming up? So okay,
Can I
scroll
answer
down.
the first point first
Scroll
before we
down
go
for
here?
the reference. Zaria, control yourself, brother.
Rumzi, can I
Control
answer the
yourself.
first point?
Zaria,
not
control
listening to you at the moment.
yourself. It's okay. Look, I live down the street from you. Invite me to your temple sometime. Keep scrolling down. On the first entry. Yep, the next one. Yep, keep going. Actually, the next one after that. It's 1901, Ijazi Amdi. You see that right there? I'm going to read this in English. He says, it seems, Brother Rumzi, listen to this. He says, it seems that one or two companions whose understanding was not perfect, and the word he used was nadan, that they were ignorant. They used to believe, as many has heard, that Jesus was alive in heaven. Abu Huraira is one such person. So he's telling us Abu Huraira believed that Isa hadn't died yet. Okay, so remember, I pulled up that hadith. He don't accept that hadith. All the hadith where Abu Huraira said that Isa alayhi salam is going to return, it's from this perspective. So then he says, when Abu Bakr granted them knowledge, so this is a lie. Abu Bakr did not mention the death of Isa in that scenario. So anyhow, then he says, as a result, the companions were but by the verse and the sense of Greece overtook them. Okay, so I must have walked over it, but yeah, he said, one was right there. This is the English translation. One such person was Abu Huraira, who was a man of poor understanding. Simply saying this, you're wrong, and you reject Sahih Bukhari by saying he's poor understanding. Okay, but in Urdu, look, the transliteration, jaise ke Abu Huraira jo gabi tha. Bro, you can't talk about him like that. And you can't talk about Sahih Hadith. Bro, Abu Huraira has got the most hadiths in Bukhari. Is that, Brother Rumzi, would you confirm?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Abu Huraira is I think
One of the first ones.
After Aisha, he's the most top tier narrator of hadith.
So Mirza Ghulam Ahmad discredited him. Why? Because this hadith in Sahih Bukhari about chapter 4, verse 159 destroyed MGA's Aqidah, and Zaryab is here now. He's a refugee, an asylum case. My brother gave his dad a job, and now he's showing them loyalty. This is exactly why he's here, brother. So thank you, and Brother Rumzi, back to you.
Could I ask him a question, if you brothers don't mind?
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. So, hi, Xavier.
I'll let you talk for it. I just want to say this. I'm noticing a lot of guys like back and forth contradiction. Okay, is Muhammad the last prophet? No. First he said yes, but then he said no. He switched up his answer because he's switching up definitions. And then, do we accept all Sahih hadiths? Yes. But is the most top tier narrative of the Sahih hadith reliable? No. I'm hearing contradictions.
I never said that.
Well, not you, but not you.
No, he never said that either. I can explain you. So Rumzi,
honestly, I'm just trying to figure out where in the Quran does it say Prophet Muhammad is the seal of the law-bearing prophet.
Everything the Quran says is not actually what it says. That's how these people think. Unfortunately.
Okay.
So
yeah, they find a way around everything. But Xavier's brother, can I ask you a question, if you don't mind?
He's not our brother.
First, can I answer the other part?
Sure.
You can ask
go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So the Rumzi, you believe Isa alayhi salam, anyone who believes Isa alayhi salam has died, has done kufr. Ahmadiyya fact check blog told you, confirmed. Let me finish.
Okay, hold on, because you're clear. Let me clarify what I said. Anyone, I know it's funny. Anyone who believes that Isa alayhi salam was crucified, right, and is currently dead, yes. If somebody believes he was crucified, look, I'd have to look into why Imam Malik believes that. But let's pretend Imam Malik believes that Jesus was not crucified, but then God saved him, and then, I don't know, he was in heaven and died for an hour, and then God brought him back, and he's still alive now. Okay, that's okay. I mean, I don't know where he got that from, but let's say that's true. Okay, I'm talking about people who believe he was crucified, like died on the cross.
Okay, perfect. Jazakallah. Because this is thanks thanks for correcting yourself, because at first you never
I was
said that
correcting your
Ahmadis.
okay. I was correcting your understanding, not
Yeah,
myself.
Do you think
Brother Ramzi,
I
real quick,
believe, or
Zaria,
Ahmadis believe,
Zaria,
that he
just
was
be quiet.
crucified?
Just be quiet. Just be
Do you
quiet.
do you think
Zaria, sorry for a second.
Now that's been clarified. Now talk to
Yeah,
Fuad.
Zaria,
no, I have to
chill
answer the
out.
other thing, right?
Brother Ramji, can you pull up the essay that I just posted about Imam Malik? So remember, they lie about everything. They lie about everything. They can't. Zaryab cannot stop. He just says what they
I
told
don't
him
know
to
whose
say.
name are
He
you
didn't. He
mentioning.
didn't double
I don't know
check.
whose name
Pull
are
up
you
the
mentioning.
essay. Pull up the essay. What
I
did
don't know whose
Imam
name
Malik
are you
say?
mentioning.
Brother Ramzi, pull up the essay. What did Imam Malik say? How dare you come
Can I
here and
answer
try to lie
Rumzi,
to
right?
us?
For 1 second,
No,
then
we're
I'll come
about
to
to
you.
pull up this essay, sir.
Yeah, then I'll come to you.
No, sir. How dare you? Look, Imam Malik claimed that Isa died the death of sleep. Okay? He
Where does it
wasn't the
say
one
that?
who he
Where does it
doesn't.
say that?
Oh, scroll
Show me
down.
quote it.
Brother, Ibn Rushd, scroll down a little bit, bro. Zaryab, you never knew this because you don't do homework. Why would you do homework? Right?
I've done it.
Brother,
I have his scan right
have
now.
you seen this? Have you
Here.
seen this reference?
Yes, I have.
What does it say? Brother, scroll up to the English, brother. It says Ibn Rushd mentions that this is disputed. In this ref, Imam Malik says that Isa died at the age of 33. Ibn Rushd commentates on this and says it means that Isa left this dunya and was physically raised to Allah. Ibn Rushd goes on to explain Imam Malik means that Isa was lifted alive. He goes on to quote Imam Malik and agree that Isa will make Hajj or Umrah or both. And then furthermore, in terms of the physical descent of Isa, they will hear a cloud, etc., etc. Scroll down, let's see if there's anything else. So, brother, stop misrepresenting Muslims and then trying to put people in a trap who haven't read these things. How dare you? How dare you? Now, if I see you doing it again, it's a problem. Brother Ramzi, back to you.
I have Ibn Rushd right now, and he says this. He quotes Imam Malik, and he says he believed Isa alayhi salam died at the age of 33, and he says the statement of Imam Malik on this, and he had died. He was 33 is a literal and not a metaphor. He literally quotes it. I have 4 Maliki scholars. Can I finish? Can you guys let me finish? You never let me finish.
Here's what you do.
If you want,
then let me finish. I live close to you. Invite me to your temple, and we can sit down, and I can explain how you're lying. And I explain
Rumzi, the reason, Rumzi, I'll tell you the reason I'm not talking to him. He goes on his blog.
You're not even a man.
He labels people rapists.
Zevi,
you're not even man enough to speak.
Sorry, hold on. Sorry, what did he say? What did he say?
He labels people rapists. He makes false allegations of rape on people. I have these scans. I have these screenshots of his website.
Let me
I
tell
can
you what
show
happened.
you right now.
Ramzi, hold on. Let me tell you what happened. So
I have 2. He has labeled. Let me finish. He has labeled 2 different people of raping women, and he says that he has met those women, and he has and they have confirmed that they have been raped by Ahmadis. And he has wrote about 2. If you confirm if you have written this or not, just say wallahi that you have done it or not, and I'll leave.
I like how he says he's not talking to you, but now he's talking to you.
Yeah, so I have to, because you have been laughing at that I'm scared of him.
Let me tell you what happened, Ramzi. Let me tell you what happened. Zaryab, chill.
No, you have to say wallahi you wrote them or not.
Zevi, you're gonna make accusations now. You gotta let.
I have a screenshot. I can put you in the back.
Zevi, I'm trying to hear. Come on, you made an accusation. Now you're not the only one here. Come on.
But he has to say yes or no. He wrote them or not.
Zevi, for God's sake, just shut your face. Come on, man. I let you speak. Okay, come on. I didn't interrupt you. I let you speak. No, come on.
Yeah, so here's what happens, Zaria Farouk. Let me tell you. Somehow their Discord got hacked. These guys had a Discord. I don't know if it's the same one or what. So some people somehow got in there and sent me all this information, and I posted it. And did it say you were chasing some woman? I think it was something like that. I think I went back and removed it all. But whatever, bro. What's your problem? Is that your issue? That you got exposed? Look, you're a weak man who's never been into a fight in his whole life. But look how you aggressively go out and talk to people. For God's sakes, you were claiming the death of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad was like the death of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. You gotta chill, bro. You can't be saying things like that, bro. You cannot.
Okay, Rumzi,
they're totally different.
He confirmed he lied on his website.
Oh,
right. He confirmed.
Zevius, that's not what I just heard. That's not.
What did you hear? You tell me. What did you hear?
I didn't hear it. Okay, one second. Okay, 1 second. Bashir, 1 second. Bashir, did you lie?
No, I just told him exactly how I got the info, exactly how I posted
Okay,
it.
good. So
You
okay,
posted
good.
without confirming. The hadith says when you get
Oh.
information, you verify, and then you post it.
Zevius, 1 second. I'm not getting my deen from him. I'm not getting my deen from some random Tom, Dick, and Harry after Muhammad like you. Okay, I only get my deen from prophets of God, true prophets of God. So just chill out, calm down. All right, I'm not getting my deen from him. You said he's lying. You said he's admitting he's lying. He just said he's not lying. So now you just lied against my brother.
How did I lie?
Okay.
He confirmed that he posted information about
He just
false
said
allegations.
he's not admitting to you that he's never admitted to you that he's lying, and now you're saying you're putting
He
words in
did.
his mouth.
He said he posted
Okay,
information
watch
on
this.
his website.
Watch this. Bashir. Bashir. Did you lie?
No.
Okay,
sir,
so he's
at
not
all.
admitting that. He's not admitting that. So stop putting words in his mouth. Okay.
He literally put the information on the website which says that Ahmadis have raped women and he has met those women, right? And he says we have met those women. I have so you wrote we have met those women. So did you put this on the website or not? And you confirmed he did, but he has deleted it since then. He confirmed it to you. So he literally
Is this
accepted.
what you're mad at me about? I love you, but I love you. Why are you mad at me?
So Rumzi, I don't know why you're defending
One second.
someone.
Okay, 1 second. Bashir, did you intentionally post false information?
No.
Okay, so what are you? Okay, so that's it. Stop trying to like.
That's what I said.
Man,
That's what I said. He posted on website and he confirmed he posted.
Okay, Xavius.
Next thing.
It's removed, man.
Xavius,
So next
chilling.
thing, Rumzi, I have 4 Maliki scholars, right? Ibn Rushd.
Zevius. Okay, so you jump to one topic and then you jump, and then when you get
Who jumped?
you just accuse the prophet. You just accuse this guy of lying, and then
because you guys are jumping. You're laughing at.
I'm gonna mute you now. You have no self control at all. Okay, calm down. It's okay. It's you're like the most jumpy kafir I've had on the stream. Okay, subhanallah. Now Fawad, you've been trying to talk to him for a while.
No.
Yeah, save your
Fawad,
side.
1 second. Sorry.
Sure.
I muted him. Go ahead, talk.
Okay, Savius, brother, I'm just trying to ask you one simple question. I'm not very well versed with the Ahmadi religion. This is not my forte. Okay, so I just only have one question. Okay, so you said you accept Bukhari, right? The hadith from Bukhari.
Yes, I do. But he's gonna mute.
Okay, so
you don't shut
no,
up,
it's okay. You can talk to me. We'll have a calm discussion. Okay, so can you show me a hadith that is said to have been allegedly attributed to Bukhari by Mirza himself? The hadith is supposed to have predicted the arrival of Khalifa in the latter days, with a voice descending from the heaven declaring, "This is God's chosen Khalifa, the guided one." You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay, can you show me that hadith, please?
It's not there.
So it's not in Bukhari.
We've answered this hundreds
No,
of times.
Dude,
I can send you the answer if that's fine.
No. I want you to tell me the answer. Educate the rest of us. Ramzi is new to this. I'm new to this. Ali is new to this. Brother Bashir, he knows probably all these answers. We want to know directly from you. You said that you came on here representing the Ahmadi religion, the Qadiani religion.
I'm not
right?
here representing anything. I never said that.
Whatever the case, you said you're here to clarify certain things, right? So
yes, and
as a Sunni Muslim, if you ask me something, okay, I will clarify it to you gladly, no problem at all. I expect the same from you, okay? So please answer the question. So Mirza is supposed to have been saying this in the testimony of the Holy Quran, okay, which is attributed to Mirza himself. And he said clearly, and I quote, Brother Ramzi, can you put this up so the rest of the people can see as well? I sent it to you on WhatsApp, please.
Oh, I got so many tabs open tonight. All right, that's cool. I'm just joking. Boy,
and scroll down to page 66, please.
Just bear with me just a moment. I gotta exit some tabs. That's a lot of tabs. All right.
In the meantime, I've posted my essay on this topic in the chat. All the quotes are also there.
Sorry, Bashir, you wanted? Bashir, sorry, Fawad, you wanted this?
What's the page number? Here, I can pull it.
Fawad, you there?
66. Page 66.
Yeah.
Okay. Oopsie.
It might be PDF 66. Yeah, the pages are different than the PDF now.
Oh yeah, the PDF 66. So keep scrolling down.
Yeah, and just so you guys know, I haven't met Zaria, but I know him. There's a lot of bad blood, so obviously he can't even talk to me and etc. But look, I'm a nice guy, man. You know, invite me to your temple, bro. Stop playing.
So Ramzi, can you either the brother can read
Unfortunately, we have
himself, or you can just
looking this close to home. Honestly, it's terrible. So go ahead, Akhi.
so yeah. So can you read it out loud?
Where do you want me to start?
Just from the beginning. It's no, I mean page 66. Page 66. Yeah, right there. Those are hadith.
Hold on. Those are hadith that are much more authentic and trustworthy than this hadith should be accepted first. Example, those hadith of Sahih Bukhari foretelling the appearance of Khulafa in the latter days, especially that Khalifa about whom it is recorded in Sahih Bukhari that for him a voice will descend from heaven. هذا خليفة الله المهدي. This is God's Khalifa and the guided one. Now consider the status and credibility of this hadith, which is recorded in the most authentic books after the Book of Allah. On the other hand, the hadith that has been presented by the critic has been criticized by the ulama on many grounds, and its authenticity has been questioned.
So yeah. So it clearly says right there. So can you show me this hadith, please?
Zaria,
Serious?
that's you. You're on the bubble.
Yeah, I've answered this.
Yeah,
I
he's
posted the
already
link.
answered.
Ramzi, I posted the link in the back chat.
Yeah, he
I've
Brother,
answered this.
Yeah,
just
he needs to.
answer it to me directly, man.
Yes, can you open it so I can answer it?
No, yes, what? What's the yes?
Say what?
You're answering yes. Yes, what? What's yes to what? Yes, what?
No, I can answer it. I posted the link of the answer of this thing, allegation, right?
Okay. So
Is there such a hadith
No, there is not.
in Bukhari?
No,
Okay.
there is not.
So, and what is he saying
posted
over
something on
there?
Twitter. He posted something on Twitter.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the thread answering this allegation. What's wrong with it?
Okay. So
Just explain it. So you admitted that it doesn't exist.
Let him open it. Let me answer it.
No, you admitted.
No,
that
let
it
him
doesn't
open it.
exist.
You
He's
can
not
speak.
opening it.
I'm talking to Fawad.
We're not opening.
talking
it.
to Fawad.
hey, just to be clear, what's it called? Zelius. I'm sorry, Zelius. This isn't where you have the
Zevius.
luxury of.
Zevius.
Sorry?
Zevius.
Whatever, Zivius. This isn't the place where you have the luxury of like, okay, I'm gonna ignore half the panel. I'm gonna talk the other half of the panel. Like you can't have like it's not like sorry.
You guys can't keep jumping around, right? I have to
Yeah,
answer one thing at a time.
It's pretty straightforward, Zevius. Okay, so
Fawad,
you wanted to speak
everyone
to
knows.
me? Sure.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'll talk to you. Fawad, everyone
Okay,
knows
yeah.
you're not here
Mhm.
to learn about Ahmadiyya, right? The Ahmadiyya Islam. You're not here to do that. Neither is
There's
Rumzi.
no such thing.
If
There's no
Rumzi,
such
if
Pre-
Rumzi and you were honest, you would not be speaking to random guys on internet trying to learn about Ahmadiyya.
Brother.
This is not Ahmadis. You would not go to a Christian to learn about
Brother,
Islam, right?
you
It's
are
a
the
simple
one.
thing.
You are the one that came to our panel. Okay.
Yes, Fawad.
I don't know how long.
I'm answering. Let me finish, and then you
Okay,
can speak.
go ahead.
Okay?
Sure.
Just like if you won't have a Christian learn about Islam from a Christian, similarly, you won't have
Yeah,
a
Bashir was
Muslim learn about
Bashir
you're
was
not
an
Ahmadi
Ahmadi.
Muslim.
But Bashir is not a Christian. He was an Ahmadi. So
Yeah, I'm saying you learn if you want to learn about something, you go to the source. You don't go to X whatever or whatever, right?
Unfortunately,
atheist-
when I ask you guys direct
You
questions,
are my source, man. Like
when
like,
have you come and talked to an Ahmadi ever? We do
unfortunately,
regular video live streams.
unfortunately,
Invite me to your temple.
No, go ahead, Rumzi.
unfortunately, I like how he ignored what Bashir said. He just talked to me.
What did I ignore? What did I ignore? Tell me, what did I ignore?
Invite him to your temple.
You
the mosque
said-
is open. He
you
can come
said
anytime.
Come to Ahmadis. You said
The mosque
come
is
to us.
open all the time. He can
Invite
come
me to
anytime.
your temple. If I could, can I come to the?
There is a
Baypoint
mosque in our community,
Can I
and
come to
anyone
the
can
Baypoint
come in,
temple?
right? Anyone can come in. Rumzi, you can go ahead now.
temple? Okay, can I come to the Baypoint Temple tonight?
There is no temple in Baypoint. We have a mosque in Baypoint. Rumzi, go ahead.
I'm so
So
lost.
so hold on, brother.
So,
Ramzi,
so
check it
Rumzi,
out.
would
So he
you
admitted-
have
he
an
admitted,
atheist go
Zevius,
learn
Zevius,
about Islam
relax.
from an atheist?
Zevius, relax. So look, he admitted.
That's not quite what. Okay, go on.
Ramzi,
No,
admitted
this is the
hadith
question,
doesn't
right?
exist.
Would you learn about
No.
something from the
No.
source, or would you go to
Zevius,
someone else
Zevius,
to learn about it?
Zevius.
Well, the source is constantly contradicting itself. It's a bit hard. Is Muhammad the last prophet?
Where did you go?
30
Where
seconds.
did-
No.
Which
Is
Ahmadi did you go to before to learn
Hold
about
on.
Ahmadi?
One second. Is Muhammad the last prophet? Yes. 5 minutes later? No. 5 minutes again?
explained to you.
Yes, he is.
I explained to you in what sense he's the last prophet, just like your scholars have mentioned. I have your scholars mentioning the same exact thing I mentioned.
I'll
I
tell
have
you what.
scans
I'll
right
tell you
now.
what. None of my scholars say
I
that
have scans right now.
Islam is the new
Open
prophet.
this. Okay, open this. I'm gonna give you something. Open it.
Oh, subhanallah.
Yeah, hold
Well,
on.
before we go there. Before we go there.
Chill out. Ramzi, can
Let
you
me
mute
talk
him?
to him, bro. Like,
Ramzi, can
there's
you
two
mute him?
people talking over me.
Zaria,
Come on, one
chill
second.
out. You're not letting
You
me
need to
talk
chill
out of
out.
your jealousy.
Rumzi, can I ask you something?
Zaria, you're jealous.
You haven't
Just
answered.
be quiet. Okay, so
You haven't
let's
answered
confirm.
it, Rumzi.
Zaria, let's confirm. He's admitting Mirza Ghulam Ahmad lied. He's admitting his Dajjal Messiah lied. This doesn't exist. So now, where does it exist? Tell us that.
This is what I was gonna say. Like from what I see, with all due respect, I only see two options. Okay, either Bukhari has such a hadith, which you yourself admitted does not exist. What is the second option? The only other option left, Mirza is lying.
Why is there no third option that he made a mistake? Tell me.
So, he made a mistake. Your prophet supposedly is receiving revelations from God himself, and he made such a big blunder.
Maybe Allah made a mistake.
He made a big blunder about an authentic hadith that is supposed to be actually talking about his arrival. That's what you buy? Seriously?
Rumzi, can you open the verse I sent you?
Maybe Allah made a mistake when he revealed that to him. Allah.
Can you open the verse I sent you, Rumzi?
The verse of the Quran?
Yes. It's on the Twitter thread. Just
No,
open
which,
it.
Which verse? Which verse of the Quran
I'm
is
gonna
it?
show another
Hold on. Which verse of the Quran is it?
It's,
brother, I'm going to show another one.
It's
Brother
20.
Zevius.
Let me finish.
No,
I'm
hold
answering,
that
right?
thought.
I'm answering Fawad. 1 second. So
Which verse?
it's chapter 20, chapter 20, verse 115.
20, verse 115?
Yes. Hazrat Adam alayhi salam, according to Allah Ta'ala, forgot. And indeed, we once made a covenant.
Hold
with
on,
Adam,
hold
but
on,
he forgot.
hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. The Prophet Muhammad. Hold on. Wait a minute, guys. One second. The Prophet Muhammad had lapses of memory. The Prophet Muhammad didn't give false information about the religion.
Exactly.
So
you can.
Hold on.
The prophets can forget. Prophets can forget and make mistakes. There's no nothing. Rumzi, I'm going to finish my answer.
No, don't you dare make a false comparison.
To stop me from answering the question. You know you're stuck. Because prophets can make mistakes. So I have the full answer. I'm going to explain the full answer, then we can go ahead.
Zevius. The Prophet Muhammad had lapses of memory. The Prophet Muhammad, the prophet you reject, never gave false information about the deen. Your prophet did.
What false information did he give? He just misquoted a hadith.
Hold on, one second. If I make a claim, one second. If I make a claim that there's a hadith of the Prophet Muhammad that said something, and that thing does not exist.
It does exist.
You just said it doesn't. You just
doesn't exist in Bukhari. It does not exist in Bukhari. He quoted it from Bukhari. It is not in Bukhari. It's in other books. You want it? Ibn Kathir said it's Sahih.
I'm dying.
Ibn Kathir said it's in Sahih, so it's a Sahih hadith.
Yes, it is Sahih hadith.
Okay. Let's pull it up. Let's pull it up. Sure.
Allah revealed the mistake to him. Okay, interesting.
No, but wait. I want to see.
Yes, I'll show you.
I want to see this one.
I'll show you.
I
promise.
Hold that thought, brother Rumzi. I posted a link in the private chat. I have another instance. You got to see.
Yes,
you got.
Let me answer, Rumzi. I know what you. I get what you mean. You guys were thinking that hadith doesn't exist anywhere, right? But that hadith does exist. That hadith has a Khalifat al-Mahdi.
So he gave false information, correct?
He made a mistake in attributing it to Bukhari, but it wasn't in other books of the hadith.
Your prophet got revelation, which was false.
Which revelation? Where does he say this is from revelation? Everything that the Prophet says is from revelation. When Prophet ﷺ forgot something in Salat, was it also through revelation?
Forgetting was not revealed to him.
So exactly. So when he is forgetting, why is it a revelation all of a sudden?
Hold on.
Why is it a hypocrisy?
Hold on, because he gave false information. That's a false. That's
He's
mistake.
The hadith exists.
Hold on. Not knowing something, not being all knowing is not a mistake. It's not a mistake from revelation. If I claim right now that there is revelation that says this, that is a positive claim, which is false. That is a positive claim. Not knowing. Oh, guys, hold on. Wait, I forgot. Hold on, guys. I forget this verse. I forget which verse was in that book. I forget. That's not a positive claim. I forgot this. Claiming that X is in that book when it is not in that book is a positive claim, which is a false positive
or is
claim.
or it's a mistake?
No, it was never corrected.
attributing
It
it.
was never corrected.
It-
He
it-
never
it's-
corrected it in his life. So I'm gonna show you another one,
It's,
brother
no, no,
Ramsey.
no. I'm gonna answer it. I'm
Brother
gonna
Ramsey,
answer
can
it
you pull up
first.
my essay?
You keep
I'm
speaking
showing you
over me.
something else.
You don't let me finish, bro.
Oh,
Zevius, when you compare our beloved prophet of God
I'm
to
gonna-
your fake, then yes, I'm not going to let you speak. Sorry.
Then
you say,
then you can kick me off.
When
Then
you
you
say
can
that,
kick me off.
when you say that a prophet of God, who's a human being, not knowing something is the same as your prophet of God giving fake news.
You're saying Muhammad Sallam Nauzubillah did not know Salat?
Sorry, the Prophet Muhammad not knowing something is not the same as the Prophet Muhammad making false allegations.
So Prophet Sallam did not know Salat. That's what you're saying?
Zevius, what? Zevius, the
Because
Prophet
he made
Muhammad,
mistakes in Salat.
Zevius,
That's a thing. Because he's a human and he says that.
Zevius,
You don't let me finish.
Zevius, I'm not going to let you finish.
Okay,
your
let me.
straw man.
You speak and then let me speak.
Mispronounced. Hold on. Not knowing something, I forgot this. Or if I make a mistake, guys, watch this. If I say Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamana, like sorry. Let me fix that. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. And then I say, and then on the other hand, I say, guys, Surah Al-Fatiha says that Allah is 10. Oh, whoopsie. And I forget to correct myself. That's what you're comparing. Ya Jahid. Subhanallah.
That's
Your prophet. It's not it's reality. Sorry.
You go debate atheists and you're doing ad hominems on me. That's your caliber.
How about false comparisons? How's that?
No, that's your caliber.
False comparison is your caliber.
Because you can debate easy people, but you can't debate people you're scared of, right? Because that's the thing.
It's good to realize. No, I'm not an expert, but when you compare my prophet of God to
you're not an expert, so you come to the source and learn from us. Why are you doing a stream with people who do not know about Ahmadiyya?
I'm taking what you said.
No, you come to us. I invite you. This is True Islam Discord. I invite you first.
I'm taking what you said. This isn't something I'm making a claim. I'm taking what you said. So either you're the liar or maybe I misheard you, but I'm quoting you correctly. You said that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad gave a false attribution and he never corrected himself.
He did.
There is no place where the prophet.
I gave you the link. He did correct himself.
Let me finish. There is no place where the Prophet Muhammad forgot the Prophet Muhammad forgetting something is not an issue. Oh, oopsie, had a lapse of memory. He's a human being. Forgetting something is one thing. Making a false allegation is something completely different. That's a matter of religion.
Did the Prophet ﷺ make mistakes ever?
The Prophet Muhammad was a human being. You can make mistakes, but making a false allegation, no, not exactly, making a false allegation. Shut your face. Be quiet. Making a false allegation.
Again, you're attacking.
Be quiet. If you won't be quiet, then I'm going to tell you to be quiet. Sorry, that's how it works.
No, you did not tell me to be quiet. You said something else.
I told you to be quiet 10 times and you didn't listen, so I said that. So learn.
If you don't let me speak,
false
I can say the same thing to you.
I will mute you. This guy has no self-control. If you forget something, forgetting something is one thing. Making a false positive claim. Let me repeat that. It's a false claim, but it's a positive claim. Claiming that such and such is there when it is not. That is a false positive claim. Hold on, guys. Hold on. I forgot what was in Bukhari. This is what you're comparing. I forgot what was in Bukhari. It's okay. I forgot what was in Bukhari. Bukhari says blank, and blank doesn't exist, or blank is not in Bukhari. You are an absolutely disgusting person for comparing your prophet's fake news to a human mistake, a genuine human mistake of my prophet. Spreading false news is not a little oopsie daisy. All right. Forgetting something, forgetting to tie your shoes, or forgetting a certain verse. Hold on, I forgot something. I can't. That's okay. I forget. That is absolutely disgusting. That is an absolutely perverted mindset to have, to try to compare your prophet's fake news to a real prophet of God, a true prophet of God. Absolutely disgusting.
Yep.
And that's why that's why I'm offended. I took what you said. I agree. I'm not an expert. I never claimed to be an expert. I'm taking what you said out of your mouth. So if what I'm saying is a lie, then that would make you the liar.
If you're not the expert, then why are you here learning about Ahmadiyya from someone else?
I took what you said.
I'm talking in general. You named the stream Qadiani something.
I took what you said.
Well, 1 second. Let me finish. I listened to you, right? You have to let me finish. You named the stream Qadiani something, and you're here with some people who do not know about Ahmadiyya, who are not the actual source, and then you're claiming to be learning from them, and you claim yourself
no
that you're
offense,
jahil.
no
You're
offense, Ziv.
jahil in.
After what I just heard, I don't really trust
Let
your
me
judgment.
finish. You're
No
not
offense.
letting me finish.
No
You
offense.
speaking over me. You can't
I don't
control
think you
yourself. See, you're here claiming to be a jahil,
Watch
and
this,
you
watch this.
accept.
Boom. Watch that. See, I can't control myself. Boom. How's that?
Yeah, you can't control. That's why you're muting me and speaking.
Speaking what?
You're speaking over me, right? And keeping. You can
Rumsey,
keep
pull
muting
up
me,
the
right?
next essay. Pull up the next essay.
Have
The
your play in
issue
garden.
is
Have your play in
the
garden.
issue is you can't control yourself, right? I'm speaking. You either let me speak or let me finish.
Totally.
Don't mute me. Don't be scared, because I
Totally.
don't know why
Totally.
why is there something to be scared of? You guys are four
So-
here. I'm the single guy.
One-
Fawad, let
one-
me finish. Fawad, let me
Sure.
finish. You and
Okay.
Rumzi are here, right? You want to learn about Ahmadiyya, and you seem to be very, and you're claiming to be very like honest about your learning about Ahmadiyya, right? All I'm saying is, why are you here? Why are you not coming to us and learning about it? We have a channel, True Islam Discord. We have many channels, True Islam UK on Ahmadiyya, right? Why don't you
Did
come
you
to us?
notice when I hopped on? Did you notice when I hopped on?
Notice what?
When did I hop on?
Yeah, after I came. So that's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
Come to us. Come to the source after this.
So
come to the
and
source.
so you
Similarly,
came over
Rumzi-
here. Wait.
No, I'm here
You-
to explain the lies that previous people made, and I could not even finish that. And
But
because
that's
these
the
guys
thing,
started
brother.
speaking.
What
The
what
other
I
guy
am
said we
seeing
can-
over
the
here,
other-
what
the
I'm
other guy
seeing
said-
over
Let
here.
me finish. Then you can
Mhm.
speak. The other guy
Sure.
said that we don't even pray like them, right? Our prayers is very similar to Hanafi, and exactly the same as Sunnis do, right? We pray. We recite the same Quran. We accept the Sahih Sittah, right? We accept the 5 pillars of Islam and 6 articles of faith, right? The other guys were saying that we do not even believe in all of those. And that's the issue that I came to explain. But now you guys are going to make allegations, right? And then I'll answer them. It's going to be a waste of time. I came here to ask Rumzi one simple thing, and I haven't gotten the time to do so. I wanted to ask him about certain verse of the Holy Quran because he knows Arabic more than me. So I wanted his opinion, and then I'll leave.
I never claimed to be an expert in Arabic.
I know. I never claimed
I'm
that
not
you're
a
the
source of
expert.
information. I am not a source of information on Arabic. I never.
I just want you to translate this one verse.
So
That's it.
may I
I'm
respond
not a
to
source-
what you said?
Hey, guys, I'm not a source of translating Arabic. Can you listen? Listen.
No,
I'm
no.
not a source of translating Arabic. I never claimed to be.
Yeah, Zaryab, you can bring your verse to me and we can answer it. But
You don't even know Urdu, let alone Arabic.
You don't even want to. And brother,
It's okay. I know Urdu.
You can't accept it.
no worries.
Zaryab can't accept that the Ahmadiyya
He doesn't
fact-check
even know Urdu,
blog
let alone
has
Arabic.
went around the world. Brother, stop it, brother. Knock it off, bro. Okay, you can't accept that people went to the Ahmadiyya fact-check blog. Huram can't accept it either. You can't make a blog because you can't even write like that in English. So knock it off. Okay, don't be mad someone did this and I'm beating your own website. I got more views than your own website. I've educated the world. And Brother Rumsey, can you pull up the essay? I'm going to show you one more instance of your liar prophet lying about hadith.
Fawad,
How dare you bring up
if
hadith?
you want to learn about Ahmadiyya, come to me.
You and
Search
your dad,
True Islam Discord.
You and your dad have no
I'll be
idea
there.
what Ahmadiyyat is.
And then
You're
I'll
only
answer
in it
all of
'cause
your
you got a
questions.
side.
Rumzi, if you want to learn, you can come to me
only
also.
got it because you're only
Rumzi,
Ahmadi because of a side.
don't claim to be learning
Rumzi,
about
pull it up.
Ahmadiyya from these people, okay? If you want to
Rumzi,
learn,
pull it up.
you're Jahil,
No,
so you have to
we-
come learn from the source.
Now,
That's what you claim.
Okay.
ad hominems. Look, see it.
No, that's not on. You said yourself that
no,
you're Jahil in it.
And I'll tell you,
I never said
Zaryab is
anything
the
new.
kind of guy
You
who
called
I'm not
that.
like you.
even in a fight.
Look, we're not like you
Let me show
guys,
that.
okay? We don't do ad hominems on
No,
the.
Zaryab, you're
When we
rude
bring
and
a
arrogant.
guest
and
over,
When I do it, when I
True
call you a
Islam.
jahid, it's an homonym. When you do it, it's not an homonym. Okay.
You
That's
said
not-
yourself that you're
That's like the
Jahil.
fourth. That's like
in
the
the
fourth
Ahmadiyya
contradiction.
theology.
That's like
You
the
said-
fourth. That's like the fourth.
You said you're
contradiction.
Jahil in the Ahmadi theology.
Okay. Well,
Did you say yes or no?
Well,
Did
you're
you say
clearly
that yes or no?
You're Jahil of Islam. You're clearly Jahil of
No,
Islam.
I never said Jahil of Islam. I said you're Jahil in the Ahmadi
No, you've
theology,
proven it.
which is
though.
what
You've
you
proven
claim.
it. Though. You've made it quite obvious, though. Let's be real.
No, you said you're Jahil in the Ahmadi theology. I'm saying come learn from us. Okay, we have a
So-
True Islam Discord. Search True Islam Discord. We have a
Look,
Discord
listen,
server.
man, there's plenty of other forms of fake Islam I have to get to.
Yeah, so then come.
There
There we go.
is.
Then
Scroll down,
don't
bro.
claim to be
So
don't claim to be
check this
learning
out.
from
Check
here,
this
right?
out. Zaryab,
No, I'm gonna
educate
leave
you.
because
Zaryab,
he's
I'm
muting
gonna
me at the
Okay,
beginning.
get lost then. No one told you to
Yeah.
do it. Get lost. Get lost.
Again, that's your
I'm gonna
language. That's your
educate you.
akhlaq.
Zaryab, I'm going to educate you. If you
Your
stay.
akhlaq is very.
So here we go. Check this out.
Ramsey, don't mute him. Don't mute him.
Oh,
It's okay.
fine.
Bring him back. Don't mute him. Don't mute
I
him.
didn't kick him. I didn't kick him. He left.
Let's-
I didn't kick him. He left.
Xavier, if you're still backstage, come back. We'll
No, he's
talk
not.
to you. We're
We're
not
not.
going to mute you, man.
Completely.
Yeah. So here's another case, guys. Check this out. Mirza Ghulam Ahmad claimed that all prophets go up to the title. He claimed that all prophets claim that the Mahdi will come near Punjab and in the 14th century. You ever heard this one? So scroll down. It's in a book called Arba'in, and he said, so he said, Anbiya. Now, what does
Other
Anbiya?
guys, apparently I'm rattled. You see, I'm like shivering. You guys hold on 1 second. Let me just give me 1 second. Let me just zoom in. Do you guys see the sweat on my forehead? Actually, I am sweating a little bit. I should. Not really. Okay, I am sweating a little bit. Not gonna lie. But no, guys, I'm cool, man. Come on.
Yeah. So Mirza Ghulam Ahmad writes in this Arabic only book.
It's hot in California. Don't you?
Yeah. So he says in this book that the Anbiya, prophets. Anbiya is plural for prophets, right? Am I? You guys agree?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Repeat that one more time. I'm so sorry. I got distracted.
Prophets, yes. Anbiya are prophets.
Yeah.
Rasul is messenger. Yeah, they bring risala.
Mirza Ghulam Ahmad writes in this book, Arba'in, he writes that Anbiya said the Mahdi will come in the 14th century and near the Punjab. You ever heard of this one? Where is this written at? Wait, he's saying Anbiya. He's lying on all the prophets, right? Then look, in the 1920 edition, they put in a clerical error. Ramzi, you got to hear this. They said no, it wasn't Anbiya, it was Awliya.
That's completely different though.
So we're like, that can't be a typo. Anbiya meant Awliya. Which Awliya said the Mahdi will come near the Punjab? We've never heard of that either. So then in the 1984 edition, they totally wiped it out. And you don't even see the footnote. It doesn't even have the footnote. It just says Awliya, and you would never know. So yeah.
Brother Bashir, since he's gone, like, may I ask you, and I genuinely want to learn, right? Because I know nothing about this faith, right? I've heard of them just a little bit, but I know nothing. So this hadith that they're referring to, is it found anywhere else according to them? Because they keep saying even in the chat that it does exist. I really want to know the source. Like, we want to open it up. I want to see this hadith, if there is such a hadith.
Yeah. Well, so I think Razi had responded that it's in the tafsir literature, but I don't think he gave all the scans and all of that, so we can double check. You know, he doesn't normally do that. You know what I mean? He doesn't, like with the Imam Malik. You see, they're hiding something about what.
But tafsir is one thing, Akhi. What we're saying is, where is a source for the hadith itself going all the way back to the Prophet, peace be upon him, not the tafsir, right?
Right. And they don't understand that. So for the eclipses, they quote a Shia book that doesn't even go back to the Prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So how can these guys talk about hadith? So Ramzi, we were talking about Quran. How can they talk Quran with us? Their entire understanding is upside down. Then when it comes to the hadith, they called Abu Huraira astaghfirullah. I don't even want to say it again. So what are these guys talking about?
And by the way, the guy said, what's his name? The guy on here said, oh, well, you know, it was only what did he say before? MGA only criticized Abu Huraira's jihad or something like that. I don't know.
He said something like that.
Yeah, but then we pulled up the reference and what's it called? What did he say? MGA. What do you call it? He said his understanding was faulty. His understanding of the deen was faulty. I think that's what he said. The deen, he said he had faulty understanding. Okay, so basically you're telling us you take information from faulty narrators. If it's a faulty narrator, then you're rejecting the narrator. You have to be like, if you're being honest with yourself, if you're saying like, guys, come on, why on earth would you say? How do I say this? The most prominent narrator of hadith, other than Aisha, I guess, has a faulty understanding of the deen, or has faulty understanding in general.
That's what I was about to ask him. Because one of the conditions of sahih, categorizing a hadith as mutawatir, sahih, etc. First is the chain has to be connected back to the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, right? The narrator has to have a good memory, and the third is he has to have a good moral character. He has to be on the right path of the deen. He has to be following the Islam properly, right? And it should not be contradicting against an explicit mutawatir hadith or an ayah of the Quran. And the fifth is it should not contain any textual errors, right? So if they're questioning Abu Huraira, which is such an esteemed companion of the Prophet, peace be upon him, right? It does not. So according to them, then it's not a Sahih hadith. They should not be quoting a single hadith coming through him.
Exactly. So I
But
showed
I'm still stuck on the whole basically admitting, his prophet gave false information about the deen, right? About the deen. Not it's going to be, Fajr time is in 30 minutes. Oh, no, it's actually in 20 minutes. Oopsie. No, this reference, or the prophet said this in this book, right? Oh, no, that's actually false. He compares that to, the Prophet Muhammad, or Adam, sorry, he gave the example, Adam forgot. Ha! It's like, having a lapse of memory is called being human. Giving fake news about Islamic sources, especially as a prophet, a freaking prophet, a prophet giving fake news about sources, about the words of the prophet, about the words of Muhammad, peace be upon him. Kadhab. Freaking, it's a lying through his freaking liar, subhanAllah. And you're comparing that to Adam or Muhammad, peace be upon him, having a lapse of memory? Having a lapse of memory and forgetting something is one thing. Not knowing
that's not the only occasion.
Allegations is completely different.
Yeah, and that's not the only occasion where he's been lying about the hadith, right? There's so many hadith, like Brother Bashir would know, Brother Nan, they have pointed out, right? They don't have a comeback for it. They're always diverting from, let's talk about this. Why are you running away from this? What? But they don't deal with, like, if somebody points something out to me, the hadith about the Aisha radiallahu anhu, or the breastfeeding, whatever, it's like, we deal with that. Like earlier when the guy asked you about the camel urine thing, right? You didn't mention something else. You dealt with that hadith directly, So this is the part I don't understand. Like, he was here, he's pointing me to some other websites. He wants to show me scans. I have the Sahih Sitta. Give me the source. I'm right here. I'm asking on the chat again and again. Not a single one of them is able to provide to me the source. Let me see it for myself. Let me show it to everybody. Guys, here's the hadith that he's referring to. But they're not able to provide it.
Let's cover another one. Brother Rumsey, can you hit the link that I just posted? The last one is the most hilarious one. I didn't catch this in all of my research. Brother Adnan caught it. I don't even know how. Pull up the last one. Yeah, pull that up again, and then let me show you this last one. It's like, come on, we can't trust you guys. All right, and then scroll down to 1908.
By the way, we don't. Sorry, hold on. Give me a second. Before we get there. Where do you want to go?
Scroll down to 1908.
I'm getting messages, man. Wait 1 second.
Right there. So in the book Chashma-i Marifat, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad quotes a book, Tariq-i Hamdan, which doesn't exist. We haven't found it. Let me give you the inside story. So he claims Qala Rasulullah said that there was a prophet in every country, and that there was a prophet in India. He was black in color, and his name was Kahun, who was also called, and he was asked whether God spoke in the Persian language. He said, yes, brother, this is a fake, it doesn't exist. Tariq-i Hamdan, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad said, Qala Rasulullah, that's a lie. He lied on the name of the prophet, saying that he was a black prophet. So there are other instances. So Zariaban got a leg to stand on. So Brother Fawad, what else you got, bro?
Okay, so another question I have, again, this is just for my knowledge. As I said, I have no clue what they believe in.
If there are any are there any Qadianis backstage, could you let me know, by the way? Because I see some new people backstage, like 2 of them or 3 of them. And by the way, guys, if you're a Muslim and you know exactly what I mean by Muslim, don't be a smartass. If you know exactly what I mean when I say a Muslim. If you are an actual Muslim, then please do me a favor. May Allah bless you guys. You guys are amazing, but please make your way out of the backstage. If you're a wannabe Muslim and you know exactly what I mean, then feel free to click the link and come backstage, okay? But until then,
And by the way, after Brother Fawad asks this question, Brother Bashir, I have a question for you too.
Okay, so yeah, as for us on the on everybody on the panel except for you, but Brother Bashir, this is a very new topic for us. So, you might get some really basic questions that that you have heard probably 10 years ago or something.
Yeah, real basic, especially for me.
Yeah, real basic, right? So, because I genuinely want to understand, right? So, narrated by Jabir bin Abdullah. It's in Al-Tirmidhi 3730, right? The famous hadith where Prophet peace upon him said to Ali radiallahu anhu, "You are to me in the position that Harun was to Musa, except that there is no prophet after me." What I heard this guy saying that there will be no other prophets after what was he saying? Anyways, I'll actually give you my rebuttal or what I would actually say to what they might say. But please explain this to us. Like, what do they say to this?
Oh, well, so again, here's the story. In 1901, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad discovered a new category of prophets that never existed in the Quran or the Hadith. Period. Okay? So once he invented this new category, they're saying it's outside of what everyone said. You see what I mean? They're saying that indirectly. For example, the Quran says no more men can be prophets. It doesn't say women. Wasn't there like a woman who claimed to be a prophet who was like, well, technically the Hadith. So they're saying that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad invented a new type of prophethood. It's called the Ummati Nabi. And he became a Nabi through Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, astaghfirullah, as if Muhammad can make someone a prophet. No, sir. Only Allah makes someone a prophet, right? But that's what they're saying. He became a prophet in this new way, and others can do it too. But then they'll say, no, not exactly. So it's contradictory information that they give. They're not like you saw Ramsey trying to ask him basic questions. He contradicted himself like 8 times. So yeah, brother. Let me
guys, hold on, guys. 1 second. I'm being told that there's someone in the comments who wants to take Shahada, but I'm not sure if this person. So someone named
Zaid.
Sorry, bro. Yeah. Zaid. He says I'm 18. Zaid. Yeah. Feel free to click the link. Click the StreamYard link, and you'll come up. We have Yogi backstage.
Ramsey, please no.
I
know.
No.
I see
Brother
Zaid.
Ramsey, Brother Ramsey, I'm late for Isha. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Okay, no problem. Well, yeah. I mean, Isha goes all night, bro. No,
please, let's not. No, please. Not
what?
Oh yeah, that guy nuts. Please,
No.
it's just
Listen, man,
yeah.
Sorry, guys. Listen, guys. Look, I apologize to everybody for like kind of losing my composure a little bit, but I'm sorry. I'm just like one of those people who really loves Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Okay, now listen. I don't know why I've gotten to the point where I can handle BS from Christians, BS from atheists. The typical ad hominems. Aisha this, warlord that. This BS argument, that BS argument. I don't know why. I'm just used to it from the Christians. But when I hear it from people, or when I hear people misrepresenting, or how do I say this? When I hear people making false equivocations with and making false to try to twist the image of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, like twisting the image of other prophets to fit their false prophet, right?
No, what I actually,
in all honesty,
and the thing is, I'll just say this: the reason why that really upsets me or annoys me is because these people have the guts, have the nerve to call themselves Muslims. This is why hadith rejectors really piss me off. Why these Ahmadi Qadiani, maybe not as much, but they still do annoy me a lot. All these people who want to who go around claiming to be Muslims, but are really like I prefer the average kafir over a munafiq. I prefer the average disbeliever over somebody who claims to be a believer but contradicts and goes against Islam in every way possible.
Exactly, because they're the ones that truly mislead. And I use the example all the time. In one of my favorite movies, there's the main villain of the movie. He says an empire toppled by its enemies can rise up again, but an empire that is destroyed from within stays dead. So anyone who tries to attempt to destroy Islam, at least tries from within by posing as a Muslim, And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us how much, about hypocrites, mushrikeen, the ones that do one thing by day, at nighttime they try to deceive others. Those are the ones that truly are a problem, because even they're the ones that try to mislead people within the faith, and they're the ones that give false narratives, give false um a false portrayal of what the religion is. So they're the ones that are keeping other people on the outside from truly saving themselves and being Muslim. So that's what, and I believe Sister Hatem actually asked the question, who was worse? And for me, I said anyone who tries to falsely claim that they're Muslim, anyone, doesn't matter who they are. If you're falsely claiming to be Muslim, and you're not following the true teachings, and yet people can actually, you're preaching to other people on the outside that you are Muslim, when you're in actuality you're not, that is always going to be worse. And I do share your frustration, I really do, because it's very, very, because take away my own experience. I'm still just thinking about that. It's just, I can only imagine how many people could have came to Islam only to find out that's what they see as Islam.
Yeah, and there's a clear-cut hadith, where in Sunan Ibn Majah, right, where Prophet peace upon him said, it's also recorded by Jabir, the Messenger of Allah, peace be upon him, said, "Whoever tells lies about me deliberately, let him take his place in hellfire." Right? This is a deliberate lie. The guy actually wrote books. He was supposedly a knowledgeable person in his own circle, whatever Dajjal knowledge that he had. And this definitely seems like a deliberate lie. But to top it all, right? To defend, this is the part that I found amazing, right? To defend Mirza, they throw every single prophet, astaghfirullah, under the bus. Instead of actually dealing with the argument at hand, defending Mirza, right? They say, "Oh, but Noah, Nuh alayhi salam did this. Prophet Muhammad, peace upon him, did this. Adam alayhi salam did this." Like,
bro, it's cognitive dissonance at its finest, really.
Yeah, they're actually starting to be worse than Christians, man. I swear. Like I had no experience.
At least the Christians own up to it, right? They own up to, but they don't beat around the bushes. I mean, they do, but
I mean, for the most part, with Christians, a lot of them,
they're open about their kufr.
Exactly. It's through ignorance. It's like a lot of them, but you have the ones that are claiming because, oh well, it's like someone saying, well, I'm saying something against Muhammad.
Sorry guys, I'm sorry, Adi. We have Zaid backstage. Zaid. I see you backstage. Could you turn your camera on just for a couple seconds? You can turn it off before you come on. It's fine. You need to turn on just for a couple seconds. So we'll give him a minute, inshallah. We can't. I can't hear you when you're backstage. By the way, you unmuted yourself, but if you're backstage, I can't hear you. Zaid, if you want to try, if you're trying to say something, type it in the private chat. If you have something you need to say or whatever, as long as you're sincere. I mean, as long as you're actually like, I don't know if you're from. Yeah, no problem. Take your time, Zaid. Take your time. No problem. He said he needs a second. Okay. So long as what do you call it? You're sincere. I don't know if you're from a Christian, atheist, Qadiani background, whatever the case may be. But yeah, what do you call it?
Yeah, Ramsey, you have your own fan channel, bro.
Sorry?
I know. I thought that was Ramsey.
Sorry?
You have your own fan channel.
He stole your logo.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
Okay,
look at the chat.
Look at the chat.
I'm not gonna do that. Definitely not gonna make you mod.
Subhanallah, bro.
Okay, I mean that's something. I'm not petty. Oh, by the way, someone became a member at one point, and I didn't acknowledge that. I just realized this. Jazakallah khair, servant of Allah, for becoming a member. I don't know if you're still watching or not, but I noticed this was a star, a comment I didn't notice. So Jazakallah khair, I appreciate it. And Allah forgive me for not noticing.
I can only imagine how many fan channels you have, bro.
Someone asked. Believe me, I know a couple, but not all of them are friendly. Ramzi, are you a Athari? I don't usually like to go by that title, but yes, I'm definitely not. I'm definitely not an Ash'ari. That's for sure. Bear with me just a moment. Yeah, Zaid, take your time. Just let me know when you're ready. If you don't mind, Zaid, when you're ready, let me know back. Oh, you're ready? Okay. Zaid, do you mind if I ask? Glad to see. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Alhamdulillah. I'll start with Allah. You're backstage. Jazakallah khair. I appreciate you. Zaid, could you turn your camera on for a couple seconds, please, if you don't mind? Okay, cool. That's cool. That's cool. You can turn it off now if you like. You said you're above the age of 18, right? Or you're 18 or older? We can't hear you, by the way. I think something up with your microphone. You unmuted yourself, but we couldn't hear you.
Hello.
Hello. Good.
Hello.
Zaid, so tell me, you're above the age of 18, correct? You're 18 or older?
Yeah, I turned 18 like a week ago.
Oh, alhamdulillah. Perfect.
Yeah,
What do you call it? So, do you mind if I ask what background do you come from? Are you from a Christian, Jewish, atheist, Qadiani background? What's your background?
It's kind of complicated. At first, I grew up in Palestine, in Jordan. Like I'm fully Arab, fully Arab.
Urdun.
Jordan.
MashaAllah.
And then I came to Texas like almost 9 months ago, and this is where like I really got tested straight up.
Kid.
When I came to Texas, and like I see it like when you come to Texas, your social media kind of changes, so you see a lot of Christian stuff.
Yeah,
you know what I'm trying to say.
If I may ask, where in Texas are you?
I'm in Dallas.
Oh, that's where I'm from.
There's a lot of Muslims in Dallas, alhamdulillah, but no, it's definitely. I mean, it's definitely a huge change from Urdun, from Amman, probably, or Zarqa, right? Whatever you are.
See, now I'm jealous because I actually wish I can go back to Dallas, but you're lucky.
Where'd you live right now? I live in Garland, Plano.
Yeah, I'm in the DC, Maryland, Virginia area. Yeah.
Zaid, where are you? Where are you at right now?
Right now I'm at Dallas.
No, sorry. I mean, where are you at in your faith? I'm sorry.
Oh yeah,
my bad.
I'm sorry.
I should have clarified. Sorry, I just got the cutest picture of sister Penelope right now. What's it called? She's watching the stream. She's like, get it, moving on, guys. Come on, move it on. What's it called? So where are you at in terms of your journey, your Islamic journey, or your whatever journey it is for whatever religion?
Right now I'm like stuck in the middle.
Okay, but middle between what?
Islam.
Islam and what? Just Islam? Like you're unsure of Islam, or what's the deal?
Yeah, I'm stuck in the middle between like Islam or like Christianity.
Okay. Okay. So first of all, just to be clear, it sounds like you grew up from a Muslim background.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever leave Islam, or are you just unsure?
No, I'm just unsure.
You're just unsure. Okay, good. So just to be clear, you never left Islam. Like having doubts is one thing. Having doubts doesn't make you not. Having doubts is one thing, but leaving Islam, completely disbelieving in Allah and His Messenger, you never went through this.
No, I never went through that. I just had doubts. Yeah.
Alhamdulillah. So, what doubts in Islam do you have? We're more than happy to answer it. Sorry, 1 second. Huckleberry. Look at this, guys. We have a new competitor with Sister Ahmadi, Brother Huckleberry. MashaAllah. Northern California.
All you need now is Tom Sawyer.
Wait, 1 second. He's gonna go for the treat. Oh, he ate the camera. Oh, he's eating the camera. Oh, he's eating the camera. Oh, we're being attacked. Sorry, I did that. Okay, alhamdulillah. So
the attack of cuteness.
يلا اخوي احكي لي احكي لي الشبهات. Tell me your doubts.
And مثلا, for example, like when I'm out sometimes, or like in my For You page on the TikTok, I see a lot of debates, Christian debates.
Okay.
And like I just stumble through them. Like, it got really bad during June, and like to the point where like sometimes I just couldn't sleep. You know what I'm trying to say? So I used to like see these TikTok videos, and like I know a lot of people talking about Prophet Muhammad. So it really got to me. I like when I was in Jordan, I was like, it doesn't matter what anybody says, I would never leave Islam. But when I came here, it really changed. And I started Salat, started missing it a lot, started missing it way too much. to the point where like I don't even know.
Fam. So how about this? What are some things? Is there anything specific that's on your mind, or is it just in general you feel overwhelmed?
Like something specific about like Christianity or something.
Not like anything, any doubts you think that something that's weighing on your mind about Islam or maybe Christianity or any religion for that matter. What's something that's weighing on your mind? That's because obviously you heard something that stuck with you, something that impacted you in some way. So what are some of the things you heard, Islam or Christianity, that impacted you?
أيوة صح. يعني when I opened the text, like the live chats.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like toxic Christians, you know what I'm trying to say. And they always see in the Quran it says Jesus is God or some stuff like that. And like I opened it, I'm like, it really doesn't say that, but like I feel like I'm being weakened.
Excuse me, brother. Did he say in the Quran it says Jesus died?
That's what I'm saying. Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
I think I know what chapter they're talking about.
No. He's saying that he heard someone say that. He heard someone say that.
Yeah.
Oh, he heard someone say that. Okay.
Yeah. So Zaid, what do you call? Let me ask you this question. So, did it bother you that people are saying that about Islam, or did it actually like convince you that okay, yeah, like did you open the Mus'haf and go, looks like Jesus is God, or were you like, okay, it bothers me and it annoys me and maybe it hurts me, like it hurts me on the inside that people are spreading falsehood about Islam, but I opened the Quran, it's like it's not true. Like which one is it?
Yeah, exactly. It's like like it really does, like it annoys me. Like it doesn't say that at all. I have the verse right here opened up.
Exactly.
I can read it both in Arabic and English.
I know, you speak. I mean, but you speak Arabic better than you probably read Arabic better than me. So, and I don't need to go and explain the language to you, explain the words. This is like, but no Arab Christian, no Christian in Jordan who speaks Arabic would ever say something is stupid because everyone speaks Arabic. This is only someone who knows nothing of Arabic would make this claim anyway.
Yes.
Now, I've dealt with them. In fact, I've been dealing with them on TikTok and Clubhouse for literally years.
Yeah.
Clubhouse years, TikTok for almost a year. Now, how do I say this? So let me ask you this. Is there any argument against Islam that seems convincing, or no, either way is fine, or you haven't really heard any strong argument, but you're hurt on the inside. It really hurts you. It drains you. It bothers you that you see all theen people bashing your deen, bashing Islam.
No, it's the second option, and it really does hurt me. Wallah, it hurts me. And people talking.
I understand. Now, look, this is completely normal. I totally understand. I totally get it. Now, how do I say this? So first of all, alhamdulillah, you don't need to take your shahada, alhamdulillah. You sound anta mu'min, alhamdulillah, anta Muslim, alhamdulillah. There was never a time where tarakta ad-deen, tarakta Islam. Sure, maybe you had doubts. We all Muslims have doubts at some point. There is no human being on the face of the earth that never has doubts. That just does not exist. Okay. Now, so you don't need to feel bad for that. You don't need to feel bad for that. You're not the only human who has TikTok or sees these things online, or even if someone never has TikTok or YouTube, every human being at some point has had one thought of kufr, like one thought, like maybe this is true, maybe that happens to everyone. It's not unusual. So that's not something you should be concerned about. You should pay attention to it and notice it and try to control it. But it does happen. It's not an issue. So now, akhi, believe it or not, for me, I don't like it one bit. I don't like it one bit when I see somebody cursing khair al-makhluq, the best of all creation, Nabina Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Habibina Muhammad. Now, there's nothing I dislike more. Akhi, I don't know if you just saw me right now. I went off on that guy who was insulting Adam alayhi salam. The first human, right? Yeah. So, and also Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So, and usually that doesn't happen, but with fake Muslims like these people, it bothers me a bit more. But anyway, now, there's a difference between you being hurt and offended. Like, for example, you have a mother.
Sorry.
Okay. Imagine this. Imagine somebody said the most astaghfirullah, forgot Allah protect your mother, said the most, or not your mother, someone else's mother. I don't want to use your mother.
All right. Okay.
Someone else's mother. Imagine someone said the most disgusting things about his mother, drew disgusting images of his mother, astaghfirullah, said the most abhorrent, disgusting, inappropriate things about your mother, right? Would that make you love your mother any less?
No.
Absolutely not. Not even a little bit?
No, not even.
No. It's because you know your mother very well.
Yeah.
You know your mother but would it bother you?
It wouldn't bother me, no. No, it would bother me. It would bother me.
It would
bother me. But like
it wouldn't make you love her less, but it
but
would
it
bother
wouldn't
you.
like make me like hate her, be like, no, you're not my mom.
Of
But
course
it
not.
would
But
bother me.
but would you like it though?
No, I wouldn't like it.
Not even more than just not liking it. Like something like
I would despise it. I would hate it.
I don't like white chocolate that much. Like I'm talking like I would.
What?
I'm joking.
Hey. No blasphemy.
عادي, calm down. I'm talking but قصدي يعني مش بس يعني بتحبه شوي يعني it's no big deal. No, like it would really sadden you. It would really upset you. It would really annoy you. And now there's another cat on stage. Come on, man. Come on. We got cats. We love cats. Cats are واجب. البسس واجب. البسس واجبات على الدعوة والدنيا. The cats are واجب. Look at that. He's getting a head rub. Oh man, I'm jealous. When's it my turn? No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, what's that cat's name? Bashir? We can't hear you. You're muted.
William.
That's Will. So Huckleberry and William. What's next, man? What's next? Subhanallah. So now Zayd. So now this is the sign of a mu'min, someone who loves Allah, loves His Messenger. None of us like these things. None of us like it when Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when Islam is bashed, because honestly, why? No one loves seeing the thing they love most insulted or ridiculed, even if you know it's not true. 100%. Believe me. I strongly despise all these people who curse Allah and His Messenger. That's why I avoid them. I'm like, I will not speak to you people. I will not speak to you. You not bring up my time. I see Muslims on TikTok, on Instagram, on other places. They go out of their ways to talk to people. And actually, I'm actually glad you brought this point up, because I actually I dealt with this point on TikTok actually just yesterday actually, where some Muslims, they were speaking to this and in fact, I saw it today as well. They were speaking to this well-known Islam hater. He is a well-known anti-Islam bigot, someone who openly curses Allah, says they should rip and rip and burn the Quran. This person would say they should rip and burn the Quran. This person is racist against Arab, racist against blacks, has said the most disgusting things ever against Allah and His Messenger. And they're talking to him. They're giving him attention. When Allah Azza wa Jalla in the Quran in Surah Nisa, what do you call it? Ayah 140, verse 140, where He says, you cannot sit with those who do disbelieve and make a mockery out of Allah and His Messenger. Okay. Yes. Now these people, now some Muslims, for whatever reason, we want to try to educate the people. Well, you know what? He's being nice right now. Okay. I don't care if he's on a 5-minute break, because look, the verse in the Quran, that verse in the Quran says, you cannot sit with them if they disbelieve and make a mockery out of Allah, unless they change what they're talking about. Okay. Yeah. So yes, I agree with that. But here's the problem. What did the Prophet, peace be upon him, say in the authentic hadith? And now there's another cat. Come on, man. Come on. That's even funny. There's another. The Prophet said, "Do not let the same snake from the same hole bite you." What does that mean? Yeah. So if somebody cursed Allah one time a year ago, or cursed Allah maybe, and then oops, I'm sorry, he corrected himself, or like, okay, that's one thing. But if someone cursed Allah again and again and again and again and again, day after day after day after day after day, it's like, okay, come on, guys, stop lying to yourselves. Stop lying to yourselves. At this point, you're just you just really want to talk to these people. You want to make excuses. Okay, all right. Now, right. So if these,
I'm gonna have to interrupt you though for a second. This is why I came here actually, because like before I came here, like 20 minutes, like almost an hour ago, I saw like a video of like just like a Christian, like a bunch of Christians, like basically, like ganging up on a Muslim in a live video, like a.
Yeah, akhi, with all due respect, these Muslims, I mean, may Allah bless them, but that's stupid. That's stupid.
Yeah.
لما تسبح في الزبالة شو بيصير في ريحتك؟ فاهم? Like when you go dumpster diving, what's gonna happen? You're gonna stink. You're gonna stink. You're gonna smell bad. You're gonna rot. Okay? Yeah. You can't. If you're gonna go to war, that's what happens. That's what happens. If you go to war unprepared, I mean, one, you shouldn't intentionally go to war just for the fun of it. You should only do it out of necessity, right? But at the same time, because sometimes maybe it's necessary, but don't go to war if you're not prepared for it. If you know you're not prepared for it, don't go there. If you know that if you know you're at a disadvantage, don't do it. Why are you doing it? You're doing a disservice to yourself and to Allah. these Islamophobes on TikTok and on YouTube, they would not have a platform if Muslims didn't make it possible. If the Muslims didn't go to their platforms. Alhamdulillah, me, I don't need these Islamophobes. I tell these people on TikTok, in fact, some people I know very well. Listen, he's talking nice right now. I've had some good conversations with him. I'm like, Habibi, he cursed Allah yesterday. He cursed Allah this morning. He cursed Allah the day before and the day before and the day before and the day before. I don't care if 2 weeks ago he was calm for an hour and you spoke to him, or right now he's in our house, so he's acting chill. You know his true colors. You know you know his intentions. So stop turning you're basically turning a blind eye to the obvious. Okay, yeah. You're turning a blind eye to the thing you already know. Okay. We as Muslims, we are not in need of these people. There are billions, literally billions of other people who are interested in Islam or don't hate the Muslims and don't hate Allah. Okay? Those people, I will speak. There's billions of them. I'm not going to speak to the one or two individuals who I know have bad intentions against me. So, but here's the thing though. Now, that's the first thing. Now, it's not just about talking to these people, listening to them as well. Fahem? Now, for example, imagine you don't go diving in the trash, but let's say you pick up a piece of trash and you smell it. What's going to happen? You're going to get sick. You're going to, right? Well, that's what happens, right? Now, look, maybe you didn't do it on purpose. I understand. Maybe you got suggested certain things. Maybe TikTok is not an app you should have on your phone. Honestly, it's not an app I recommend people get. I always tell people, if you're on TikTok, then follow Dawah Over Dunya on TikTok. But if you're not on TikTok, stay off TikTok. Like if you're on TikTok, the damage is done. Follow Dawah Over Dunya or delete the app. Do one of those two things. Follow Dawah Over Dunya or delete the app. Either way.
I tried to maybe just give TikTok a break. Just go to Instagram. But you know what? It is a problem with TikTok.
Whatever. But whatever social media you think is the primary cause of you finding shubahat, or not necessarily shubahat that question your Islam, but shubahat that make you feel bad, that you don't like. Yeah. Actually, why would you, if something doesn't make you feel good, like if you felt good about it but it was bad, like I would understand. It's still not good. But you don't be, it's bad for you and it feels bad also. So like I don't see any reason to continue with it. Yeah. So don't get me wrong. You're curious. I get curious, Tim. Our curiosity gets the best of us sometimes. Exactly. Yeah, that's right. But sometimes, exactly. See, Sister Zuhra saying, it is addictive. Unfortunately, it is addictive. So you just can't help scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. But how do I say this? If TikTok ultimately is the source of your shubahat in a way, or if you're not, you're of this feeling, well, then it's best to either take a break from TikTok or just completely delete it altogether. All right. In fact, I think this world will be better off without TikTok. If honestly, like I'm not saying I don't give dawah on TikTok. I do, alhamdulillah. But alhamdulillah, I don't get suggested that content. But two, even if I do, I'm not special. But it doesn't bother me at this point. But now I'm not saying that I'm stronger than you. I'm not saying you're weaker than me, strong. But it just affects different people differently. That's just how it is. So some people deal with it better than others. There are things that you might deal with that are much better than me, whatever the case may be. Yeah. But if certain things like watching people bash Islam, even if it's stupid, guys, I'll tell you what. I've heard people, for example, say things like, your prophet, for example, did this and that. Like, look, I'm not going to give examples, but I've heard the most ridiculous things that I know are not true. I'm like, really? Like, yeah. I swear to God, if these people came and said the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu I don't know, just caused the earthquake that destroyed the dinosaurs, or it caused the asteroid. Like, honestly, they can come up with so many weird things. Yeah. But even then, it's like it's stupid. It sounds stupid, but still, and for some people, for me, if it sounds stupid, usually it doesn't bother me, but not everyone. Some people, they might know it's stupid, but it still bothers them. So
what bothers me is like they say like, oh, look at this verse in the Quran. It proves that this is like, it's, it proves that this is not like it's corrupt or like whatever. That's what bothers me. And then I look at it and I'm like, all right, like I don't see
what yeah. Sorry,
I'm just gonna say one thing, brother. Look, I've been listening. You said you're 18. You just turned 18 not long ago, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you've been in the U.S. for how long?
For a year.
For a year. right? So with all due respect, and I'm not trying to offend you, okay? I'm almost twice. I'm almost twice your age, okay? So please bear with me. I'm going to give you some advice, okay? I've been living in the West for a very long time, okay? And I went through those struggles myself in the very beginning, right? But you know what helped me? It was learning about my deen, right?
Yeah.
Also, Ahi, I know you're young, but just think about this for a second, okay? If it only took you 9 months to a year to put doubts in your mind, what does that tell you about your knowledge of Islam to begin with?
Yeah.
You know, 'cause I'm not going to say iman because iman is something that goes up and down. Sorry?
Well, I mean, maybe it is knowledge, but Fawad, he said that none of these arguments like intellectually stuck with him. He doesn't like hearing them, but
right.
you know
But this is the thing. I hear them day and night. Ahi, I actually owned a store. I live in Brazil. Okay, I literally had 3 churches right next to my store. Christians, evangelical Christians coming, trying to convert me every single day. Every Saturday, I had a Jehovah's Witness guy coming with every single time he would come with a new guy or 2 people, right? Because Jehovah's Witnesses, when they're doing their quote unquote dawah, right? When they're trying to evangelize, they always try to find somebody that actually speaks your language or is from your culture. They're known for this, right? They're smooth talkers and everything. That's why they're known as, like, you know, cults. So even in the Christian circle, right? So, I mean, the point is, you know, that the more I was studying Islam, the more I strengthened my faith. Okay, I'm telling you, like, what I went through when I was almost your age, because I at that time I lived in Europe. You know, I went to a boarding school over there. Then I moved to Dubai for a while with my family.
Yeah, I used to live in Dubai.
And yeah, so, you know, so I was like sort of like back and forth between my country, but I didn't live much in my country. I've lived probably a big chunk of my life since my teenage years in the West, right? And I have people trying to convert me every single day, right?
Yeah.
The fact is, not one argument that they come up with that isn't hypocritical, emotional, senseless, ridiculous, right? Not one argument.
Yeah.
And the fact that they have to attack, you know, that part of our deen that most people don't even know it exists, because it doesn't really matter. Who cares about the age of Aisha radhiyallahu anha, right? It was 1400 years ago. She was an adult according to any standard. Go to a medical dictionary. She was an adult because she was actually she had reached puberty, right? Check in the West 100 years ago, 200 years ago. Sorry.
Just an example. Did he bring that up?
No, I'm just telling him because I know what kind of argument he must have heard. I'm just
That's
I'm pretty sure that there you go. So I already know they're very predictable. So, you know, so and it's ridiculous because Rebecca, when you point this out to them, that Rebecca, according to the Bible, a lot of people think, oh, it's not mentioned in the Bible. Yes, but it infers it. Do the math. I have the math broken down, right? So what do they resort to? They go to other verses. They're like, yeah, but, you know, she was feeding the camels. You know, how could a little kid? Ahi, my niece, she was 4 years old. 4 or 5 years old. I have twins. I will share the video with Ramzi and he will put it up there. They were 4 or 5 years old and they are, you know, watering plants. They are, because my brother actually bought these two goats for them.
What I like to say is, look, guys, very simple. Aisha was ready to get married at that age. That doesn't mean that every girl, every place, and every society is going to be ready to get married at that age. So very simple. In Islam, you wait till the girl is physically and mentally mature. Was Aisha ready at that age? Yes. Does that mean my sister is going to be ready at that age? Not necessarily. Does that mean every girl in every society is going to be ready at that age? No. So what do you call it? If someone asked me, would I allow my sister to get married at that age? No, I would not, because girls at 9 are not equipped to be to function in this society by the age of 9. If it was, well, it'd be a different story. If the society is okay with it, if the society mentally and physically equips you by that age, your family's okay with it, you're okay with it, the other party's okay with it, okay, but you disagree with it 6,000 miles away, okay, well, Who cares, right? What do you call it? Yeah, people didn't go to school till they were 18, 1400 years ago, and then go to college for 4 years, and then this. People back in the day didn't have to wait that long to get married. Back in the day, when you hit puberty, you're hard at work. So anyway, bottom line, just because Aisha was ready to get married at that age, 1400 years ago, that doesn't mean that every girl in every place, in every society, in every geographic location is going to be ready at that age. If Muhammad, peace be upon him, had married her at 18, the same thing would apply. The same logic would apply. Does that mean every 18-year-old girl is ready to get married? Of course not. Does that mean if the Prophet had married her at the age of 25, does that mean every 25-year-old is ready to get married? Of course not. Some might not. Some might be older, some may be younger. That's not the point. It's case by case. Aisha's case doesn't equal everyone else's case. So anyway, that's one of there's so many BS arguments we deal with all the time. This isn't anything new. That is probably 50% of them right there. But I'm not gonna lie. But
I was just gonna say one more thing. Then I'll let you come in there, Ramzi. So what I was gonna say is this, right, brother? So Alhamdulillah, like our Deen, it's a beautiful Deen. It's the most perfect Deen, right? We deal with these arguments every single week, right? They're so ridiculous, and we knock them out of the park. We are not even that knowledgeable. I will speak for myself. I will not speak for the other brothers because they're a lot more knowledgeable than me. I'm a nobody. Even I, when people approach me and they ask me these arguments, or they question me something about Islam, I, as a nobody, I can knock them out of the park. I literally can have my 12-year-old nephew. Probably I can train him for a month or 2 months. He will be able to deal with Christians, right?
Yeah. A week.
Honestly, you literally see.
A week.
You literally have brothers like from I don't know if you know of that channel, Proving Islam, Brother Ibrahim. I actually know him. He's a very good brother. Literally a 20 or 21-year-old kid. He's beating the likes of Samuel Green, one of their best pastors back from the day of Sheikh Ahmed Didat.
This guy was younger than me. He's like a couple months younger than me.
Right? Yeah. He's going to the university. He's such a young kid, right? Alhamdulillah, he is able to actually deal with their arguments 1,000 times better than anybody actually could. So you have, again, they're just hypocrites. They're hypocrites. Their entire theology is so questionable. They absolutely have no law. They follow. They're like Brother Ramzi always says, they're secular simps, right? They actually are totally blind. Literally, brother, 10 years ago, when I actually visited Brazil, right, you could actually still talk about homosexuals. You could voice your opinion.
Yeah.
Now, in this same country that I'm living in, if I actually speak a little bit loud against homosexuals, LGBTQ, literally cops can come pick me up and put me in jail. Right?
You just live in Brazil?
That's nothing.
Yes, I live in Brazil.
Try California.
Right? They have gay parades all the time in Sao Paulo. I literally am like 40 minutes away from Sao Paulo. Every time I go over there, at least once a month they have gay parades, right? Ridiculous. Every single time I'm on the metro station, I see little kids making out over there. And these same kids, if they were straight, back then parents would have a problem with it. These days, the parents don't have a problem with it anymore. The society in general, it's a bankrupt, corrupted society. They're morally totally corrupted. Yeah. We have nothing to learn from them. They will be the one learning from us, if anything. And this is literally their pastors, their honest pastors, Catholic priests saying exactly the same thing. That Islam actually has, I will recommend a video for you. I will put it in the back chat. Watch what a Catholic priest is saying.
Please do.
Okay. You may have probably seen that video. One of the brothers, he actually did a reaction to it the other day. I was watching it. Right, Bobby's perspective. He did a reaction to it the other day, and I was watching. I was just, I wanted to know the Catholic priest's perspective. Look at what he's saying. That we have totally succumbed to the secular Western society. We don't have any law anymore. And this is a practicing Catholic priest. He's not a Muslim. He's saying this, right? Because he's honest. On the other hand, he says that Islam has a solution for everything. Look, we know that whether it comes to the rights of huququllah, huququl ibad, right? The rights of the neighbors, how to treat your wife, how to clean yourself. We literally had to show a Christian guy right here, or two Christian guys right here on the panel, how to do wudu, how to clean their behinds. They don't even know how to do that. Go to any toilet. Normally, any toilet in the West, they wipe
that's a
their
problem.
behinds,
Yeah.
with toilet paper. These are the people that will teach us. They literally don't even wash their hands after they use the bathroom. There's so many guys, literally, they don't wash their hands after they use the bathroom.
Yeah.
They are the ones that will teach us. Look at how
and like I've
go-
also
go-
seen it in like
Yeah.
our schools and whatever.
Yeah, and then go to their churches. They're empty.
That is
Literally, even if they go to the churches, they're all like the women over there. They put on makeups. They put on the shortest skirts ever, right? The pastor cannot say anything, right? It's ridiculous. I literally saw a couple making out, right outside of the church. They came out of the church. This is a strict evangelical church, and the girl was making out right outside of the church.
wow.
These are the people that will actually teach us. Alhamdulillah, akhi, our deen is pure. This is one of the reasons why Islam is the fastest growing religion on the planet. It is in their countries, the country that you're in right now. Most people that are accepting Islam are in the very country that you're in the West.
Yeah, like when I was in like last year at school, two Mexican brothers. They're like my friends. They converted in the school. They're Mexican.
Exactly. Almost every week, alhamdulillah, by the grace of Allah, we at least have one or two people accepting Islam. If not every week, every other week, we at least, sometimes we get two people accepting Shahada. I think one day we had like 2 or 3 people accepting Shahada, if I'm not mistaken.
Brother Fuad, you mind if I say something?
Yeah. Sure. Go ahead. Sorry,
So-
Akhi, I took too long.
And honestly, bro, no matter the duration, as long as you're speaking knowledge, it's always appreciated. So no worries, bro. Zaid, I will say this. You, as you know, again, I already feel a connection from you because you live in Dallas. I have I would say I have a spiritual connection to that city. I love Dallas. I love everything, almost everything about it. But one thing I will say is, being in Texas, you are in the Bible Belt, meaning
That
it's
is
major.
exactly.
Even though in Dallas there's an area where there are more Muslims than others, it's not anywhere like any other states and stuff like that. However, when it comes to the contents that you will see, it's strictly for the most part Christianity, and they're typically pretty hardcore with it. And when I say Christianity, I mean different types. That's where you get a lot of Jehovah's Witness. As a matter of fact, I actually went to a Jehovah's Witness church. The first religion when I moved to this country, because I'm an immigrant from West Africa, when I moved into this country, the first religion that I actually remember, because I was very young when I came here, was going to a Jehovah's Witness church. And my dad did that for me and my sister to get us knowledge for other religions, so we can end up choosing what we want to do. So I do understand how Texas it gives you that, that monopoly. Oh, well, the only religion you're around is Christianity. But I will say this though. One thing to understand is the fact that most Christians, especially in the Bible Belt country, most Christians are literally Christians because they don't know anything else. And I'll be perfectly honest with you. And this is coming from experience. And I like to use the quote, man will believe in anything if it's the only thing that he knows. Because even outside the Bible Belt, if you ask certain Christians why they're Christian, they'll literally say, well, they won't say they don't know anything else.
What else would I be? Like, what else would I be? What else is there out there?
Exactly.
Like, that's all there is. Like what,
they don't really want, because they were raised by the church and everything like that, and it's kind of not necessarily it's forced on them, but that's how their environment is. So how do you break from that? Well, again, you think about the idea of ignorance. They're literally saying, I'm Christian because I don't know any better. I don't know anything else. And even when it comes to knowledge about Islam, there's a reason why Islam is the fastest growing religion in the world. And it's not even just by birth rate, it's by conversion.
Yeah.
Why? It's because when people actually spread out of their comfort zone and get to learn Islam from a non biased, I repeat, a non biased source, and if they seek the truth, it'll test them, because there's certain people that will deny it just because they're comfortable, because as humans, our nature, we want to feel comfortable within our nature. But then there are others that truly seek truth. They're the ones that, even though it will be uncomfortable for them, but they're the ones, when they do learn about Islam, they literally see, wait a minute, intellectually this makes sense. Intellectually, I see what this is saying. And most especially coming to, when I my experience when I give dawah, every non-Muslim, I repeat, every non-Muslim I talk to, everyone, every single time, every non-Muslim I've spoken to had at least one misconception about Islam.
Yeah.
At
Yeah, I
least
can actually
one.
relate to that. That happened to
Ex-
me last week. Like,
exactly.
it really happens a lot.
So, and I will say this, and I will also say this too. When it comes to the Islam itself, I would say, because me, I like to look at things, because mashallah, we have beautiful brothers here that are very, very, I would say they're very well knowledgeable, very well knowledgeable. For me, my approach, I like to look at things from a strictly logical and rational point of view, because that's how, in a way, you can relate to a lot of people, because you're using objectivity. Now, when it comes to, I would compare it to the human body, there's a reason why the brain comes before the heart. Because why? There's a value objectivity over subjectivity. And I would say, when it comes to most religions, especially the Christian faith, its reliance is upon subjectivity, which includes emotion. It's always an emotional point of view. As a matter of fact, even I'm pretty sure everywhere you go in Texas, you always hear, oh, Jesus died for you.
Yeah.
Jesus died for you. Oh, he died for you. He gave his life for you. That's trying to pinch at you emotionally. So, oh, well, he did this for me. Oh my God. As a matter of fact, most Christians, even before they read the Bible, they read the Bible with a Christian perspective. Even before they get a chance to read the Bible, they're already told, oh, he died for you, meaning they're not putting that presupposition into what they're reading already, because they're told what to believe even before they read it. So you see that idea, that subjective mindset coming in when you're using it to talk about salvation. But when it comes to Islam, Islam is different. And there's a reason why, when people actually learn about Islam intellectually, they realize it is the truth. Because why? Islam uses objectivity, something that gives a clear criteria for not only what and who is God, it gives a clear criteria what makes script excuse me, what makes scripture. Okay, well, for one, what does it say? It says, if this scripture is from none other than Allah, you would find therein many a contradiction. So it's literally giving you intellectual objective criteria to actually coming to the truth. And this is something that's universal. Because why? Any and everybody throughout the world, throughout history, can use that criteria to come to the truth.
Yeah.
Literally. And if you use all of those intellectual, if not saying emotions are also important, but emotions are always important when it's not necessarily the primary aspect, or the primary emotions should come secondary. You
Yeah.
should tie your emotions into something that you've already thought, that you already made sure intellectually and objectively, that you've already said is the truth. Now you can put your emotions into it. And that's actually how I ended up realizing that Islam is the truth. Because for me, I grew up with Muslim family, but I always saw Islam as strict. I really did. I've always seen my dad praying, and growing up, as a kid, I was that one kid in school that looked African but was trying to be cool. That was
Yeah.
me. Yeah, but it's clearly obvious that he doesn't fit in, because he's a geek trying to talk about math, but he's trying to wear all this cool stuff. Anyways, yeah, that was me going through school. And I was much focused on trying to fit into school rather than learning about religion. And it wasn't until I was like around 16 years old, I sat down, and I was I was in a bad place. It was the beginning of a bad place for me, but I sat down and I actually thought about it. I said, wait a minute. let me actually see what what all these people are talking, because now I keep hearing people telling me, oh, Christ, believe in Christ, believe in Christ. And at some point in time, since I actually did learn about Christ, I'm saying, you know what, sure, why not? But the problem is, I've always believed that Christ was, people tell me Christ was the Son of God. But then
Yeah.
I started hearing he is God. I'm saying, wait a minute, he's God? What? And then as soon as someone told me that, I said, you know what, Christianity is not true. Why? Because for me, objectively, if something is better than me, it can't look like me.
Yeah.
And even just the simple fact that, I believe, and I did not need the Quran or the Bible to say this for me to believe this. Because I've always, growing up, you always believe that there's someone watching you. You don't see him, but he sees you.
Yeah.
So it's that fitra, it's that inclination to desire God that leads you to make objective conclusions. And for me, because for me, every time, I kid you not, bro, Christianity to me is no different than Greek mythology. Zeus, Apollo, Hera, Hercules, God coming down as man becoming God. To me, because I learned about Greek mythology before all of that, I'm saying I see it as no different because I'm using objective criteria. I'm saying, wait a minute, they believe God can come down as man. They believe man can become God. All these different things that they believe in. And I'm saying there's absolutely no rational. And then as soon as they say God died, I'm just like, okay, you know what? Now God died. Intellectually, it makes no sense. Then I went to Islam, and I kid you not, the chapter that I read in the Quran that led me to say, okay, you know what? I've never read this book fully like that before, but let me start reading it now. The chapter that I read was Surah Al-Rahman, and each and
Ar-Rahman,
every
yeah.
single time, God is telling me which of the which of the favors of your Lord will you deny? And I kid you not, I felt exposed, bro. I was exposed. I said, wait a minute, who are you talking to like that? It's literally telling me I did. God saying I did this. Won't you see? I've done this. This. I am this. I am this. I am this. Which of my favors will you deny? Will you still deny me? Meaning I've done this for you. That's the overarching message.
Yeah.
And at that alone, I say, you know what? This book can be written by human hands. This book did not come from a human. Because before that, I believe it or not, I stuck for the law. I believe Muhammad, whoever he was at that time, because I didn't know him, wrote this book. So I believe a human actually wrote that book.
Yeah.
I was very, very ignorant at that time, best believe. But by using my rationality, I actually ended up realizing, wait a minute, this book could not have been written by a human. And regardless of whether or not I wanted to become Muslim, because again, I didn't. If I'm seeking truth, I have no choice but to be
become
Muslim.
Muslim. Yeah, I saw a video.
My intellectual.
Brother Ali,
review.
I'm just going to use a restroom real quick. Can you then ask the brother after you guys are done talking about this topic, what about Christianity does he feel appealing, and he thinks is appealing? I'll be right back.
Okay. So, yeah. Okay, brother.
And then, sorry to interrupt, guys, but hey, Ramsey, I'm getting tired and I got to wake up early. So
Yeah, no problem, man. You know what, Bashir, Jazakallah khair, Bashir. You know, man, like, listen, I'll just take this. Yo, guys, everyone, be sure to go check out Brother Bashir on the Ahmadiyya Fact Check blog. One, the YouTube channel Ahmadiyya Fact Check blog, and two, also the YouTube channel Ahmadiyya Fact Check blog, and also the blog itself. Both same
and I'm
name.
on Instagram, Twitter, and I do it all for free. I don't want anything. This is just my spare time. Something I was already good at, Brother Rumsey, in one little niche area. You know what I mean? And I got to share with the world. So,
Alhamdulillah, yeah. No, listen. I honestly, we learned so much today. Honestly, I had
Brother
no
Bashir,
idea it was going to be this deep.
So sorry, Ramsey. Brother Bashir, can you please send your Instagram to Brother Ramsey so you can send it to me, or if you want to put it on the private chat or something?
yeah, it's pretty easy. It's just Ahmadiyya Fact Check blog. I got the same thing everywhere.
Yeah,
Never
beautiful.
mind
Yeah,
then. Awesome.
Yeah,
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Brother O'Neill posted
the only place where I have a different name is on Discord. I'm the promised Bashir. So.
Alhamdulillah, great. No, but Bashir, you know what, man? We learned so much from you today. Honestly, it was absolutely epic. You know, man, I know you took time out of your day. May Allah bless you. You got the most adorable cats ever after Sister Ahmadi and Sister Chloe and Sister Penelope. Unfortunately, those cats have to come first. I can't. I'm sorry. Those cats, we're loyal cat. We're a loyal cat friendly channel. We just have to be. But Bashir, man, you're welcome back anytime. Just so you know, I am streaming this on Sunday with Brother Yemeni, so feel free to stop by if you ever get the chance, if you'd like. Brother Bashir, I'll catch you later,
and,
inshallah.
and final
Okay.
thoughts. As you guys saw, they won't tell the truth. They wouldn't tell the truth about the last prophet. They just couldn't. They just can't. So how can we go to them to get any information? They're not saying it. Then so the last thing I want to say about the angels. So Mirza Ghulam Ahmad had these weird angels. Tichi Tichi. I'm sure you've heard of it, Rumsey. Maybe not. He had an angel named Tichi Tichi. He had an angel. He had a female angel, Sakina. He had an angel.
I've heard that name before. I've heard that
was
name.
a Sikh. He had like a Sikh angel, brother. So Mirza Ghulam Ahmad's development changed. First, he said he denied the concept. Then, towards the end of his life, he says he saw Gabriel. We're like, what? You didn't see him this whole time, and now like okay. So I just want to clarify that and just be very careful. The Qadianis are tricky. Rumsey did very well as he was very specific on, hey, is there a prophet? So other than that, thank you guys so much. And I will see you guys tomorrow, or if not, on Sunday.
Yalla, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa
Assalamu
barakatuh.
alaikum and peace out.
Wa
Alhamdulillah.
alaikum salam.
May Allah bless the brother. He took a lot of time, and like I said, I learned that. I definitely had a blast going through all that stuff he went through. Alhamdulillah. You guys, be sure definitely like this stream, share this stream. Honestly, guys, if you guys benefited, inshallah, be sure to like it. Everyone, drop a like right now if you like. But I'm not gonna lie though, I'm getting pretty tired as well. This is the second stream I did all day.
I don't want to take too much of his time.
No, you're good. No, you're good. I'm more mad at Adi
No.
because he's the one who's dragging the sun. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, of course I am.
But I'm
There's,
learning a lot from him.
So yeah, Brother Zaid, so yeah, what is it like for so what is it about that you're finding appealing about Christianity?
If anything,
honestly,
if anything.
don't feel pressured. It's all right, bro. Don't.
It's gonna sound a little bit stupid, but like you see a lot of people saying, "Oh, I saw Jesus in my dream," and every time I go to sleep, I'm like, every time like put my head in that mattress, I'm like, I keep getting like the thought, like, what if I do see Jesus in my dream?
Word of advice.
what?
I'll just tell you this ahead of time, guys. If a man or a woman or a cow or a rat or a banana comes in your dream and says, "I'm God, worship me," word of advice. Sorry, spoiler alert. That's shaitan. Okay. If a rat or a human, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. I can't tell you how many dreams. Again, geek. I can't tell you how many dreams I've had with Power Rangers, and I'm the Red Ranger, and they're saying, "Good job, you want to lead our team." So does that make them true? I mean,
I was gonna make a different comment, but I chose not to. You said you're. By the way, guys, you know what's funny? Is it okay? Ali, did you ever watch the first? Sorry, I just have to say this. Did you watch the first ever Power Ranger series? Time ago?
When I was like a kid.
Yeah, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Yeah.
Yeah. Is it? I took me a long time to notice that the only Black Ranger was black.
Oh, it gets worse, bro. You ready? It gets worse.
What?
So the black guy was the Black Ranger, the Asian was the Yellow Ranger, and the Jew was the Green Ranger.
Oh my God! I didn't even notice that.
And actually, in the second one, the Red Ranger in the second season, the Red Ranger is Native American.
I don't remember that. Whatever, bro. Oh my God, the Black Ranger's black and the Yellow Ranger's
Asian. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say yellow, but that's bad. I'm sorry, Zaid. Forget that. Sorry, that was random.
Zaid,
Yeah, Zaid,
a
Zaid,
little
you
something.
can go ahead. You can go ahead, Zaid.
A little something before I go. Is there like any advice?
I don't know. So yeah, the question that you're asking. Well, I would say according to that answer, okay, I heard, in all honesty, I heard nothing objective or intellectual because again, one thing even Christians will say that Shaitan, the devil, can come into your dream. They can come as a beacon of light, really. So when it comes to finding salvation,
he had a dream about Jesus. Is that what he said?
No, he's saying one thing that attracts him to it was honestly. Let me not even misquote you. If you want to repeat your answer, you can go ahead.
I said like something that a lot of like the Christians say, like, do they see Jesus in their dream? And like that's something that kind of like every time I sleep at night, I'm like, well, what if I do see Jesus in my dream? Like am I gonna get convinced?
Well,
So what?
well,
So yeah,
well,
sure.
I'll say this. Sorry, brother. I'll say this. There's actually a video on YouTube of a woman. She said she came to Islam because she had a dream about Jesus telling her that Islam is the truth. And I find that very, very funny. But
yeah, you know something funny? I have a good friend of mine. In fact, one of my best friends in the whole wide world, who told me that they saw a dream of Jesus but the Muslim version of Jesus, Allah is my witness. Allah is my witness. Okay, so but I mean, let's be real here. You don't see me going around using that, right? Imagine if I did, hey guys, guess what? I know people who've seen Isa alayhi salam, the Muslim, Jesus as as we believe as Muslims in their dreams. Ha! It's like no one does that. I don't do that. Sorry, as Muslims we don't do that because that sounds stupid. Let's be honest. It sounds stupid.
All of this falls within the line of subjectivity because, again, it's people leading with their emotions or their quote unquote experiences. Again, this is not intellectual nor is it objective whatsoever. And that's what I would say that would be my advice because, again, the one thing, there's a quote by Ibn Rushd. He said that, and this is one thing I follow. He said that God will not give you the ability to reason and then give you laws and commands that contradict such reason.
Yeah.
Because think about it. What separates us, like logically speaking, what separates us from animals? Our ability, our intelligence, our ability to go against our nature. Because think about it. Unfortunately, if a dog,
our desires,
yeah, our desires. If a dog and two animals that want to mate, they'll actually do it right in public in front of everyone. They follow their desires, whatever, that they just do what they're programmed to do so. Whereas humans, we have the ability, we have the free will, and we have the ability to think, to be better, basically, to not do it just because we have the urge to do so. So God gave us our intellect because that's how we that should be our approach. And when it comes to finding out salvation, it's something that we should not use any bit of subjectivity as our main priority whatsoever, because it's such a critical thing like salvation. So one thing I would advise you is that, for one, if you want to ask yourself, okay, intellectually, which religion intellectually makes sense, and which religion promotes objectivity, gives a criteria for everything. Because, and I'll tell you what, because even if you ask a lot of questions, if you actually ask a lot of questions, a lot of intellectual questions, they won't be able to answer it. For example, if you ask them, tell me the history of the Bible. When was the Bible when was the books of the New Testament canonized? Who wrote the books? Like, asking them legit questions like that. Were they preserved? How do you know that they're preserved? Do we have a chain of transmission? Who canonized the Bible? When was the Bible canonized? Who wrote some of the books? Do you know it? When were they written? Basic questions like that, majority of Christians would not even know. Do you have it in its original language? Do you have the originals? Did you memorize your scripture? Did you memorize in its original language? Basic things like that. Most of them don't even know how to do so, and most of them won't know the answer to that question. Whereas Islam promotes that. For one, God Himself, Azza wa Jal, gives criteria to find out the truth within itself, and says, literally, He's telling you this book can. For one, He makes the claim. This book, in the first verse of the second chapter, He literally says, "This is a book of which there's no doubt." He's literally giving you that assurance.
Oh yeah.
Already. And as you continue to read it, you find out there are many things. There's one overarching message, but there are many things that you can see that's, wait a minute, using your mind, there's no way that a man can know this. Even a man living 1400 years ago, may peace and blessings be upon him. There's no way. And what's the message here? Worship one God alone. Don't ascribe or associate any partners with him, and believe that Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, is not his only messenger, is his final messenger. That's something that rationally, yes, it makes sense. Because why? Because God is His Majesty is too great. What does He do? He gives us examples, human examples, on as representative, because that's what a prophet is. It's like when you're in math class, right? That's because I hate math for some reason, but math loves me. I hate anyways. It's like, let's say you're in math class, right? Dude, stop nodding.
Welcome to engineering school.
But dude, I was an engineer. I took Calc 1, 2, and 3. I transferred to another college and switched to IT because I was an electrical engineer. I switched to IT. They told me, oh, by the way, bro, you never needed Calc 2 and Calc 3. All you needed was Calc 1. I'm like, what? Yeah.
That's a menu switch. That was on you.
I don't like you right now, bro. But anyways, I'll let you,
Brother Ali,
brother.
if
Sorry.
you don't mind, I
You
want
can
to
ahead.
go to actually the root of the problem, because like what he said, it just like I'm trying to make sense out of what he said. He said the reason why he thinks Christianity may be true is because what if Jesus appears to him in a dream? Like, how does that follow?
Yeah, I don't know, honestly.
It's-
I'm just like clocking it right now.
But
Yeah.
but even let's say Jesus does appear in your dream. How does that first of all, you haven't had that dream, have you?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so what if Hari Krishna appears in your dream tomorrow? What if Buddha appears in your dream tomorrow?
I asked
Right?
that question to myself.
So-
Okay.
But the thing is, let's say even if you do have that dream, how does that make Christianity true? I watched Avatar last week. The same night when I actually slept, I dreamed of Avatar.
In Avatar:
You know?
The Airbender?
Huh? No,
You
no, Avatar as in the James Cameron movie.
Oh my god!
I watched it not long ago.
Stop.
Yeah.
Okay, go on. No, I am gonna pretend I did not just hear that.
Right, so it's like, you know, not long ago my wife and I, we were watching the Exorcist movie, you know, and she had a dream about you know, that movie. So it's just like whatever we're thinking. And even if Jesus is a prophet of Islam, he's the Messiah, he's Messiah. So even if you actually see him in your dream, so what? You know, it'll be nice if he appears in my dream. I would like to see all of the prophets in my dream. You know, what's wrong with that? What would be a problem if he says, "Hey, I am God"? Because he actually, and you know what my response to him would be, even in my dream, if I could. Where did you say that in the Bible? Because he doesn't say that, brother. He doesn't say that even once. On the contrary, the explicit verses are very clear where he says, I go to my Father and your Father, my God and your God. He was praying when he was worried. He taught the disciples how to pray. Even in the Lord's Prayer, there's no mention of Jesus. There is no mention of the Holy Spirit, right? Even Paul himself, he calls Jesus a teacher. Technically, the word, if you translate that to, right, it's a lower case G, right? That in the Bible they actually sometimes they make it, you know, uppercase and whatnot, right? But you know, how many times is the phrase God the Father mentioned throughout the Bible? Take a guess.
I don't know how much.
It's probably mentioned 18 or 19 times, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, how many times do you think God the Son is mentioned in the Bible?
Less than 10.
Zero. How many times is God the Holy Spirit mentioned in the Bible? Zero.
Yeah.
Okay, just like the brother said, Bible written by anonymous authors, decades or even up to a century later, right? The chain of transmission does not go back to Jesus or his disciples. We don't even know who these books are written by, right? There were so many theologies in the first century. They all were fighting against each other for centuries, right? Even the Old Testament, the oldest being the Dead Sea Scroll, that was discovered, what, like not even 50 years ago, right? So it has a gap of over 1,000 years, 1 millennium from the time of Moses, peace be upon him. No scholar on the planet will actually claim, unless they're hardcore evangelicals, you know, nobody will actually claim, not even knowledgeable Jews claim that Deuteronomy or the first 5 books of Tanakh, they're written by, or the Old Testament written by Moses, right? There are so many problems. You have different churches, different temples, you know, different groups having their own versions of their own canons, right? Several verses were added, taken out, changed. Each group was trying to push their own theological beliefs. Till this day, we fight with them day and night. So easy for us to bring up even, you know, like 50 of them. Brother Wassam, you know, the other day I actually mentioned this to him. Hopefully, when he's free, go to his channel, Beyond. What is his channel's name, Brother Ali? Beyond Doubt Theology, I think, right? So he's supposed to be actually doing a video
Yeah.
on this particular topic, right? Where we will talk about all of the verses that they have taken out, the different variations in different versions of the Bible that are not scribal errors, by the way. Okay, they're deliberate changes for theological reasons, right? Those are not mistakes; they're deliberate changes, right? The Jews. All the time they're fighting with the Christians. Oh, your version is not good. Another, even among the Jews, you've got, the Sadducees. They're supposed to be like the Karaite Jews that you still find them till this day. They don't believe in Talmud. They don't believe in the oral tradition, right? You have Jews fighting amongst themselves. What does the Quran say about the Christians? There's a verse exactly talking about Christians. I swear to you, brother, we were on another stream every single time. Like Brother Ramzi, he doesn't put multiple Christians on the same at the same time. If he were to put them, literally go to any other stream. If you have a Protestant, Catholic, Jehovah's Witness, Mormon, or Orthodox, they all will be fighting with each other. Literally, I've witnessed this, and this used to happen all the time on Brother Khalil's channel, if you guys remember. Right, on Dawah. I used to be on the panel over there because the brother used to bring on like several Christians from different denominations, Pentecostal, blah blah blah, whatever. They always used to fight with each other, and we'd be just sitting over there chilling back. All people in the chat, they can that were part of that channel, right? They can testify to that, right? They all used to just fight, and we would just sit back, and I would tell Brother Khalil all the time, please don't bring these Christians together, because they used to fight with them all the time. Quran actually specifically says that Allah has created enmity between them until the day of judgment. They'll be fighting with each other. We literally saw this happening in front of our very own eyes. On the other hand, the Quran, look at Tawheed, so beautiful, right? One God. Yeah. What you laughing at, man?
As soon as you did that, the first thing that came to my head was Rabbi Tovia singing, it's so delicious.
Oh, delicious. Yeah, he likes to say that. Right? But seriously, look at how beautiful that is, right? Surah Ikhlas. Can there be any other perfect definition of God?
No.
You say that to any Christian, any Jew, even they actually are speechless. They're like, yeah, I can't find fault with it. Theologically, nobody, even philosophically, can't find fault with it. 4 lines, perfect definition, covers everything. Read Ayatul Kursi, beautiful, right? But look at them. Look, their sacrificial system. It totally doesn't go in line with the Old Testament. They're constantly fighting with each other. Right? This is why you actually don't see any sacrifices for sins like murder or rape and stuff like that. We literally almost every week we're fighting with Christians regarding this, and they have no answer at all. Right? Jesus, did he die on the wrong day? There was a brother debating with another Christian, an Islamophobe, yesterday. I put on that question there, and Isa Dawah, he put half of my question on there, man. I was so pissed off. Because I was like, this question is really gonna get him.
I honestly, look, to be honest, Chris Clown, when I used to put my question up, and Chris ended up directly.
Yeah, he was beating around the bush.
No. Well, yes, but no. Here's what happened. Here's what happened. He gave an explanation of a verse, a really, really insincere explanation of the verse. And I say insincere, why? Because the 2 verses later, it refutes him. And then when I pointed it out in my question, he indirectly backtracked his previous explanation and goes, well, okay, that's a good point. But he tried to make a different argument. Okay, well, there's a contradiction, whatever. It's nothing new. But the point is that he gave an explanation of a verse, but then backtracked on it when he was refuted on it. But then went to a different argument, tried to use it as a different, tried to recycle it.
Yes.
Okay, I just got refuted, but I'll recycle this as for a new argument. It's like, okay, man, just take the L, and then you can go try again somewhere else. But first, take the L.
I like how Isa Dawah, he actually pinned him. I
appreciated that. I was like, thank you. Thank you. I was like,
Yeah.
he's like, hey, well, you see, I'm not gonna admit my mistake, but come on, man.
Exactly. So this is what I'm saying, Ahi. If you actually, I don't know how long have you been watching our stream or Dawah Wise or EF Dawah, right?
Yeah.
You the Muslim Lantern, right? You watch these Christians coming, like literally, like you know what I tell people all the time. I'm actually married to a Christian woman, right? I tell her this all the time, you know, and she has no response to it, right? I tell her, I'm like, you know, if God forbid, which I don't think will ever happen, right? But if somehow somebody proves to me that Islam is not the true deen, true religion of Allah, I'll be an agnostic or I'll be a deist. But I will never accept Christianity. I will never accept Hinduism. I will never accept Buddhism. I will never accept Sikhism. I will never accept Judaism. Well, you can't even convert to Judaism. You have to be born, like your mother has to be Jew, right? It's a tribal
Yeah,
religion.
your mother, you get your Jewishness from your mother and your tribe from your father.
Exactly, right? So our theology is consistent, it's rational, it's one God clear definition of what he is, what he's not. You have personal accountability. They don't have personal accountability. Their theology is all messed up, right? It makes zero sense. Talk to 5 different Christian, ask them definition of Trinity, you will get 5 different answers. Go to another 5, you will get 5 more versions, right? They don't even know what their own theology is. They're always scratching their heads. I see this happening with my wife and all of her family. Every time they talk to me about Trinity, they have no clue what they're talking about. Their own scholars, actually, one of the best scholars that they have, James White, he himself, William Lane Craig, he is quoted to be saying, you can literally go to his website. You know what he says? He says that you cannot explain Trinity. And by the way, this is the most philosophically equipped guy that they've got.
This was on video.
Yes, yes.
Toby Singer, like years ago, he explicitly said, I agree. If you were to read the Old Testament, read the Hebrew Bible, you would not come to the understanding of the Trinity. Like, Halas, Habibi, that's it. We're done. That's
Exactly.
it.
No, Habibi, that's one thing. But you know what he said when somebody asked him to that how come no Christian can explain Trinity in the problem of LPT that they've been not able to resolve, and so many other things, right? So you know what he said? That yes, it is very difficult to explain Trinity. Almost 80% of the 70-80% of the Christians, they don't know how to explain Trinity, and you cannot explain it rationally without succumbing to borderline heresy, right?
And
Yeah.
in all honesty, even our own experiences alone, because Fawad Ramsey, how often do we have Christians on here trying to explain their faith without at least going to one heresy, even after we warn them, hey, you're pushing it, you're going to you're being heretical right now, and they still push on further. It's they themselves don't really understand understand the idea of, and then ultimately they lean to what? It's a mystery. That's always the end plot armor. It's a mystery. We don't know that. That's literally them deciding or realizing, hey, I can't explain it with my rational mind. I just believe in it because apparently it says so. But the problem is,
by the way, the hadith rejectors we dealt with today, same exact rhetoric. I just believe it because it's right in front of me. That's it.
And the funny thing is, you got guys like William Lane Craig. Now, they've been saying, well, even if you want to say I believe it because it says it, but here's the problem: William Lane Craig is saying, well, it doesn't really say it, not explicitly. Well, it doesn't really say it. So now you just believe in it because someone told you, which is again goes in line with what the Quran says. They believe in nothing but hearsay, conjecture. It's all conjecture. You get it from. That's why you get it from people who just what you were taught. That's why I would say a majority of Christians, they don't actually follow Jesus. They follow their church.
Yeah,
it's not even the fault. They follow what the church says, and that's why each of them come with different understandings, because they just go by the understanding what the church gives them.
I even saw a video where a guy says if you want to be a Christian, you got to follow the Jesus, not the church.
Yeah, man. Look, that's a conflict you find between Orthodox and Protestants and Catholics, and that's a whole other can of worms, to be honest. But no, alhamdulillah, in Islam, it's simple: Quran or Sunnah. Ya ayyuha alladhina amanu ati'u Allah wa ati'u Rasul. All you who believe, obey Allah, obey His Messenger. Yeah, it's that simple. obey Allah, obey the commands of Allah, and obey the commands of His Prophet. Why? Because Allah says in the Quran, the Prophet and Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he does not speak from his own desires. He only speaks what Allah tells him.
Yeah.
So obey what Allah tells you, and you obey what Allah tells you directly, and what Allah tells you through is Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam. As long as you stick to that to the best of your ability, when you fall short, which you will, which we all do all the time, what do you call it? Astaghfir, right? Make istighfar. You seek Allah's forgiveness, and Allah al-Aziz al-Hakim, Allah al-Ghafur al-Rahim, Allah al-Rahman al-Rahim, Allah al-Tawwab wal-Ghaffar. And Allah is the forgiver, the most gracious, the most al-Wadud wal-Halim, the loving and the forbearing. You know, all these the forgiver, the most gracious, the most merciful, the acceptor of repentance, all these beautiful names of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. These are it's like, I mean, it's like peanut butter meat jelly. You might somebody somebody. I mean, I don't know if that makes sense. Right? You're somebody who wants to seek forgiveness. Ask the most gracious, the most merciful. Make sense?
Yeah.
And Zaid, you mind if I give? Okay, first of all, that was beautifully said, brother. Especially with the peanut butter and jelly part, beautifully well said. You mind if I give you an example?
Yeah, go ahead.
No.
So, yeah, I like to use my obscure examples. So imagine, right? And this is to me, because again, we're talking about what makes sense. So imagine if I told you, let's say you're in college, you're in university, right? And your teacher's telling you for no reason whatsoever, hey, you have to do a report, and for your report, you have to present and talk about every food group and bring a food item from every food group, meaning you have to bring a food from the grains, fruits and vegetables, meat and beans, and you understand what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
So the teacher says the requirement is you just have to bring one. That's it. If you bring one, you fulfill that requirement. So here's my thing. Let's say I fulfilled all of the requirements. I just have now fruits. I just have to buy fruits. Now I have apples, oranges, lemons. Let's say I get one lemon, one apple, and one orange. Which one do I need? Do I need all three of them, or do I need one?
You need one.
Okay, so if I need one, what does that mean? Doesn't that not mean that the other two are then unnecessary? Meaning
Yeah.
they don't have to be here?
Yeah.
Either one. So if I have three, but the requirement is I only need one, then literally one will do. Meaning it doesn't matter. First of all, it doesn't matter whether or not I choose the apple, the orange, or the lemon. Any one will do. And whatever one I do choose, those two, by definition, don't have to be here.
Yeah.
That's the point. That's God. That's God in a nutshell. That's why when people talk about, because it's not just Christianity, multiple religions talk about, like the Hindus, like Hinduism is not just one religion, but they talk about God. It's the same concept as Christianity, really. God can come down as man, or God, they're called avatars. God can basically they believe in all these different manifestations of God, which they pose to be monotheist, but in actuality, it's pagan, it's polytheist. But it's the same thing, because when you say God is one, God has to be necessary, because God always has to be here. If there was another God, or if there's another thing besides God, then by that alone, that means he is not one, or because that one thing then becomes unnecessary. Make sense?
Yeah.
So now we have rationality, meaning God says he is one. He always has to be here. He's beyond that. So literally, by him saying I am one, you then, to be perfectly honest with you, you've just eliminated every other religion by just saying God is just one. And by the way, this includes humans, because humans, we can take ourselves as God. And if you think about it, we do. People have taken Jesus to be God, unfortunately. So by just coming to the rational mind, wait a minute, God is one. He always has to be here. He doesn't need anything else. Nothing else. He fulfills that requirement. I don't need anything else to add on to it or to try to change it in any variation whatsoever. That's it. That's all I need. That's literally, in a nutshell. This is so simple. a 5-year-old can understand it, and that's how you know it's universal. It's so simple that a 5-year-old can understand it.
By the way, guys, alhamdulillah, as much as I'm loving this, I am about to pass out on stream, and I don't want to pass out on stream.
Suck it
Otherwise,
up. Suck it up.
this is my second stream today, man. That's already been
And?
6 hours. It's almost 6
And?
hours.
And
And you're out. All right. No, I'm just kidding.
just kidding, brother.
I know. Yeah. Alhamdulillah. Barakallah fikum, guys. زيد sorry. زيد صح؟ زيد.
Yeah.
زيد. كل شيء تمام خلاص بكفي.
خلاص كيف.
Yeah, but akhi, feel free to come back. Feel free to come back. I'll be live again on Sunday. I'll be live. I go live usually on okay. For the remainder of this month, I'll be going live on Fridays and Sundays. The schedule after that, we'll see, inshallah, because I start school at the end of this month, so all the scheduling's gonna be different. But anyway, just keep following the channel, keep your notifications on, and what's it called? Alhamdulillah. You're welcome back anytime, akhi. And of course, akhi, you can DM us on Instagram, Dawah over Dunya. You can also send us an email, inshallah. And if any other problems you have, anything, akhi. Okay. We're always available. Alhamdulillah.
I appreciate it.
Honestly, brother Zaid, I'm not gonna try to put any pressure on you, but we better see on Sunday, akhi. Come on now.
I mean, to be fair, Sunday stream is about the Qadianis, but this stream is about the Qadianis too. So who cares, right?
Exactly. Come on, because because honestly, I really do believe that, especially when it comes to the structure, that can be, that can be work. Because again, it's just you're just someone who, maybe we all get challenged with our faith, but as soon as we find challenges, it's best not to waste any time and actually get that fixed as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah. Barakallah feek, ya akhi Zaid. Allah yahmeek, Allah yajzik al-khair. You're welcome back anytime.
Thank you.
Barakallah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Ali, any last words?
Well, besides the whole Qadiani fiasco, again,
You know what? I might make a clip and title it that Qadiani fiasco. That's actually a good name. I like that.
bars. But yeah, so Jazakallah khairan for having me again. It's always a pleasure to be here, and it's every day's a blessing. Every opportunity is a blessing, and I feel privileged to get the opportunity to share the knowledge that Allah Subhanahu wa Taala has blessed me with. So thank you so much for thank you everyone for listening. And if anything that I said that was the truth always came from Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, anything that wasn't true or that may have been off the line came from my desires and shaitan. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May Allah bless each and every single one of you.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. See you later. Let's see here. Masihi Muslim, how did you get backstage? WTF? I don't got time for this, man. Come back when I haven't been on stream for 10 hours today. And by the way, that actually has been 10 hours. We're at 5 hours and 57 minutes. I was on that other stream earlier today, which I loved, don't get me wrong, but I was on that stream for at least 5 hours. At least. Around 5 hours. Actually more, like 5.5, 6 hours. So subhanallah. So I think I was on stream today for literally 11 or 12 hours. I'm gonna have to go check. Subhanallah. I mean, I don't know if it was exactly 5 hours or exactly 6 hours, but we're being here for 6 hours. About 11 hours. Between 11 and 12 hours, it has to be. Subhanallah. Brothers and sisters, may Allah bless each and every one of you guys. You guys know I appreciate you all, every last one of you guys. You guys are all like a member. You guys are all like my immediate family. May Allah bless you guys. Sorry, extended family. Excuse me, not immediate families. That was I misspoke. You guys are like my extended family. You guys are all, an absolute blessing from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Jazakallah khair, Sister Celine. May Allah bless you. Good night. Wa alaikum assalam wa barakatuh, sister. May Allah bless you. Let's see here. I do want to give a minute. I have to take a minute and give a shout out to the moderators, Brother Al Neo, Brother Michael Scott. You guys have been here a long time. Sister Haltam, however, always is the OG. Always has been, always will be the OG of Dawah over Dunya. It's, she absolute legend. Does so much for the channel. Does so much. You guys have. I say this all. I say this all the time, but I have to keep saying it. You guys don't know the level of dedication she puts towards this channel. Subhanallah. It's unmatched, wallahi unmatched, and it's a blessing from Allah that she's she as our moderator is the biggest blessing of Dawah over Dunya. Along with other moderators, obviously. Michael Scott, Nell Neal, you guys are amazing as well. You guys are been here the whole time. You know, it's you both absolute legends. All the moderators of Dawah over Dunya are absolute legends, absolute savs. Sister Haltom, though, you can't beat her, guys. Come on, you just can't. All right, and of course, all the rest of the brothers and sisters in the live chat, you guys are continuously supporting, continuously commenting. I don't know where you guys get the time and the energy. I mean, I don't know where I do it to stream, but I don't know. I just do it. Okay. I don't know how you guys do it though. I'm gonna go hit the sack. Probably maybe have another chocolate bar. I don't know. But alhamdulillah, we just passed the 6 hour mark. I just wanted to do that. But guys, be sure to catch us live on Sunday, inshallah. On Sunday, we will be live with Brother Yemeni, Brother Muhammad Abdul Razak. You guys heard earlier we mentioned the most well-known, I guess he is, yeah, the most well-known Ahmadi apologist. He's basically the Ahmadidat of the Ahmadi. Oh, that sounded funny. He's the Ahmadidat of the Ahmadiyya Qadianis, except Ahmadidat was educated. This guy is a freaking. You know what? Just come to the stream on Sunday, inshallah. Just come to the stream on Sunday and find out the funny drama that's been unfolding the last few days, about a week and a half, 2 weeks, between the brothers and between the brothers that we know, like Muhammad Abdul Razak and the Ahmadi community. It's pretty funny stuff. Pretty funny stuff that's been happening. We're going to be talking all about it, inshallah. You guys don't want to miss it. On Sunday, inshallah, be sure to catch us live. Same time, same place. You guys know the drill. Barakallah fikum. May Allah bless each and every one of you guys. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Cue the ending.
ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة